Preface. The story of Pele and her sister Hiiaka stands at the fountainhead of Hawaiian myth, and is the matrix from which the unwritten literature of Hawaii drew its lifeblood. The material for the elaboration of this story has, in part, been found in serial contributions to the Hawaiian newspapers during the last few decades. In part, gathered by interviews with the men and women of the older regime, in whose memory it has been stored, and again, in part, it has been supplied by papers solicited from intelligent Hawaiians. The information contained in the notes has been extracted by viva voce appeal to Hawaiians themselves. These last two sources of information will soon be no longer available. Merely as a story, this myth of Pele and her kindred may be deemed to have no compelling merit that should attract one to its reading. The cycle of world myth already gathered from the rising to the setting of the sun, from the North Pole to the South Pole, is quite vast enough, and far in excess of the power of any one scholar to master and digest. It contains enough pretty stories, in all conscience, to satisfy the demands of the whole raft of storyologists and penny-liners, ever on the alert to cram the public with new sensations, without making it necessary to levy upon Hawaii for her little contribution. It is not from a disposition to pander to any such appetite that the writer has drudged through many long years in collecting and giving literary shape to the material herein presented. The people who settled the Hawaiian group of islands are recognized as having occupied a unique station, one so far removed from the center and vortex of Polynesian activity as to enable them to cast a highly important sidelight on many of the problems yet unsolved, that are of interest to ethnologists and philologists, and that still enshroud the Polynesian race. Hawaii rejoiced in a Kamehameha, who, with a strong hand, welded its discordant political elements into one body and made of it a nation. But it was denied a Homer capable of voicing its greatest epic in one song. The myth of the volcanic queen, like every other important Hawaiian myth, has been handled by many poets and raconteurs, each from his own point of view, influenced, no doubt, by local environment. But there never stood forth one singer with the supreme power to symphonize the jarring notes and combine them into one concordant whole. This fact is a tribute to the independent attitude of Hawaii's geographical units as well as to its scattered minstrelsy. This book does not offer itself as a complete history of Pele. It does not even assume to present all the oli, meal, and pule that deal with the great name of Pele. There were important events in her life that will receive but incidental mention. Of such is the story of Pele's relations with the swine god Kama, Puaa. As indicated in the title, the author confines his attention almost wholly to the story of Pele's relations with Prince Lohiau of Hina, in which the girl Hiiaka became involved as an accessory. It was inevitable that such a myth as that of Pele should draw to it, and like an ocean reef, become the stranding ground of a great mass of flotsam and jetsam poetry and story. Especially was this true of those passional fragments of Hawaiian meal and oli, which, without this, would not easily have found a concrete object to which they might attach themselves. It matters not whether the poet-philosopher, deep pondering on the hot things of love, hit upon Pele as the most striking and appropriate character to serve his purpose, and to wear his garment of passionate song and story, or whether his mind, working more objectively, took nature's suggestion and came to realize that, in the wild play of the volcanic forces, he had exemplified before him a mighty parable of tempestuous love. Certain it is that the volcano was antecedent to the poet and his musings, and it seems more reasonable to suppose that from it came the first suggestion, and that his mind, as by a flash of inspiration, began its subjective work as the result of what he saw going on before his eyes. The Hawaiian to whose memory was committed the keeping of an old-time meal regarded it as a sacred trust, to be transmitted in its integrity, and he was inclined to look upon every different and contradictory version of that meal as, in a sense, an infringement of his preserve, a desecration of that sacred thing which had been entrusted to him. It resulted from this that such a thing as a company of haku meal, poets or song-makers, conferring together for the purpose of settling upon one authoritative version of a historic meal, was an impossibility. It is a misfortune when the myth cycle of any people or country is invaded for exploitation by that class of writers whose sole object is to pander, or cater to use a softer term to the public taste for novelty and sensation, before that cycle has been canvassed and reported upon by students who approach it in a truthful yet sympathetic spirit. In other words, plain exposition should come before sensational exploitation. To reverse the order would be as undesirable as to have Munchausen gain the ear of the public before Mungo Park. Livingston, Stanley, Cook, or Vancouver had blazed the way and taken their observations. Fortunately for Hawaii, the spirit of the times has set its face like a flint against this sort of sensation-mongering. And if a Munchausen were now to claim the public ear, he would have the searchlight of scientific investigation turned upon him as pitilessly as it was done in the case of an alleged claim to the discovery of the North Pole. It is a satisfaction to the author, after having accomplished his pioneer work of opening up a new domain, to bid the public enter in and enjoy the delicious Lohiau parks once claimed by the girl Hiiaka as her own. And he can assure them that there yet remain many coverts that are full of charm, which are to this day unravaged by the fires of Pele. Thanks, many thanks, are due from the author and from us, all to the men and women of Hawaiian birth whose tenacious memories have served as the custodians of the material herein set forth, but who have ungrudgingly made us welcome to these remainder biscuits of mythological song and story, which, but for them, would have been swallowed up in the grave, unvoiced and unrecorded. N.B. Emerson. Introduction. According to Hawaiian myth, Pele, the volcanic fire queen and the chief architect of the Hawaiian group, was a foreigner born in the mystical land of Kuhilani, a land not rooted and anchored to one spot, but that floated free like the Fata Morgana, and that showed itself at times to the eyes of mystics, poets, and seers, a garden land, clad with the living glory of trees and habitations of vision to warm the imagination. The region was known as Kahiki, Kukulu o Kahiki, a name that connotes Java and that is associated with the Asiatic cradle of the Polynesian race. Pele's mother was Hamia, a name that crops up as an ancestor in the hoary antiquity of the Hawaiian people, and she was reputed to be the daughter of Kane Ho'olani. Pele was ambitious from childhood, and from the earliest age made it her practice to stick close to her mother's fireplace in company with the firekeeper Lono Makua. Ever watchful of his actions, studious of his methods and apprenticeship, well fitted to serve her in good stead such time as she was to become Hawaii's volcanic fire queen. This conduct drew upon Pele the suspicion and ill will of her elder sister Namaka o Kahai, a sea goddess, who, fathoming the latent ambition of Pele, could not fail to perceive that its attainment would result in great commotion and disturbance in their homeland. Her fears and prognostications proved true. Namaka, returning from one of her expeditions across the sea, found that Pele, taking advantage of her absence, had erupted a fiery deluge and smothered a portion of the homeland with awe. It would have gone hard with Pele, but Mother Hamia bade her take refuge in the fold, Pola of Kamohualiai's Malo. Now this elder brother of Pele was a deity of great power and authority, a terrible character, hedged about with tabus that restricted and made difficult the approach of his enemies. Such a refuge could only be temporary, and safety was to be assured only by Pele's removal from her home in the Southland, and that meant flight. It was accomplished in the famed mythical canoe Hanuaiaki. The company was a distinguished one, including such godlike beings as Kamohualiai, Kainapua, Kain Milohai, and many other relations of Pele, the youngest, but not the least important, of whom was the girl Hiiaka, destined to be the heroine of the story here unfolded, and of whom it was said that she was born into the world as a clot of blood out of the posterior fontanelle, nun, of her mother Hamia, the other sisters having been delivered through the natural passage. The sailing course taken by Pele's company brought them to some point northwest of Hawaii, along that line of islets, reefs, and shoals which tail off from Hawaii as does the train of a comet from its nucleus. At Mokupapapa, Pele located her brother Kain Milohai, as if to hold the place for her, or to build it up into fitness for human residence, for it was little more than a reef. Her next stop was at the little rock of Nihoa that lifts its head some 800 feet above the ocean. Here she made trial with the divining rod Paua, but the result being unfavorable, she passed on to the insignificant islet of Lohiau, which clings like a limpet to the flank of Niihau. In spite of its smallness and unfitness for residence, Pele was moved to crown the rock with a wreath of kaunaa, while Hiiaka contributed a chaplet of lehua, which she took from her own neck, thus christening it for all time. The poet details the itinerary of the voyage in the following graphic lines. Kikaua pile hawia kamo hoalie, I ka halil ana iakathiki. Kumaku I hilmi ko maupaki aloha, ka ainer maku I ike ole I malalo akuni, e makami ko paki, kau I ka wa nao ka hoa kamo hoalie. Kau I kanalu hinalu haki kakala hinalu iami ana I ka aina I hiki akue I. O niho ka aina maku I pimua akue I, lil isini maku, kau I yuko nihoa. O ka hana noa kau paki, a kaina pua, o ka huli I karaihu o ka wera nu I kikai. Weho ani o kamo hoali I kaina pua I yuka o nihoas nayo, ka hoa kamo hoali I api ka aina I kapa I o lesua. Translation. Peel's account to Kamo Hoalii of the departure from Kahiki. We stood to sail with my kindred beloved to an unknown land below the horizon. We boarded my kinsmen and I our craft, our pilot well skilled, Kamo Hoalii. Our craft oar-mounted and mastered the waves. The sea was rough and choppy, but the waves bore us surely on to our destined shore the rock Nihoa, the first land we touched. Gladly we landed and climbed up its cliffs. Fault of the youngster, Kainapua, he loaded the bow till it ducked in the waves. Kamo Hoalii marooned the lad, left the boy on the islet Nihoa, and pilot well skilled, he sailed away till we found the land we christened Lehua. When they had crowned the desolate rock with song and wreath, Kamo Hoalii would have steered for Niihau, but Pele, in a spasm of tenderness that smiles like an oasis in her life, exclaimed, "How I pity our little brother who journeyed with us till now." At this, Kamo Hoalii turned the prow of the canoe in the direction of Nihoa, and they rescued Kainapua from his sea-girt prison. Let the poet tell the story. Hui aiho ni kawera Kamo Hoalii, ikit ana I kolaku pokie, I Kainapua, I Nihoa. Pili akuni kawero Kamo Hoalii yukini o Nihoa, kahir akuni I kolaku pokie, I Kainapua, I kau akumaka polo kawa. Hui aiho ni kai huo kawero Kamo Hoalii hi wari halo ana I Nihau, kau akuni o Kamo Hoalii kalau, hi pawa, Iami ana I kolaku aina I nohoeai, o kauai, ael na iloa. Kau mailado Kamo Hoalii kalau, hi pawa o ahu ka aina I kaana ihoni o laku I eliapakai, ael na hizina. Translation. Kamo Hoalii turned his canoe to rescue lad Cain from Nihoa. Anon the craft lies off Nihoa's coast. They shout to the lad, to Kainapua, come aboard, rest with us on the pola. Kamo Hoalii turns now his prow, he will steer for the fertile Niihau. He sets out the wizard staff Paua to test if Kauai is to be their home, but they found it not there. Once more the captain sails on with the rod, to try if Oahu's the wished-for land. They thrust in the staff at Salt Lake Crater, but that proved not the land of their promise. Arrived at Oahu, Kamo Hoalii, who still had Pele in his keeping, left the canoe in charge of Halohalo Kai, and with the rest of the party, continued the journey by land. The witchery of the Paua was appealed to from time to time, as at Eliapakai, Puuina Punchbowl Hill, Lehigh Diamond Head, and lastly at Makapo Point, but nowhere with a satisfactory response. The words of Pele in the second verse of the Kau, next to be given lead one to infer that she must for a time have entertained the thought that they had found the desired haven at Pialula small land division within the limits of the present city of Honolulu. Let the poet tell the story. Kikuni maku iamikahe inoho ai eloma pilula, o kapula kinu kawahini, e lorai kalikapo o makapo, elalapau kikilina emi kain hoalani, e lorai kalio makahanalo siluwa kayuko puna, elua korai kikapasukahi akahio I kapumau, walohia whale I kain hoalani, easy. I kain hoalani, easy. Saloha ka kaukahoku hakasi, hilai kia la lawa, aloha kamakuku kapa kawahini. Hiwahini losiao, nanai kamakani himakani lohiau, hapu maya loko. Translation. We went to seek for a biding place, and found it, we thought, in Pilula Dame Kapushi of the red-pied robe founded in the sacred cape, Makapo, the limit that of our journey by land. We looked then for Kain Hoalani and found him at Makahanaloa. Far away are the uplands of Puna, one girdle still serves for you and for me. Never till now such yearning, such sadness. Where art thou, Kain Hoalani, O Father Kain? Where art thou? Hail to thee, O Father, and hail to me. When rose the pilot star, we sailed away. Hail, girl who beats out tapa for women, the homecoming wife who watches the wind, the haunting wind that searches the house. The survey of Oahu completed, and Kamo Hoalii having resumed command of the canoe, Pele uttered her farewell, and they voyaged on to the cluster of islands of which Maui is the center. Aloha Oahu, Ihi. Ihili ana makuai kaina mamya aku, kahea maku inohei. Translation. Farewell to thee, Oahu, we press on to lands beyond, in search of a homing place. Repeated trial with the divining rod, Paua, made on the western part of Maui, as well as on the adjoining islands of Molokai and Lanai proving unsatisfactory, Pele moved on to the exploration of the noble form of Hela Kala that domes East Maui, with fine hope and promise of success. But here again, she was dissatisfied with the result. She had not yet delivered herself from the necessity of protection by her kinsman, Kamohoaliai. One girdle yet serves for you and for me, was the note that still rang out as a confession of dependence in her song. While Pele was engaged in her operations in the crater of Hela Kala, her inveterate enemy Namako Kahai, who had trailed her all the way from Kahiki with the persistency of a sea wolf, appeared in the offing, accompanied by a sea dragon named Hauai. The story relates that, as Namako Kahai passed the sandspit of Mokupapapa, Kane Milohai, who, it will be remembered, had been left there in charge as the agent of Pele, hailed her with the question, "Where are you going so fast?" "To destroy my enemy, to destroy Pele," was her answer. "Return to Kahiki, lest you yourself be destroyed," was the advice of Kane Milohai. Pele, accepting the gage thrown down by Namako Kahai, with the reluctant consent of her guardian Kamohoaliai, went into battle single-handed. The contest was terrific. The sea monster, aided by her dragon consort, was seemingly victorious. Dismembered parts of Pele's body were cast up at Kahiki Nui, where they are still pointed out as the bones of Pele, na iwi o Pele. She was only bruised. Kamohoaliai was dismayed thinking Pele to have been destroyed. But, looking across the Ailnuihaha Channel, he saw the spirit form of Pele flaming in the heavens above the summits of Mauna Loa and Mauna Kea. As for Namako Kahai, she retired from the battle exultant, thinking that her enemy Pele was done for. But when she reported her victory to Kane Milohai, that friend of Pele pointed to the spirit body of Pele glowing in the heavens as proof that she was mistaken. Namaka was enraged at the sight and would have turned back to renew the conflict, but Kane Milohai dissuaded her from this foolhardy undertaking, saying, "She is invincible. She has become a spirit." The search for a home site still went on. Even Hela Kala was not found to be acceptable to Pele's fastidious taste. According to one account, it proved to be so large that Pele found herself unable to keep it warm. Pele, a goddess now, accordingly bade adieu to Maui and its clustering isles and moved on to Hawaii. Hikaona Pele, I halal ai Maui. Aloha to Maui, aloha I. Zaloho Molokai, aloha I. Aloho Lanai, aloha I. Zaloho Kahala, aloha I. Kumakwi Hil, I. O Hawaii kakaene makwi noho ai malawaraku. Ki ala hayamakwi hiki mai hi paurol ko Kamohoaliai ko Pele, ko Kane Milohai, ko Kane Apua ko Hiiaka ka naio I ka poli o Pele I hiki mai. Translation. Pele's farewell to Maui. Farewell to thee, Maui, farewell. Farewell to thee, Molokai, farewell. Farewell to thee, Lanai, farewell. Farewell to thee, Kahala, farewell. We stand all girded for travel. Hawaii, it seems, is the land on which we shall dwell evermore. The route by which we came hither touched lands not the choice of Paua. 'Twas the route of Kamohoaliai, of Pele and Kane Milohai, route traveled by Kane Apua and by Hiiaka, the wise, the darling of Pele. Pele and her company landed on Hawaii at Puako, a desolate spot between Kauai and Kilauea. Thence they journeyed inland until they came to a place which they named Mokuawiho, not the site of the present crater of that name, but situated where yawns the vast caldera of Kilauea. It was at the suggestion of Kumokuhaliai and Kiunui Kau of Hilo that the name was conferred. They also gave the name Mauna Loa to the mountain mass that faced them on the west, because, said they, our journey was long. Night fell and they slept. In the morning, when the Elapeo uttered its note, they rose and used the Paua staff. The omens were favorable, and Pele decided that this was the place for her to establish a permanent home. The people immediately began to set out many plants valuable for food, among them a variety of kalo called ao, well suited for upland growth, the ulu, breadfruit, the maya, banana, the polyacute, an edible fern, the awa, Piper methysticum, and other useful plants. The land on the Hilo side of Kilauea, being in the rain belt, is fertile and well fitted for tillage. The statement, however, that Kilauea or its vicinity became the place of settlement for any considerable number of people cannot be taken literally. The climatic conditions about Kilauea are too harsh and untropical to allow either the people or the food plants of Polynesia to feel at home in it. The probability is that instead of being gathered about Kilauea, they made their homes in the fat lands of Lower Puna or Hilo. Pele, on her human side at least, was dependent for support and physical comfort upon the fruits of the earth and the climatic conditions that made up her environment. Yet with all this, in the narrative that follows her relations to humanity are of that exceptional character, that straddle, as it were, that borderline which separates the human from the superhuman, but for the most part occupy the region to the other side of that line. The region into which if men and women of this workaday world pass, they find themselves uncertain whether the beings with whom they converse are bodied like themselves or made up of some insubstantial essence, and liable to dissolve and vanish at the touch. Chapter 1. Pele in the bosom of her family. Once, when Pele was living in the pit of Kilauea, she roused up from her couch on the rough hearth plate and said to her sisters, "Let us make an excursion to the ocean and enjoy ourselves, open the apihi shells and sea urchins, hunt for small squid and gather sea moss." To this all joyfully assented, saying, "Yes, let us go." The sisters formed quite a procession as they tramped the narrow downhill path until they came to the hill Po'pahohoa place in the lower lands of Puna. Pele herself did not visibly accompany them on this journey. That was not according to her custom. She had other ways and means of travel than to plod along a dusty road. When, however, the party arrived at the rendezvous, there, sure enough, they found Pele awaiting them, ready for the business in hand. In the midst of their pleasurings, Pele caught sight of Hapo and Hina as they were indulging in an al fresco dance and having a good time by the Puna Sea. She was greatly pleased, and turning to her sisters, said, "Come, haven't you also got some dance that you can show off in return for this entertainment by Hapo and her companion?" They all hung their heads and said, "We have no hula." Hiiaka, the youngest, had stayed behind to gather Lohiau flowers, and when she came along laden with wreaths, Pele said to her jestingly, "I've just been proposing to your sisters here to dance a hula in response to that of Hapo and her fellow, but they decline, saying they have not the art. I suppose it's of no use to ask you, you are so small, but perhaps you've got a bit of a song." "Yes, I have a song," Hiiaka answered, to the surprise of all. "Let us have it then, go on," said Pele. Then the little girl, having first decorated all of her sisters with the wreaths, beginning with Pele, sang as follows. "Ki hala punai kamakani, ha kawulu hala aikio, has hina mi hapo, ha kawahini ami aikai o nanahuki, la hulalea whale aikai o nanahuki." Easy. Translation. Puna's a dance in the breeze, the hala groves of Kiao shaken. Hina and Hapo are swaying. The thighs of the dancing nymph quiver and sway. Down at Nanahuki a dance most sightly and pleasing, down by the sea Nanahuki. Pele was delighted. "Is that all you have?" she asked. "I have something more," said the girl. "Let us hear it then." Hiiaka put even more spirit into the song as she complied. "O puna kai kiwa ai kahala pi kaliro kikai, kilu, la aina pua lehir nana ai kai o hapo, ka wahini ami ai kai o nanahuki, la hulalea whale ai kai o nanahuki." Iri. Translation. The voice of Puna's sea resounds through the echoing hala groves, the lehua trees cast their bloom. Look at the dancing girl Hapo. Her graceful hips swing to and fro, a dance on the beach Nanahuki. A dance that is full of delight, down by the sea Nanahuki. At the conclusion of this innocent performance, the earliest mention of the hula that has reached us Hiiaka went to stay with her friend Hapo, a person whose charm of character had fascinated the imagination of the susceptible girl and who had already become her dearest intimate, her inspiring mentor in those sister arts, song, poesy, and the dance. Pele herself remained with her sister Hiiaka Kapuanina, Hiiaka of the fire bloom, and presently she lay down to sleep in a cave on a smooth plate of pahoihoi. Before she slept, she gave her sister this command: "Listen to me. I am lying down to sleep. When the others return from fishing, eat of the fish, but don't dare to wake me. Let me sleep on until I wake of myself. If one of you wakes me, it will be the death of you all. If you must needs wake me, however, call my little sister and let her be the one to rouse me. Or, if not her, Let it be my brother Kilauea Kaiua, one of these two. When Kilauea Kaiua, who was so closely related to Pele that she called him brother, had received this command and had seen her lapse into profound sleep, he went and reported the matter to Hiiaka, retelling all that Pele had said. Strange that this havoc producer should sleep in this way, and no bedfellow, said Hiiaka to herself. Here are all the other Hiiakas, all of equal rank and merit. Perhaps it was because my dancing pleased her that she wishes me to be the one to rouse her. The cavern in the hill Pahoehoe in which Pele lay and slept, wrapped in her robe kapa'ahu, remains to this day. In her sleep, Pele heard the far-off beating of hula drums, and her spirit body pursued the sound. At first, it seemed to come from some point far out to sea, but as she followed, it shifted, moving to the north, till it seemed to be off the beach of Waiakea, in Hilo. Thence it moved till it was opposite Laupahoehoe. Still evading her pursuit, the sound retreated till it came from the boisterous ocean that beats against the shaggy cliffs of Hamakua. Still going north, it seemed presently to have reached the mid-channel of Aonuihaha that tosses between Hawaii and Maui. If you are from my far-off homeland Kahiki, I will follow you thither, but I will come up with you, said Pele. To her detective ear, as she flitted across the heaving waters of Aonuihaha, the pulsing of the drums now located itself at the famous hill Kauaki in Hana. But on reaching that place, the music had passed on to the west and sounded from the cliffs of Kahakuloa. The fugitive music led her next across another channel, until in her flight she had traversed the length of Molokai and had come to the western point of that island, Leokalau. Thence she flew to Cape Makapo on Oahu, and so on, until, after crossing that island, she reached Cape Kina, whose finger point reaches out towards Kauai. In that desolate spot dwelt an aged creature of myth, Pohakuo Kauai by name, the personal representative of that rock whose body form the hero Maui had jerked from its ocean bed ages before, in his futile attempt to draw together the two islands Kauai and Oahu and unite them into one mass. Pele, arguing from her exasperation, said, "It must be my old grandfather Pohakuo Kauai who is playing this trick with the music. If it's he that's leading me this chase, I'll kill him." The old fellow saw her approach and, hailing her from a distance, greeted her most heartily. Her answer was in a surly mood. "Come here, I'm going to kill you today. So it's you that's been fooling me with deceitful music, leading me a wearisome chase." "Not I've not done this. There they are, out to sea, you can hear for yourself." And sure enough, on listening, one could hear the throbbing of the music in the offing. Pele acknowledged her mistake and continued her pursuit, with the parting assurance to the old soul that if he had been the guilty one, it would have been his last day of life. The real authors of this elusive musical performance were two little creatures named Kanikawai and Kanikawa, the former a sprite that was embodied in the nose flute, the latter in the hokio, a kind of whistle, both of them used as accompaniments to the hula. Their sly purpose was to lure Pele to a place where the hula was being performed. Pele now plunged into the water. From this point at least she swam and, guided by the call of the music, directed her course to the little village of Hina that perched like a gull on the cape of the same name, at the northernmost point of the island of Kauai. It was but a few steps to the hall of the hula the hala where throbbed the hula drums, and where was a concourse of people gathered from the whole island. Chapter 2. Pele meets and fascinates Lohiau. As Pele drew near to the rustic hall where the hula was in full blast, the people in the outskirts of the assembly turned to look in wonder and admiration at the beauty and charm of the stranger who had appeared so unexpectedly, and whose person exhaled such a fragrance, as if she had been clad with sweet-scented garlands of mail, lehua, and hala. One and all declared her to be the most beautiful woman they had ever looked upon. Where was she from? Surely not from Kauai. Such loveliness could not have remained hidden in any nook or corner of the island, they declared. Instinctively, the wondering multitude parted and offered a lane for her to pass through and enter the halau, thus granting to Pele a full view of the musicians and performers of the hula, and, sitting in their midst, Lohiau, as yet seemingly unconscious of her presence on his either hand a fellow drummer. While, flanking these to right and left, sat players with a joint of bamboo in either hand, the kikik. But drummer and kikik player, musicians and actors' eye, the whole audience became petrified and silent at the sight of Pele, as she advanced step by step, her eyes fixed on Lohiau. Then, with intensified look, as if summoning to her aid the godlike gifts that were hers as the mistress of Kilauea, she reached out her hand, and in a clear tone, with a mastery that held the listeners spellbound, she chanted. Lailo hanale I kayua nui, kamahai kano o alake, I kahil uo manukepa, yukuai kalawaro kaialana, I karlake as a kamalahini, is my hina o my palahare ozi. Zimi whale ana o okahai o ki ola o ki olani, easy. Translation. Tight-pressed is Hanale's throng, a tree bent down by heavy rain weighted with drops from the clouds, when rain columns sweep through Manuakepa. This throng that has lured on the stranger, nigh to downfall, was I laid flat by your trick eye yours. My quest was for comfort and life, just for comfort and life. The silence became oppressive. In the stillness that followed the song, expectant eyes were focused upon Prince Lohiau, awaiting his reply to the address of the stranger who stood in their midst. No one knew who she was, no one imagined her to be Pele. That she was a person of distinction and rank was evident enough, one whom it was the duty and rare privilege of their chief to receive and entertain. Presently there was wrinkling of foreheads, an exchange of glances prompting winks and nods, inclinations of the head, a turning of the eyes, though not a word was spoken. For his friends thought thus to rouse Lohiau from his daze and to prompt him to the dutiful rites of hospitality and gallantry. Paua, his intimate friend, sitting at Lohiau's right hand, with a drum between his knees, even ventured to nudge him in the side. The silence was broken by Pele. Kalaku hailo I kayua nui, kapukinu, ki I kapao kalio, I kahemhemohemo kakwai kahawanawana, I kikanu maka, I kawisi maka, I karlawiki. Zaya kuhoa hai, easy. Translation. Bristling, frumpy, sits Hilo, drenched by the pouring rain, forbidden to murmur, or put forth a sound, or make utterance by speech, must all remain breathless, nor heave an audible sigh, withholding the nod, the wink, and the glance to one side. I pray you behold me now, here stand I, your guest, your companion, your mate. Lohiau, once roused from his ecstasy, rose to the occasion, and with the utmost gallantry and politeness, invited Pele to sit with him and partake of the hospitalities of the halau. When Pele had seated herself on the mat-piled dais, Lohiau, following the etiquette of the country, asked whence she came. I am of Kauai, she answered. There is no woman of Kauai your equal in beauty, said Lohiau. I am the chief and I know, for I visit every part of the whole island. You have doubtless traveled about the whole island, answered Pele, yet there remain places you are not acquainted with, and that is where I come from. No, you are not of Kauai. Where are you from? Because of his importunity, Pele answered him, I am from Puna, from the land of the sunrise, from Haiha, the eastern gate of the sun. Lohiau bade that they spread the tables for a feast, and he invited Pele to sit with him and partake of the food. But Pele refused food, saying, I have eaten. How can that be? Said he, seeing you have but now come from a long journey, you had better sit down and eat. Pele sat with him, but she persistently declined all his offers of food. I am not hungry. Lohiau sat at the feast, but he could not eat. His mind was disturbed, his eyes were upon the woman at his side. When they rose from the table he led her, not unwilling, to his house, and he lay down upon a couch by her side. But she would favor him only with kisses. In his growing passion for her he forgot his need of food, his fondness for the hula, the obligations that rested upon him as a host. All these were driven from his head. All that night and the following day, and another night, and for 3 days and 3 nights he lay at her side, struggling with her, striving to overcome her resistance. But she would grant him only kisses. And on the 3rd night, as it came towards morning, Pele said to Lohiau, I am about to return to my place, to Puna, the land of the sunrise. You shall stay here. I will prepare a habitation for us, and when all is ready I will send and fetch you to myself. If it is a man who comes, you must not go with him, but if a woman, you are to go with the woman. Then, for 5 days and 5 nights you and I will take our fill of pleasure. After that you will be free to go with another woman. In his madness, Lohiau put forth his best efforts to overcome Pele's resistance, but she would not permit him. When we meet on Hawaii, you shall enjoy me to your fill, said she. He struggled with her, but she foiled him and bit him in the hand to the quick, and he grasped the wound with the other hand to staunch the pain. And he, in turn, in the fierceness of his passion, planted his teeth in her body. At this, Pele fluttered forth from the house, plunged into the ocean, and was gone. Chapter 3. Lohiau comes to himself, his death the threat of Paua. When Lohiau came to himself, as from a dream, he looked for the woman who had lain at his side, but her place was vacant and cold. He went out into the open air, but she was nowhere to be found, and he turned back into the empty house. Lohiau's stay with Pele in the sleeping house had prolonged itself beyond all reason, and his friends became concerned about him. And as night after night and day after day passed, and they neither saw nor heard anything of him, their concern grew into alarm. Yet no one dared enter the house. Lohiau's sister, however, made it her business to investigate. Opening the door of the house, she entered, and lo, there hung the body of her brother, suspended from a rafter, his malo about his neck. Life had been gone for many hours, and the body was cold. Her screams brought to her aid a group of Lohiau's friends, who at once lifted their voices in unison with hers, bewailing their chief's death and denouncing the woman who had been with him as the guilty cause. Paua was the most outspoken in his imprecations. Stripping off his malo, he stood forth in the garb of nature and declared he would not resume his loincloth until he had sought out the woman and humiliated her by the grossest of insults. I will not gird my loins with a malo until I have kindled a fire in Pele's face, pounded her face as one pounds a taro, consumed her very eyes. This was the savage oath with which Paua pledged his determination to avenge the death of his friend, his chief, Lohiau. With universal wailing, amid the waving of kahilis, with tender care and the observance of all due rites, his people anointed the dear body of their chief with perfumed oil, wrapped it in scented robes of choicest tapa, and laid it to rest in the sepulchre. The favorite dog of Lohiau, who was greatly attached to his master, took his station at the grave and would not be persuaded to leave. Pohakau, a cousin of Pele, himself a kupua and possessed of superhuman powers, having journeyed from Hawaii to Hina, found the faithful creature keeping his lonely vigil at the grave, and he brought the dog with him to Pele. "Your man is dead, Lohiau is dead," said he. "But this animal, do you recognize him? I found watching by the grave in Hina." "Yes, that is the dog I saw with Lohiau," answered Pele, and she hid the dog away in her secret place. Chapter 4. Pele awakes from her sleep. While the scene we have described was being enacted on Kauai, the spirit of Pele, returning from its long flight, hovered over the sleeping body at Laupahoho. Above it waved the kahilis, about it were gathered the sisters and other relatives, quietly sobbing. Though it was many days since Pele had lain down to sleep, and though they feared the consequences if she continued thus, they dared not disturb her. When that was proposed, the sister in charge objected. "If it must be done, we shall have to send for Hiiaka the beloved." Some of them suggested that Pele must be dead, she had remained so long without motion. But Hiiaka of the lightning flash scouted the idea. "How can that be? The body shows no signs of decay." The girl Hiiaka saw the messenger that had been dispatched to fetch her, while as yet she was in the dim distance. It was her nurse, Pauopala, and there came to her a premonition of what it all meant, a vision, a picture of the trouble that was to come. Yet, overmastering her, was a feeling of affection and loyalty for her elder sister. Standing outside the house, that she might better watch the approach of Pauopala and be on hand to greet her, she voiced her vision in song. "Akali ohi ai papalauase, ai kaimu le lehuro kuo kala lehu makanu ai ki ahe e wela iti. Wela la wela ai ki atio, e kawahini mai kalua, iti." Translation. From the forest hung at Papalauahai to the garlands heaped at Bako the sun, the beauteous lehuas are wilted, scorched, burnt up, burnt, consumed by the fire of the woman, the fire that flows from the pit. As the messenger, in the vibrating sunlight, thridded her way among the tree clumps and lava knobs, which now concealed her and now brought her into full view, Hiiaka, with gaze intent to gain such snapshots of her as these obstructions did not forbid, continued her song. "No kalua paha ai makani, o kapolina ki halihali ai ki alalau, honi ue ai ki kini ai kai o hina hina aloha, ki kauni kaheli moe, kau kaheli moe ai ki ahiahi hi hilko kakisiaka, mano hil paho iti. Hamai ka aihu is hil izao aloha o anoho aiho, iti." Translation. From the pit, doubtless, breathes Paulina, with its waft of woodland perfume, a perfume drunk in with rapture on the beach of beloved Hina. There wafts to me this premonition, this vision and dream of the night. I must be gone in the morning. I foresee I must travel tomorrow. A farewell kiss ere I journey, farewell, alas, to thee who remainest. Her hostess, Hapo, would not take the song or the farewell of Hiiaka seriously. You are simply joking, she said, letting your gloomy imagination run away with you. Who in the world is driving you away as if you had worn out your welcome? The messenger, Pauopala, when she had saluted Hiiaka, said, I come from your sisters. They want to see you. Arrived at Laupahoho, Hiiaka found her sisters in great consternation, fearing for the life of Pele if she were allowed to continue her long sleep. Her spirit, it is true, had come back to her body, but it was merely hovering about and had not entered and taken possession, so that there were no signs of animation or life. It seemed to be waiting for the voice of Hiiaka, the beloved, to summon it back and to make it resume consciousness. Hiiaka demanded to know the cause of the wailing. We are lamenting our sister, the head of the family. You can see for yourself, she is dead. After carefully examining the body of Pele, Hiiaka stoutly declared, she is not dead. That is evident from the absence of corruption. Then, sitting close to Pele's feet, she sang. O huko aya aku o kahana ana ki akua. I kaido makawai ki kikela kapohaku, wahai ki, kua hi akua, hi kanaka no, iri. Translation. Content you now with your God work. Down by the sea at Makawai the rocks have smitten together. The sea has opened a channel. Goddess you were, now human, return to your human clay. Pele slept on and gave no sign of waking. Hiiaka then chanted this serenade. Iala, 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 diala, I haikapokyo kinesiala, I haikapokyo mana. Iala, iki akua, iki alo, ziala, I kayuila nui makahai kalani, la ziala, iala. Translation. Awake now, awake, awake, wake, goddess of multiple god power. Wake, goddess of essence most godlike, wake, queen of the lightning shaft, the piercing fourth eye of heaven, awake, I pray thee awake. The effect was magical. Pele's bosom heaved, breath entered her lungs, a fresh color came to her face and spread to the tips of her ears. She sighed, stretched herself and sat up. She was herself again. Chapter 5. Pele makes a proposition to her sisters. That same day, Pele and the other sisters returned to Kilauea, while Hiiaka went back to resume her visit with Hapo, each party reaching its destination at about the same time. Early the next morning, Pele called to her sister Hiiaka Kailai, Hiiaka of the Chapisi, and said, I want you to go on an errand for me. No doubt I shall agree to go when you have told me what it is, was the answer of the young woman. You are to journey to Kauai and escort hither our lover yours and mine. While on the way you are not to lie with him, you are not to touch noses with him, you are not to fondle him or snuggle close to him. If you do any such thing, I will kill both of you. After your return, for 5 days and 5 nights, I will have him to myself, and after that he shall be your lover. On hearing this, the young woman hung her head and wept. Pele then made the same proposal to each of the other sisters in turn. Not one of them would consent to undertake the mission. They knew full well the perils of the undertaking. The way was beset with swarms of demons and dragons, with beings possessed with powers of enchantment, and Pele did not offer to endow them with the power that would safeguard them on their journey. Pele, finding herself foiled on this tack, as a diversion, said, Let us refresh ourselves and have some luau. The sisters immediately set to work, and when they had made up the bundles of delicate taro leaves and were about to lay them upon the fire, Pele called to Pauopala and bade her go straightway to Hina and fetch Hiiaka, and you are to be back here by the time the luau is cooked. Now the girl, whose full name was Hiiaka Ikapolio Pele, was the youngest of the sisters, and by reason of her loveliness and accommodating disposition, she was Pele's favorite. She was, moreover, gifted with a quick intuition and a clairvoyant perception of distant happenings and coming events. At the time of the conversation between Pele and the 7 sisters, Hiiaka was sporting in the ocean with her surfboard in the company of Hapo. While thus engaged, the whole matter of the proposed journey to Hina came to her as in a vision. In the midst of her surfing, she turned to Hapo and said, I perceive that I am about to undertake a long journey, and during my absence you will remain here in Puna waiting my return. No, what put such a notion into your head? Said Hapo. Yes, I must go, insisted Hiiaka. Then they mounted a roller, and as their boards touched the beach, there stood the messenger of Pele, and this was the message. "Gird on your pow and come with me to Kilauea. Your sister commands it." As the two jogged on their uphill way, an impulse seized Hiiaka, and she gave voice to a premonition, a shadow of coming trouble, as it were, and, standing in the road at Makalil, she sang. "Hiua kui lehu ko panayua, hiua makai kui hala ko puna, aloha aloha whale kaloa, edis na moai moe omale." Translation: Panayua's rain beats down the lehuas, a rain by the sea smites the halas of Puna. My love, my pity go out to Kilauea, her fair, wilted herbs at Male. Hiiaka, true poet that she was, and alive to every colorable aspect of nature as she trudged on her way, came upon a sight that touched her imagination. Two birds were sipping together in loving content of the water that had collected in the crotch of a tree, in which also was growing an awa plant. Such nature planted awa was famed as being the most toxic of any produced in Punaher poetic mind, found in the incident something that was in harmony with her own mood, and she wove it into a song. O kamanu mukimuki, il lehura kamanu, o karwa ili linai kayuko kaliu, o kamanu hai lau awaro puna, erai kalau karwa ono puna o puna hai, easy. Translation: O bird that sips with delight the nectar bloom of lehua, tasting the yellow-barked awa that climbs in Kaliu's uplands. O bird that brews from this leafage Puna's bittersweet awa draught. Puna's potentest awa grows aloft in the crotch of a tree, most potent this awa of Puna. Chapter 6. Hiiaka consents to Pele's proposition. Hiiaka arrived at the pit in good time to partake with the others of the frugal feast ordered by Pele. At its conclusion, Pele turned to the girl Hiiaka and put the question in her blunt way. "Will you be my messenger to fetch our lover yours and mine from Kauai? Your sisters," here she glanced severely about the group, "have refused to go. Will you do this for me?" The little maid, true to her sense of loyalty to the woman who was her older sister, the head of the family, and her ally to the surprise and dismay of her other sisters, answered, "Yes, I will go and bring the man." It was a shock to their sense of fitness that one so young should be sent on an errand of such danger and magnitude. But more, it was a reproof that slapped them in the face to have this little chit accept without hesitation a commission which they had shrunk from through lack of courage. But they dared not say a word. They could but scowl and roll the eye and shrug the shoulder. "When you have brought our lover here," continued Pele, "for 5 nights and 5 days he shall be mine. After that, the taboo shall be off and he shall be yours. But while on the way, you must not kiss him, nor fondle him, nor touch him. If you do, it will be the death of you both." In spite of the gestured remonstrances of the group, Hiiaka, in utter self-forgetfulness and diplomatic inexperience, agreed to Pele's proposition, and she framed her assent in a form of speech that had in it the flavor of a sacrament. "Kukulu kamakia ka huke hil moe aipo, kuo hil, noho'o inoho ana na lehur lulu, ko moku lehur ayuko kaliu. Lilu whale ka hil ana o ka huke moe aipo, aloha mai ka aipo o Lohiau aipo, ihina." Translation: Firm plant the pillar, seal of our love pact. Here stand I, begirt for this love quest. You shall abide, and with you my groves lehua and halahevi with bloom. The journey is long and toilsome, the task to bring our fine lover to bed. Mark. A love hail from beloved Lohiau of Hina. I am impelled by my admiration for this beautiful song to give another version of it. Kukiliki kanu moe aipo, kuo hil, noho'o, enoho ana aina lehura lulo, o kapihala moku lehua, ayuko kaliu liu hai. Liu whale kahil ana o kahyuki moe aipo, aloha mai ka aipo, o Lohiau aipo, Translation: Fixed my intent for the lover quest, here I stand to depart. You remain, and with you my bloom-clad lehuas, and the palm groves that wave in Kaliu. Long, wearisome long, shall the journey be to find, and to bring our lover that dearest of lovers, Lohiau. Hiiaka would sleep on it. Her start was to be in the morning. The next day, while Hiiaka was climbing the long ascent up the crater Pali, her sisters, anxious and appreciating the danger of the undertaking, were quietly weeping outside the cave, but they dared not utter a word that might come to the ears of Pele. They began, however, to beckon and signal to Hiiaka to return. She saw them and turned back, uttering the following plaint. "Iku ana o ihil, ilau kamaka o uaniino i kaparino, o lakuni, mana ana, ka aizu ihil noo, easy. Translation. While I stand ready for travel, you bad lot. Tease you that I mean, this weight of travel you'd lay on me, these bad ones sit with impudent stare, and so it is I that must go. The opposition of the sisters was based largely on Hiiaka's youth and inexperience. The girl did not understand nor give them credit for this generous regard for herself. She saw only their disobedience and disloyalty to Peel's command. Peel, impatient at her vacillation, broke out on her savagely. Here you are again. Be off on your journey. You shall find no food here, no meat, no raiment, no roof, no sisterly greeting, nothing, until you return with the man. It would have been useless to dispatch these homely women on this errand. It seems equally useless to send a beautiful girl like you. To this outburst Hiiaka retorted, Ki hanai ela kayuai kalani, makuai kayua awai kayuko kili, ineakute I ila, he loile, I loile no o alua oi loils I hola, iti. Translation. The rain doth replenish the heavens, I dread the fierce rain of upland Kili. Behold now this one, the fault finder, you in two shapes are hard to please, I in either shape hard to please. I am not grumbling or finding fault with you, loyal. It was simply because you turned back that I spoke to you. Do you call that reproaching you? Hiiaka, though a novice in diplomacy, as shown by her instant and unconditional acceptance of Peel's proposition, having once got her second breath, now exacted of Peel a condition that proved her to be, under the discipline of experience, an apt pupil in the delicate art of diplomacy. I am going to bring our lover, while you remain at home. If during my absence you go forth on one of your raids, you are welcome to ravage and consume the lands that are common to us both. But see to it that you do not consume my forests of Lohiau. And again, if the fit does come upon you and you must ravage and destroy, look to it that you harm not my friend Hapo. Peel readily agreed to Hiiaka's reasonable demand, thinking thus to hasten her departure. To the inexperienced girl, the terms of the agreement seemed now complete and satisfactory, and in the first blush of her gratification, Hiiaka gave expression to her pleasure. Kikau aloha whale mailakayua, iti, kamano ka haliukua ee, zaikuo aloha o ka lua iti, zaloha ia o iti. Translation. Kindly falls the rain from heaven. Now may I turn my back and travel girt, I bid farewell to the pit. Here's a farewell greeting to thee. Even now Hiiaka made an ineffectual start. Some voice of human instinct whispered that something was wanting, and she again faced her sister with a request so reasonable that it could not be denied. Kikuni o ihil, hilo a kia lav mihaimai mano, haimai no o ia ola ia oi. Lai pohumaila lalo o kalua I aluamaila pono o alilo I kiaka kahilha kasi, mamana kalio hilio whale no, iti. Translation. My foot still shod for travel, I made a misstart on my journey, I've come to repair my neglect. A need, a request, brings me back to plead in thy presence once more, joy springs up within theirs calm in the pit. Give me but a travel mate, that would content me. Who travels alone has for speech mate his shadow, futile is speech, with no answering voice empty words, only a voice. The exigencies of the narrative have induced me, in the above song, to couple together two meal, which the storytellers have given us, as belonging to two separate incidents, in Hiiaka's fence with Peel. Your request is reasonable, said Peel. To travel alone is indeed to converse with one's shadow. You shall have a companion. Peel designated a good-natured waiting woman as her attendant, who had the poetical name of Pauopala or Pauopala. This faithful creature heartily accepted the trust, that of Kahua servant with the pseudo-responsibility of a guardian and, having expressed her fealty to her new mistress, she at once took her station. Thus everything seemed arranged for a start on the eventful journey. The terms and conditions of Hiiaka's going were not even yet to the satisfaction of her watchful sisters and relatives. One matter of vital importance had been omitted from the outfit. Peel had not bestowed upon Hiiaka the mana, power, and authority to overcome and subdue all the foes that would surely rise up to oppose and defeat her. With wild gestures, they signaled to Hiiaka once more to return. Hiiaka's answering song, though pointed with blame, gives proof that her own intuitions were not entirely at fault. A ka luna I poenini no hokia nena ki, kua, Kilauea ko maka ililo I ka ulua wahini kapo hi o wena Kilauea hi no huano papalawahe. Kilauea mailaro pilai kayo puna ua wane acute, oke acute, kayo malama. I malama I kaiki kanaka I kana kanaka o kaku no kea hoaku akya marlau. So marlau kiala. Translation. From the crest of Tremble Hill I look on the concourse of gods, at ease on the gossip ground. The seat of Wahini Kapo, rest station to Kilauea, its pavement of lava plate. Such plates Peel spreads in Puna hot shards, gray sands at Malama, succor and life for small and great, be it ours to play the god, our way beset by demons 400. The communication between Hiiaka and her sisters had, on their part, been carried on mostly by means of gesture and sign language. But on this return of Hiiaka, the whole family of brothers and sisters were so moved at the thought of the danger to Hiiaka that they spoke out at last and frankly advised Hiiaka to go before Peel and demand of her the gift of spiritual power, mana, that she might be able to meet her enemies on equal terms at least, so that she need not feel powerless in their presence. But nothing came of this move at the time, for at this moment out came Peel from her cave, and seeing Hiiaka standing with the others, she addressed her sharply and said, "What? You still here? Why are you not on the way to fetch our man?" Face to face with Peel, Hiiaka's courage oozed away, and she promised to make another start in the morning. When on this new start she had come near the top of the ascent, she turned about and sang. Panahanohu I kalani ka yuahi o kalua hilai ililo o Kilauea. Mainirnia luna o wahini kapo I kapo, la aikia ha kalio e. Translation. The pit smoke blankets the heavens, clear is the air in Kilauea, tranquil wahini kapos plain the woman, why silent her voice? Hiiaka now made common cause with the group of sisters and relatives who were bent on securing for her justice and fair treatment. Among them, taking counsel together, sat Kamo Hoalii, Kane Milohai, Kapo, and Pohakau. By this action, Hiiaka took a new attitude. While not coming out in open defiance to her sister, she virtually declared her determination no longer to be domineered over by Peel. In the council that took place, it was determined that Kamo Hoalii, who stood high in Peel's regards and whose authority was second only to hers, was the proper one to approach Peel in the matter of conferring upon Hiiaka the necessary mana. When therefore, Peel put to Hiiaka the question why she had returned, why she was not on her journey, Kamo Hoalii spoke up and said, "It is because of fear she has returned. She sees danger by the way. You have not given her the mana to protect her from the dragons and monsters that infest the road. O Malau Kiala, the way is beset by dragons 400. Ah, that is the trouble, said Peel. Then she called upon the sun, the moon, the stars, wind, rain, thunder, lightning, all the heavenly powers to aid and safeguard Hiiaka, and she authorized her to exercise the powers of these heavenly beings. The gods, thereupon, ratified this act of Peel, and at last the way was made clear for Hiiaka's departure. Chapter 7. Hiiaka starts on her journey. The refusal of her sisters to undertake the mission to fetch Lohiau had angered Hiiaka. Her intrepid fealty to Peel, their oldest sister and their ally, laughed to scorn the perils of the journey. She could not, and for a time, would not bring herself to understand their prudential attitude. Peel was their ally, and it was rank disloyalty in them to shirk any danger or to decline any command Peel might think fit to impose. In judging the conduct of her sisters, it did not at first enter the head of Hiiaka that motives of sound worldly prudence justified them in declining for themselves an errand full of danger, or in putting obstacles in the way of her going on the same errand. She saw in it only a failure to rise to the level of her own loyalty. The situation, then, was heavily charged with estrangement, and when the woman in Hiiaka could not refrain from one more farewell, the color and tone of voice and song had in them the snap of electricity. Kikuni o ihil, a noho'o, a noho ana na wahini o lulau, I kapimoku lesurayuko kaliu. La lilu whale kahil ana o kahyuki moe aipo, aloha mai ka aipo, o Lohiau aipo. Easy. Translation. Here stand I begirt for travel, you must tarry at home, and these, women, who sit downcast. Oh, care for my parks of Lehua, how they bloom in upland Kaliu. Long is the way and many the day before you shall come to the bed of love. But hark, the call of the lover, the voice of the lover, Lohiau. At the utterance of this name, Peel brightened and called to Hiiaka, Yes, that is the name of our man. I purposely kept it back until you should have reached the watershed Kopaku o Kahale o Ka, literally the ridgepole of our house, intending then to reveal it to you, but you have divined the man's name. Go on your journey. Nothing shall avail to block your road. Yours is the power of woman, the power of man is nothing to that. On reaching the plateau of Wahine Kapo Hiiaka, received a spiritual message telling her that Lohiau, the object of her errand, was dead. She at once turned towards Pele and commemorated the fact in song. Iakani hia, Isakani kolia, Ipowehia, Ipomanawalera, Ipowaloha, Latimi Kiloharoki Kane, E. Kihal Ihonio Itanini, Euao E. Translation. Let us sound it aloud far as the plover's flight, with full breath shout it, and with a full heart, big with affection. Ah, wondrous the love for a man, the feelings that strive, as these tears, to rush out I cannot repress them. Pele did not know this name song of Lohiau until she heard it recited by Hiiaka. This it was that led Hiiaka to come back within easy hearing distance. Ki yua ayamailadi ka yue, ki kas ayamailadi ka wai. Na lehurai wai ama, la, lilo zilo u opala lehurai kaiopi hanua, la mai pai hanua noa pialani. Translation. It sobs in the rain, it moans in the rushing tide. Gone is my grove of Lehuas, my rubbish grove, that stood by the pilfering waters flown, he has flown, like its smoke, to heaven. Tease their eye must seek him. How absurd of you, said Pele. You were not sent on an expedition to heaven, but to bring a man who is here on earth. If you fly up to heaven, you will pass him by and leave him here below. Hiiaka and her faithful companion Pauopala had gotten well away from the vast pit of Kilauea, with its fringe of steam cracks and fumaroles that radiate from it like the stays of a spider web, and they were nearing the borders of Panaua, when Hiiaka's quick ear caught the sound of a squealing pig. Her ready intuition furnished the right interpretation to this seemingly insignificant occurrence. Aloko o Panaua, haloi mi kapua e wahinamo mi ko makalesura mi ka malukai ai kanahel. Iue ana ai kalau, lala kapua ka wahin hi pua kanini mohai ola I ola I appeal, I ka wahini o kalua, easy. Translation. In the heart of Panaua Lehuas were heavy with bud, the dim aisles solemn with shadow I met with a suckling pig, the pet of Wahainamo, a wailing voice in the wilderness. 'Twas the creature wail of the thing, foredoomed as an offering, this wailing thing was a sacrifice, an appeal to Pele for life, to the woman who dwells in the pit. At this moment, a young woman of attractive person appeared on the scene, and prostrating herself to the earth said, "Oh, Pele, behold my offering, which I bring to thee in fulfillment of the pledge made by my parents, that I should first seek thee, O Pele, before I come to my marriage bed. Accept this suckling which I offer to thee, O Pele." "I am not the one you are seeking, I am not Pele," said Hiiaka. "Pele is over yonder in the pit." The woman was persistent and begged that Hiiaka would not despise her offering. After undeceiving her, Hiiaka carefully instructed her, lest she make some fatal mistake in her approach to the jealous goddess. When you come to the pit, you must be careful in your approach to Pele. The least departure from the etiquette she demands would be the cause of your death. Do not imagine that the fine, large woman sitting at the door is Pele, nor that any one of the women seated within is she. You must pay no attention to these. Look for the figure of a wrinkled old woman lying bundled up on the hearth. That is Pele. Make the offering to no one else but to her. "Alas for me," said Wahinamo, "you will be gone a long way from this place by the time I shall return to seek you. I shall not be able to find you." "You will find us here," replied Hiiaka assuringly. Hiiaka used her power to bring the woman at once to her destination. Following the instructions given her, Wahinamo was quickly transported into the presence of Pele, and having made her offering in due form, was about to retire, when Pele called her back and said, "Did you not meet some women going from here as you came this way?" "I met some women," she answered. "Make haste and come up with them," said Pele. "The younger woman is very dear to me. Attach yourself to her as a friend." "That I will do," said Wahinamo. Then, moved by an impulse that came to her, the work, it is said, of Hiiaka, she said to Pele, "I had imagined you to be a beautiful woman, Pele. But lo, you are old and wrinkled, and your eyes are red and watery." Thus saying, Wahinamo took her departure and almost immediately found herself again with Hiiaka. "You have made quick time," Hiiaka said. How did you get on?" "I followed your instructions and presented my offering to the woman who was lying on the hearth. She asked me if I had met you, and when I said yes, she told me to look after you as a friend." "Is that all?" "She also told me to watch you, to observe how you behaved towards the man, whether you kissed him or had any dalliance with him." "And did you say anything to Pele?" I bantered her about her looks, told her she was a very ill-favored woman, while the women attending her were very handsome." Hiiaka laughed at this naive account. Night shut down upon them at Kilauea, a place just on the border of Panaua. Pauopala proposed that they should seek a resting place for the night with the people of the hamlet. Hiiaka would not hear to it. Travelers should sleep in the open, in the road. In that way they can rise and resume their journey with no delay. "O ka pahil hipono ialaku I moe I kialanui, iala no ahil no." Chapter 8. The Girl Populehu, the Feast. In the morning, while it was still dark, they roused and started afresh. Their way led through lehua groves of the most luxuriant growth, the bloom of which crimsons the landscape to this day, exuding a honey that is most attractive to the birds of heaven. The cool, still air wafted to their ears the hum of voices, which was soon explained when they came upon a bevy of girls who were busily plucking the bright flowers to string into wreaths and garlands in anticipation of some entertainment. This rural scene made an appeal to the poet in Hiiaka, which she could not resist. "O waizikia, I ka hailo hanakas, elat I ka wapo iki I ka lehur le o hailo, ipaku ana no ka halami ka lehur make hailo, o hailo hanakase." Translation. At Waiakia, in Hilo, the Hilo of Hanakahai, they rise in the early morning to weave fresh wreaths of lehua, inbeating its bloom with hala gay Hilo of Hanakahai. At sight of Hiiaka's party, the lively flower girls made a rush, as if to capture and appropriate their friendly acquaintance for individual possession. The most vivacious and forward of the whole party was Populehu, their leader, a buxom young woman of good family, who at once took possession of Hiiaka for herself, crowned and bedecked her with wreaths and garlands, with many expressions of enthusiastic admiration. "This is my friend, what a beauty! How the scarlet lehua becomes her! Just look, girls, and now you are to come and be my guest. The feast is set for this very day, but you are all welcome." The unrestrained gush of the young woman's rattling talk was quite in contrast to the selected words of Hiiaka. Now Populehu was of a large and important family, embracing numerous friends and relations, and having ample means, her hospitalities were unstinted. The report spread quickly: "Populehu has a distinguished guest come to visit her. There is to be a feast this afternoon. All are invited." The tables were spread with a great variety of fish, meats, fruits, and vegetables. The parents and guardians of the girl, nevertheless, came to her and inquired, "What is there that this young woman, your friend, would specially like to eat?" Pauopala took it upon her to answer that the one thing that would be most acceptable to Hiiaka would be a dish of luau. Thereupon, a large quantity of young and delicate taro leaves were prepared for the table. When they were gathered at the tables, Hiiaka, sitting in the place of honor, Pauopala, at her request, bade all the people incline their heads and close their eyes. Then Hiiaka called upon her allies, the sun, the moon, the stars, the elements, and all the gods to come to the feast and partake. And when the prayer was ended and they opened their eyes low, the tables spread for Hiiaka were empty. Hiiaka had not been seen to take into her hands any of the food that was spread before her. It had vanished away, as a drop of water evaporates in the heat of the sun. The feast being concluded, Hiiaka rose, bade good-bye to the people, and resumed her journey, taking with her Populehu. This girl Populehu was of genuine flesh and blood, with no blend of divine ichor in her veins, such as enriched the blood of Hiiaka, nor had she, like Wahainamoa and Pauopala, been strengthened and made more resistant to spiritual and physical foes, a privilege granted to those who had enjoyed a close approach to Pele as attendants and worshippers. This weakness in her nature had its influence in determining the fate to which her history now quickly leads. Their journey still lay through Puna. They were at Kilauea, not far from Hina, at the place where, centuries afterwards, Kamehameha was struck with that well-nigh fatal blow by an outraged fisherman. Some fishermen were hauling in their nets full of fish. The sight was too much for Populehu. "I hunger for fish," she exclaimed. "These fish belong to my father. Oh, if I only were at home, how I would eat until I was satisfied." Hiiaka thought it best to indulge the appetite of this novice in her service. From a little knoll overlooking the ocean, she descried the canoe of a fisherman named Pahulu floating in the offing, but already well stocked with fish. Hiiaka used her power and drove away the school of fish that would have come to his net. The man himself was so intent on his work that he had no eyes for what was passing on shore, but his assistant exclaimed, "Look at the beautiful woman standing on the shore and watching us." "I must keep my eyes on my nets," the fisherman replied. Thereupon Hiiaka attracted his attention with a song. "Nani kua ka hailo paliku, o ka hula ano ka lalo, o ka walana luwarikai e, homaihizia na ka pehu o yuka e." Translation: A standing wonder, Hilo cliffs, how daring this kalalo swimming, far out to sea on a floating plank. Pray grant us, O man, of your fish for the herb-swollen rustic. This brought the two fishermen ashore, who thereupon willingly parted with some of their fish to Hiiaka, coupling the gift, however, with a proposition insulting to the honor of the two women. The fishermen, imagining they had the two women under their power, were soon after seen lying in the open embracing two figures of stone, which they, in their insane infatuation, fancied were the two women, thus exposing themselves to the jeers and derision of their fellows. Populehu cooked and ate the fish, but her manner of eating was lacking in due punctilio, in that she did not dispose properly of the unconsumed parts, the tails, fins, bones, and scales of the fish. She should have burned or buried them. Instead, she left them lying about in a slovenly way. This neglect was highly offensive to Pele and caused her to withdraw from Populehu the protection she otherwise would have given her. Chapter 9. Hiiaka chooses the route through Panaua. Two routes offered themselves for Hiiaka's choice: a Makai road, circuitous but safe, the one ordinarily pursued by travelers, the other direct but bristling with danger, because it traversed the territory of the redoubtable Witchmao, Panaua. Hiiaka had deigned to appeal to the girl Populehu, she being a Kamana, as if for information. When Hiiaka announced her determination to take the short road, the one of danger that struck through the heart of Panaua, Populehu drew back in dismay and expostulated. "That is not a fit road for us, or for any but a band of warriors. If we go that way, we shall be killed." She broke forth with lamentations, bewailing her coming fate and the desolation that was about to visit her family. As they advanced, Wahinamo descried a gray scarecrow object motionless in the road ahead of them. She thought it to be the blasted stump of a kukui tree. Hiiaka recognized its true character, the witch form taken as a disguise by a Mao. It was a scout sent out by Panaua, in real character a hag, but slimed with a gray excrement to give it closer resemblance to a moldering tree stump. The deceiving art of magic did not avail against Hiiaka. She rushed forward to give the death stroke to the foul thing, which at once groveled in the dirt in its true form. Night overtook them in a dense forest. While the others lay and slept, Hiiaka reconnoitered the situation. The repose of the wilderness was unbroken save for the restless flitting of a solitary bird that peered at Hiiaka obtrusively. It was a spy in the employ of Panaua, and its actions roused the lively suspicions of Hiiaka, eliciting from her an appropriate incantation. "Kawai mukiki il lehura kamanu, Karawa ili lena I kayuko kaliu, kamanu ahe lau awado puna, erai kalau karawado puna. Mapa mai kona aloha iu hulo mai ana aizu imoe noo, easy." Translation: O honeydew sipped by the bird, distilled from the fragrant lehua, O yellow-barked awa that twines in the upper lands of Kaliu, O bird that brews from this leafage puna's bittersweet awa draught, puna's potentest awa grows aloft in the crotch of the trees. It wafts the seduction to sleep, that I lock my senses in sleep. It was a subtle temptation that suggested the awa cup as a relief for her troubles. Hiiaka had need that all her faculties should give her their best service. For her to have slept at this time would have been fatal. Her song well expressed it. "Inaya kahil I kayuka o puna mai ako I kapua, o lilo I kialao kahua what huna I kikeno I kapohaku, o kapua na kiahuni I kialanui hilo kayunu kupu. Kaulie, a kanu no ane o kialo halashil, as a como I kahalo pil ua husu I kathaki. Lapa uila, pil huina hai." Translation: Heed well your way in upland puna, pluck never a single flower lest you stray from the path. The shape lies hid 'neath a stone, The path is one carpet of flowers, the blocks of stumbling overgrown. Quick follows the downfall. Is there a compact between us of love? Fly, voice, assail the ear of Pele, erupt, Kahiki, with lightning flash, now Pele, burst forth in thy might. Panaua entrusted the work of reconnaissance and scouting for information to two of his creatures named Kianani and Ihaikalo, while he lay down and slept. Having done their work, the two scouts waked the drowsy monster in the middle of the night with the information that 4 human beings, women, had entered his domain and were coming towards him. "Where are they?" he asked. "Out in this direction, pointing, and they are moving this way." "Well, this day of fasting has gone by. What a pity, however, that the poi in my calabash has turned sour, but the taro is sweet. Eyeballs, what juicy, delicious morsels. The day of privation turns out to be a day of feasting." Thus muttered the cannibal monster, gloating like Polyphemus in his cave at the prospect of a feast. Hiiaka kept her own courage at the fine point of seeming indifference. She also inspired her companions with the same feeling by the calm confidence displayed in her singing. "Pauki aho aiki kahwai lau o hailo, hilau kapau, himano ka aihana, himano na kahwai o kilipo hiwai hanali, hipali o kamas hipali no kulo ka hailo palikut hipali weluku, hiwanki hil ayas hiwani ka ihil arai waialama, hiaka kawai paniu o paniu nui, moku lehua, ohia kupuheria I kayua lehua ulai kawai aya I kamano, e uapo, I po puna po hailo I kayuahio ko aina. By Paniua. Ola akini, kiamaila ki ahi iri. Translation. One's strength is exhausted, climbing the countless valleys and ridges of Hilo, the streams without number of Kulaipo, the mighty water of Honolulu, the precipice walls of Kamae, and the pali of Kalau. Such a land is Hilo Paliku. The banks of Wailuku are walls, the road to its crossing but sandy the way at Waiolama. How cheery the pearl of these waters. Great Paniuher parks of Lehua, scraggy in growth yet scarlet atop, its nectar wrung out by the birds. Black night covers Puna and Hilo, a pall from the smoke of my homeland. By Paniua. Here's food for me and mine, behold the blaze of the ovens. The last 2 lines are said to be the utterance of Paniua, who feigned to regard the fires as those of his own people, who, in anticipation of an easy victory, had made ready their ovens to receive the bodies of Hiiaka and her party. Hiiaka bravely answered Paniua. "O Paniua, o Hilaloa, o Hiuliolai I kayua I moku pure I kalavo kapekpa, e kayuka I hali la Alicia, elihir I kalio hilio welno, e." Translation. Paniua, a tall ohia, the fruit red ripe in the rain, is vilely slashed with the stick of the mountaineer. It stands in upland Haley. Terrific the voice is terrific, yet it's merely a voice. The voice was threatening only because my servants reported that some people were trespassing. That set my tongue a-going about poi and taro. After all, it's a question of strength. Your valor it is that must win for you a passage through this land of mine. This was Paniua's ultimatum. Hiiaka accepted the defiance of Paniua by chanting a solemn kehohoa, which was at once a confident prediction of victory and an appeal to the gods. "Kiulilo akio I kana helhaza, kiua huluhulu Paniurai kalau inoino kamasa, ka ohio la, I kukepik bakamaho kalau, yuzikut pau hinai ka weliki akua, yuahi puna o ka alakepo hakuaya, I kahuna per ai ka wahini, nanahu ahi ka kapapa o alua mamoku ahi puna, hala I pua uluikut kana helmi kalau, ka kikahiko io papalauth. Ele I kasiko, I kulilikoa ka aya, hi halo kaliu inikala, kamalam manakaka kapiko o hilo I kiwan I hula aya akulari, hulihir I kai yua wawasya, yuana haha, yua hi helile kapapa I puale, e. Translation. Long is the reach of Kio's palms, bristly-backed Paniua's woodlands. Spoiled are the restful groves of La, ragged and patchy, the tree clumps gray their heads from the ravage of fire. A blanket of smoke covers Puna, all paved with the dump from her stoneyard. The goddess. Fire bites Alui one cinder heap clean to a pua, food for her oven are wildwood and brush the finish that to Lauahai's glory. Her robe now is changed to jetty black. At the onset of Kulilikoa, Kaliu's palms plucked root and branch. The sun and the moon are blotted out. Hilo is shaken to its foundation, its lands upheaved, despoiled to the sea, shattered, fissured, powdered, reduced. Its plain is ashes and dust. The battle that ensued when Paniua sent to the attack his nondescript pack of dragon-like anthropoids, the spawn of witchcraft inflamed with the spite of demons, was hideous and uncanny. Tooth and claw ran amok. Flesh was torn, limbs rent apart, blood ran like water. If it had been only a battle with enemies in the open, Hiiaka would have made short work of the job. Her foes lay ambushed in every wood and brake and assumed every imaginable disguise. A withered bush, a bunch of grass, a moss-grown stone, any, the most innocent object in nature, might prove to be an assailant ready to spit venom or tear with hook and talon. Hiiaka had need of every grain of wit and every spark of courage in her nature. Nothing could withstand her onset, and the billows of attack against her person were broken as by a solid rock. Some described her as wielding a flaming battle axe and hurling missiles of burning sulfur. They might well be deceived. The quickness of her every motion was a counterfeit of the riving blade or blazing fireball. Some assert that, in her frenzy, she tore with her teeth and even devoured the reeking flesh until her stomach rose in rebellion. Such a notion seems incompatible with the violence of her disgust for the reptilian blood that besmeared her from soul to crown. Pauopala, using her magical pau as a besom of destruction, was transformed into a veritable Bellona, and Wahainamo displayed the courage of an Amazon. These both escaped serious injury. The unhappy fate of Populehu realized that girl's premonition. She fell into the hands of the enemy and, as if to fulfill the prediction of Pele, became food for the gods of Panaua. As Hiiaka glanced heavenward, she saw the zenith filled with cloud forms Cain, Kanaloa, Kamohoalii, Pohakau, and others, encouraging her with their looks. The sight, while it cheered, wrung from her a fervent prayer. Kelapi apurai kalani, ikikai elamako poakau hikako, aloha care I oaya ono, ezidi. Translation: Yon group of god forms that float and sail with the clouds heaven high, mustered and led by Pohakau. This prayer is a love call to you. Our sister is in trouble, said Kamohoalii. Let us go to her assistance. Such was the call of Kamohoalii when he saw his little friend and quondam protege Hiiaka in trouble, and theirs were the god forms that sailed through the sky to reinforce her. Chapter 10. Hiiaka's battle with Panaua. The bird spies sent out by Panaua brought back contradictory reports. The first pair reported that Hiiaka was being worsted. Soon after, another pair, garbling the facts, said, "Our people are lying down, but they are still alert and keep their eyes open. As for Hiiaka, she has fallen into a deep sleep." The situation was far from satisfactory, and Panaua dispatched another pair of birds to reconnoiter and report. It was not yet morning and the night was dark, and they accordingly took the form of kukui trees, thinking thus to illuminate the scene of operations. The intelligence they brought was confounding. "Our people," they said, "are all dead, save those who have the form of kukui trees. Hiiaka lies quietly sleeping in the road." This account, though strictly in accord with the facts, was so disconcerting to Panaua that he burst forth in a rage. "Slaves, liars, you're deceiving me. I'll wring your necks." And he reached out to execute his threat. The birds eluded him and found safety in flight. Panaua now saw that it was necessary to take the field in person at the head of his regular forces, composed of the Namu and Nawa. The disguise he chose for himself was that of an Ohialehua tree. No sooner had he taken that form than he found himself unable to move hand or foot. A parasitic network of aiai embraced his body, and a multitude of aerial roots anchored him to the spot. It was the craft of the sleeping girl that had done this. He had to content himself with the unwarlike guise of the kukui tree. While Hiiaka slept, her faithful servitor Pauopala kept open eye and detective ear to what was going on in the starlit forest about them. At the first glimmering of dawn, her keen sense felt rather than heard a murmurous rustle that broke the stillness and a movement, as if the forest itself were advancing and closing in upon them. This oncoming of the enemy was in such contrast to the onset of the yelping pack on the previous day as to be most impressive. The sound that touched her keen sense was not the joyous twitter and stir of nature preparing to greet a new day. It was rather the distant mutter of the storm, soon to be heard as the growl of the tempest, or the roar and snarl of an enraged menagerie of wild beasts. The woman felt her responsibility, and, with the double intent of summoning to their aid the friendly gods and of waking Hiiaka, she lifted a solemn prayer. Kilauea I uli, kapul kalama ola kilia mua aiki kahuna, kilia aikia lohilani. Iui aku ana o I cupur alunani e. O I cupur alunani e. O ilio wulio kalani o ilio o iliomi o kalani o kukiawiki o kukiaupok o kukiaulo o kalani o kukiau siwahi ulo kalani ua kaiua kahaiwai and aholie. Oni kapalima kowawa. O cupina o kuwawa o kuhelimo. O haihelauahia. O mau kialiaihi. Kanaka laloa o kamana o kupulupuluai kanahel. O na akio mai kawakil. O kili penui ai asur o kakaolana. O kaiwahino lehur o ki kahunai kapuoko o ki ahi o zimi o lelama. Kai ki ahi, ka hekali ni ki ale alapa ka uila los o kane hekali. Ikiaki ka malama I kaulua. Elua wahini I heal I kasakina kalado kumukase. Loro haiha. Haiha kamo kapulakino, hi alia ihai, I komo I kuhail o kia lohilani, yo I kukirai kapo o panasa kiwan, inua kupuawa hiwa wa pape ki akua I kanini no mohayuneki. Is heal at a como I kahail o pil ua huzue kathaki, lapa uwilla, pil I, huina hai. Huina ze ana kamana o kau akua iwatola, I. O kukulu kapahu kapwa kalio, hakiki kanawe, hi kue acute kanawe, hi kai akia kanawe, hi alamuku no kane mi kanaloa, hi kai hai kanawe no peel, no kau acula I. Translation. Stand in the breach, O Uli, give heed to this plea for life, to the front at the call of thy priest, come in the splendor of heaven. I entreat these powers on high. And who are these beings of might? Ye somber clouds that rampart the sky, ye warm clouds, and ye that gleam ruddy, ye clouds that guard heaven's border, ye clouds that model the heavenly vault, ye clouds that embank the horizon, ye cloud piles aglow in the sunlight. Descend, O rain, O water, pour torrential rush of the princes. Rent be the wall of the crater, let its groans reecho and fly. Come, Ku who fashions the landscape, she who crushes the leaves of Ahia, goddess who guards the outer flame tip, ye tall ones who dwell in the forest. Ku, the hirsute god of the wilds, with his fellows who carve the canoe, come bent-kneed terrace consumer, with crash and groan of lava plate, and reeking smoke that glooms the forest. Come, lord of the ruddy flame, fire tongues that search and spread, fire shafts that smite and crash. Let earthquake groan and lightning flash. Cain the god of lightning shall hear and warm this frigid month Ulua. Two women go to the sun's east gate to rouse goddess Kapo from sleep, she of the black-spotted red robe. O Kapo, ran to your sun temple and bathe in your sacred water pool round as a gourd, scooped in the sand, drink from your black polished owa cup dark owa that's offered to the gods, to placate the goddess of gentle snore, then enter the house of Pele. Pele once burst forth at Kahiki. Once again, O Pele, break forth, display thy power, my God, to the world let thy voice sound out like a drum rooter the law of thy burning back. That thy dwelling is sacred, apart, that Cain and Lohiau have limits that fixed and firm are Pele's laws. For Pele, great Pele, is my God. The sisters, uncles, aunts, and other kindred of Hiiaka heard this prayer of Pauopala distinctly enough, and so did Pele, and when they saw that she appeared indifferent and made no move, they muttered among themselves. Then Kualikoa, a man of war and a leader in battle, spoke up and addressing Kamo Hoalii said, "Why is it that she does not send warriors to the assistance of her sister? The girl has fought most bravely all day and is worn out, and there she lies fast asleep." Kamo Hoalii thereupon bade Kilauea Kapua and Aluwelai Malo, two handsome lads who were very dear to Pele, Mau Keiki Punahel Appeal, her sons in fact, to go in to Pele and ask her sanction to their going to the aid of Hiiaka. When these two boys came into Pele's presence, they found her poking the fire with a stick holo kapuahi. With a fine show of confidence, at once went and seated themselves in Pele's lap, one on her right thigh and one on her left. Pele's look softened as she contemplated them, tears gathered in her eyes, and she said, "What is the thought in the heart? Speak." "Hiha kahua I ka you, mama, hana." "Your commands, O ka Leo," literally the voice. At this, Pele stood up and, leaving her own home hearth, went over and took her station in the fire pit of Hail Mau Mau. Then, pointing to the east, she said, "O kalio o ki kanakasukasi, meluna mai meloko mai o kalio kamano. O hili kainao a kains I west kalani, hamama kahanwa o welakahiki kumi kahiki mo, alamai o kamo hoalia I moe ana I loko o ki palo his iku I hai ka mama I kalani iku I hai ki ola I hiakai ka poliopil, a ola luano." It was such a voice of utterance as this, Leo, that the two boys who went in before Pele desired. These two messenger boys, by the way, are in another account spoken of as birds. The purpose of Cain in sending out this Leo seems to have been to rouse into activity the earth strata, na papa hanua. Translation. The voice from above of a man supreme flies east, flies west, in the cry of a bird. Curl over, thou yeasty billow of Cain, be rent, O heaven, and quake, O earth, Kahiki's pillars flame ye and burn. Kamo Hoalii doth wake and rise from his couch on banks of purple cloud. To heaven return with thy tabu, O Ku, salvation, O Ku, for Hiiaka the darling of Pele immortal life to her. At this the gods of war sprang into array, as if unleashed by the words of Pele. At their head marched Kilauea, a veteran who had followed Pele in her voyage from Kahiki. With him went Kikakai, a guide, Hukel, well acquainted with the forest trails. In the van strode 3 weird figures, Kameao, Kahineani, and Mapu bearing conchs, to which they ever and anon applied their lips and sent forth resounding blasts. But even more thrilling and inspiring than the horns of Triton was the voice of these gods of war as they chanted their war song. Milkaikoa. Hilihia kamana, well ikiahi, well amanapo kayuko kui hanale, ikia pohaku polina ililmayuka. O kikakai kahukal mai kalu o kameo keni palolai, keni lesla o kahinani keni kuamana o kamapolionui keni koakoha o shilihia ikail ula ikail lani ikapuka, ikaraka iki ahuilonoi. Ilono ane, hukulai ikayulo, iu ihilnoi. Heihi heisi. Translation. The mount is convulsed, it belches flame, fire-scorched is upland Kui Hanale, a hail of stones shot out with sulfur blasts. Kakai guides the warrior van. The rousing peals of pearly conch and thrilling notes of woodland shells stir every heart with tuneful cheer. Heaven's blue is turmoiled with fire clouds boiling fountains of flame and cinder, such the form we give to our message. Will he heed it, or turn a deaf ear? Ah, you see, he scorns our entreaty. Be valiant. Now forward to bat, hei. Thus chanting their battle meal Kaika'a, these gods of an old-time mythology marched, or flew, with resolute purpose to their task of rescuing Hiiaka and her little band, and of ridding the land, at one and the same stroke, of their old entrenched foe, Panaua. Heaven and earth stirred at their onset. The visible signs of their array were manifest in columns of seething fire-shot clouds that hovered like vultures over the advancing army. Arrived at striking distance, they let loose their lightning bolts and sounded their thundergongs. Earth and heaven at once became turmoiled in one confused whirl of warring elements. The warriors of Panaua, who in imitation of their chief had for the most part taken the guise of trees and other natural objects, found themselves from the first fettered and embarrassed by a tangle of parasitic vines, so that their thrusts against Hiiaka were of little avail. Now comes the onset of the Pele gods in the tempest forms of hurricane, lightning, hail, and watery cloudbursts that opened heaven's floodgates. Against these elemental forces, the dryad forms of Panaua's host could not stand for a moment. Their tree shapes were riven and torn limb from limb, engulfed in a swirling tide that swept them down to the ocean and far out to sea. 2 staunch fighters remained, Kiha, who had chosen to retain the honest dragon form, and Pua Loa, a creature like Kama, Pua in the demi-shape of a boar, whom Panaua, at the scent of disaster, had thrust into the confinement of a secret cave. This manner of retreat saved the twain from the immediate disaster by flood, but not from the vengeance of Pele's army. Detected in their lairs, they were slain, and their petrified bodies are pointed out to this day in verification of this story. The fate of Panaua himself was most tragical. He no sooner had taken the form of a kukui tree than he found himself overlaid and entangled with meshes of parasitic growth. He could neither fight nor fly. The spot on which he stood sank and became a swamp, a lake, a sink. The foundations on which its bottom rested were broken up and fell away. Panaua, swallowed up in the gulf, was swept out to sea and perished in the waves. Kainlu Hanua had broken up the underlying strata and made of the place a bottomless sink. A reef is pointed out in the ocean opposite Pape, which is the remains of the body of the Ma'o Panaua. The part taken by Hiiaka in this last act of her deliverance was hardly more than that of a spectator. She had but to look on and witness the accomplishment of her own salvation. Having been roused from the refreshment of sleep by the long-drawn recitative of Pauo Pala's prayer meal, CPP 3740, she did her best to cheer her 2 companions with assurances of coming deliverance, and gathering her little brood about her, after the manner of a mother hen, figuratively, bade them cling to her, nestle under her wings, lest they should be swept away in the flood of waters that soon began to surge about them, a flood which carried far out to sea the debris of battle as already described. The victory for Hiiaka was complete. Hawaii, for once, and for all time, was rid of that pestilential, man-eating Ma'o band headed by Panaua, who, from the time of Peel's coming, had remained entrenched in the beautiful forest land that still bears the name Panaua. Chapter 11. Hiiaka has various adventures the shark Makokyu. At one stroke, the benign action of the heavenly powers had freed a fair land from a pestilential Ma'o band, disinfected it of the last shred and fragment of their carcasses, and ushered in a reign of peace in the wooded parks and tangled forests of Panaua. Hiiaka could afford to celebrate her victory by recuperating her powers in well-earned repose. While she thus lay in profound sleep on the purified battlefield, her two companions busied themselves in preparing such simple refreshment as the wilderness afforded. The piece de resistance of this dinner of herbs was luau, the favorite food of the Peel family. When the women had finished the task of collecting, sorting, making into bundles, and cooking the delicate leaves of kalo, Hiiaka still slept. Pauopala thereupon took her station at the feet of her mistress and chanted the dinner call in the form of a gentle serenade. Iala, iala, e. Ziala, hikalani, iala, kiholoikalani, iala, harmau wahanamakalais la, iala, e. Translation. O daughter of heaven, awake, awake. Hiiaka, awake, sender of winter rain, guardian of womanly rights, spouse of God Makale, awake thee, awake. The luau must be burnt to a crisp, Hiiaka said as she sat up. As Hiiaka and her companions again wended their way through the forest, it was evident that its innocent creatures had unjustly suffered in company with their guilty invaders, and time had not yet sufficed for the exercise of that miracle of tropic repair, which quickly heals and covers the damage done by a tempest. Broken limbs, fallen trees, and twisted vines still blocked the narrow trails, while here and there an uprooted forest giant, in unseemly fashion, obtruded a Medusa head of tawny roots in place of its comely coronal of leaves. In their journey, they came at length to a place, Makokyu, where the road seemingly ended abruptly in a precipice with the ocean dashing wildly at its base. The alternative open to their choice was to seek out some roundabout inland way or to take the shorter route and swim the ocean-made gap. The two women, Wahainamo taking the lead, proposed, as a diversion, to swim the ocean and thus avoid a long and wearisome detour. Hiiaka strenuously vetoed the proposition, but the two women, not yet trained to subordinate their will and judgment to the decision of the leader, persisted. Hiiaka, thereupon, took a stem of the tea plant and, peeling off its rusty bark, left it white and easily visible. "I will throw this stick into the water," said she, "and if it disappears we will not make of this an ohuluana, but if it remains in sight, then we will swim across this wild piece of water." It seemed to Hiiaka that her companions displayed a masculine stubbornness and unreasonableness, a criticism which she uttered in her chanting way. "O makahuluana. Kaika kapali, pisipiro ilil ki kayomakakyu ealoi hopo I kaloro honokaniki. I kane la alua I wahini la wow e." Translation. To swim this tossing sea, while waves are lashing the cliff and the ocean rages high, at Alil, the haunt of the shark, I balk not the length of the road by honokaniki. Be you too stubborn as men, let me be guideful as woman. Hiiaka then threw the peeled stick into the ocean, and in a moment it was snatched out of sight. There, if we were to swim we would be seized and eaten by Makokyu. When you tossed the stick into the ocean, the sea moss covered and concealed it, and you thought it was the work of a shark, was the reply of Wahainamo. Again, they made ready to plunge into the sea. Hiiaka threw another stick, and that too was instantly swallowed, whereupon she chanted again. Hukukukau huluana o kapaliki paeliki kayanalo kaaki hizako lalo. Hizya, o makakyu makakyu, hi, e. Translation. Have done with this foolhardy swim. The ocean just gulps down the stick. A monster fish dwells in the depth, that monster shark, Makokyu, I, the shark god Makokyu. The women were not yet convinced and still persisted, a stubbornness that drew from Hiiaka another remonstrance. Mihi yuati mahu la kolalo kakaaki I Makokyu tikyu, hialela loha I uni e. Translation. A seething whirl of ocean mist marks the place where I cast the stick. Tease the work of the lurking shark. your loving guard, your faithful spy that is my service to you." At these words, the huge form of the shark rose to the surface, and the women, convinced at last, leaped out of the water and abandoned their purpose. Hiiaka now gave battle to the shark, and that was the end of one more power of evil. Chapter 12. The Route of the Mahiki. The location of the adventure with the shark god Makokyu was at the mouth of Waipio Valley, a region where Hawaii's storm coast forms an impassable rampart, save as it is cut by this and its twin valley, Waimanyu. These valleys take head in a wild forest region, the home of mist, rain, and swamp. Adjoining this and part of the same watershed is the region known as Mahikiwina, a land which the convenience of traffic required should be open to travel. It was the haunt of a ferocious horde of Ma'o called Mahiki from their power, to leap and spring like grasshoppers. When Hiiaka proposed to pass through this region in the ordinary course of travel, the head of the Mahiki insolently denied her the right of way, suggesting as an alternative the boisterous sea route around the northern shoulder of Hawaii. Hiiaka's blood was up. The victory over the hosts of Panayua and the more recent destruction of Makokyu had fired her courage. She resolved once for all to make an end of this arrogant nuisance and to rid the island of the whole pestilential brood of imps and Ma'o. Standing on a height that overlooked Waipio, she chanted a meal which is at once descriptive of the scene before her and at the same time expressive of her determination. Meal Yuhao. Aluno o Waipio, Kilahi aku ke umak ililo, hilhai kia la makai o makakyu, hilhai kia la mako kapu epihiphe. Hier kawaluilo, kapo kolia, ka ino, ino mahiki, ui ka haio, ino mahiki ino luano, e. Translation. As I journeyed above Waipio, mine eyes drank in that valley, the whole long march as far as from the sea fight at Makokyu till the trail climbs Kapu Way. There soggy the road and glary, and there do flaunt and flourish, on Plover Mount, the cursed Mahiki. For I am convinced that that crew are bad as bad can be. Hiiaka's march to encounter the Mahiki was interrupted for a short time by an incident that only served to clinch her resolution. An agonizing cry of distress assailed her ear. It came from a dismantled heap of human flesh, the remains of two men who had been most brutally handled by these same Mahiki, perhaps their leg and arm bones plucked out and they left to welter in their misery. It was seemingly the cruel infliction of the Mahiki. The cry of the two wretches could not be disregarded. Ihiakai kapoliopil, iki maioimar ka hukilea kayulo, ka apu aloha ol, iti. Translation. O Hiiaka of Peel's heart, come thou and assist us. Turn not a deaf ear to our cry, be not of hard and unfeeling heart. Hiiaka, with a skill that did credit to her surgery, splinted the maimed limbs, inserting stems from her favorite tea plant to take the place of the long bones that had been removed. She left them seated in comfort at the roadside at Palulu. The Mahiki, on seeing Hiiaka advance into their territory, threw up the dirt and dust in their front to express their contempt for such an insignificant body of trespassers. Hiiaka, paying no attention to their insolence, pressed on. Her purpose was to strike directly at Maolau, the leader of the horde, to whom she addressed this incantation. Aloko o Mahiki, Haloemiki akirokioki pa okioki ino la ikona pa kahiti erla ikona no, hol my honor ikona koko izuni ilau islau iti. Naukia la I heal akuhai, iti. Translation. I enter the land of Mahiki, I counter the head-hunting witch. See me pluck the head from her body, see me tear out her very heart, till her blood surges round me in waves blood of the monster, that's legion. Mine is the common right of way, the traveler's right to the road. At dark Hiiaka camped in the road, and during the night a female kupua named Laumehai, whom the Mahiki chief had sent as a spy to watch Hiiaka, was seen standing on a high place to one side of them. Hiiaka at once flew at her and put an end to her. Now began a fierce battle between Hiiaka and the Mahiki dragon and his forces. They fought till both sides were exhausted and then, as if by mutual consent, stopped to rest. Hiiaka perceived that the battle was to be even more fiercely contested than that at Panayua. She bade Pauopala to take good care that no ill came to Waihinamao. Looking up into the heavens, Hiiaka saw her relatives and friends Pohakau, Kamohoaliai, Kainmailohai, and a large concourse of other gods, including Kain, Kanaloa, Ku, and Lono, watching her, evidently greatly interested in her performances. They assured her of their protection. At this, Hiiaka was much encouraged and gave utterance to her feelings in this kanini. Amulo, I kapuo kayuhiuhi, helele mai ana kapuo kaukalau, lohia, ina maulile na maulile ki ala I kolo I kikula, I aiho kai o kauti, las hi ela ka maulile, I hakakakoa. Peo alua aini ti kau marlau, o marlau acua, I. Translation. In the wilds of Ma'alau, the Yuhiuhi's time for bloom the petals fall of Kulau's flower. The little dragons have found the way by which they can crawl to the plain, go down to the sea at Kauhi. The little demons now announce that you and I shall battle wage. We too, indeed, must fight. They say a god is Ma'alau, a host of gods. At this the great dragon Ma'alau bestirred himself. His attack was direct, but he divided his host into 2 columns so as to envelope Hiiaka and attack her on each flank. Hiiaka saw them approaching through the jungle and chanted the following rallying song. Mil hawululu. Amalau, I kapuo kayuhiuhi, palaluhe ehu aiho la kapuo kikana I kala nahil osai kakasa, o weku iku. Iku aya oini kuetyahi I make aya alu oini hi acu malau, o marlau acua I. Translation. In the jungle of Ma'alau, the Yuheyuhai's season of bloom, the flower of the rootless kaunaa is wilted and bent in the sun, my bower in Kekaha's invaded, some creature is playing the spy. I, in turn be warned, will spy out your quiet and rest of an evening. This to you, God Ma'alau. Pele, perceiving that the crisis of the conflict had now come, called upon all the male and female relatives of Hiiaka, Hoiku, to go to her assistance. Go and help your sister Hiiaka. There she is fighting desperately with Ma'alau fighting and resting, well nigh exhausted. Go and help her, all of you go. It's a fight against Ma'alau. When the battalion of gods moved against the Ma'au, it was a rout and a slaughter. Then the cry arose, no fight has been made against the Mahiki dragon, he yet survives. Thereupon, they turned their attack against that old dragon and his guards. Hiiaka then celebrated the double victory in this paean. Kaiko pomoa wawakalau niopoema I nahakawaluilo. Hienahai I poema I ki halula I mikilola, I nawekamek ki ioni I. Translation. A roar as of surf on the hill Moawa. The tumult resounds through the forest. Poawa and his band lead the rout, your battalions are torn into tatters, you are running. Captain Och and you, Captain Spry, who's the defeat? The answer is made by the shouting. Hiiaka's chief weapon of attack seems to have been her magical pow. With this, as a besom, she beat them down as a husbandman might beat down a swarm of locusts. The Mahiki and the Ma'alau had ceased to exist as organized bodies. But from the rout and slaughter of the armies, many individuals had escaped with their lives, and these had hid themselves away in caves and secret places. Some of them even, presuming apparently upon their power of disguise, had taken refuge in the remote scattered habitations of the people. Such an inference seems to be justified by the language of the meal now to be given. Note the gods that came to the assistance of Hiiaka such times as circumstances pinched her, and whose spiritual power at all times reinforced her feeble humanity, were limited in their dominion to certain vaguely defined provinces and departments. Thus, if there was any sea fighting to be done, it fell to the shark god, the Admiral Kamo Hoalii, to take charge of it. On the other hand, the conduct of a battle on terra firma would be under the generalship of Lohiau, while to Kanaloa belonged the marshalling of the celestial hosts, the moon, and the stars. But the orb of day, the sun, belonged to Lono. Hence, if the fighting was during the hours of daylight, Lono would logically assume the command. The rule of the great god Ku was also exercised principally by day. It was he who arranged the calendar and settled the order of the seasons, the days, and the nights. The subdivisions and departmental complications under these general divisions were numerous. Liloipuna, Aikio Kasuha Papai Akukai Nahil. Uapihana Halai Kikuo Kini Akuro Waimi, O Kalehu Akuro Mena, Kini Whale Waimi I Kapizoki, Kua O Uli, E. Po Whale Masiki, Ai Mahiki Ki Ualano, E. Translation. Scattered through Puna is the rout of the vagrant imps. They swarm in the dwellings of men. The houses are lousy with demons, Waimi's myriads of godlings, thy 400,000 mena. Waimi thrills with the snarl of witch gods. Night's shadows brood over Mahiki, the uproar keeps on in Mahiki. Chapter 13. Hiiaka loops back in her journey. Hiiaka, having thus far, as it would seem, journeyed along the western coast of Hawaii, now loops back in her course and travels in the direction of Hilo by the way of Hamakua, for the seeming purpose of completing her work of extermination. Like a wise general, she would leave no enemies in her rear. When they came into the neighborhood of Wahainamo'o's home, that girl spoke up and said, "I think we had better take another road. If we keep to this one, which passes by my door, my parents, who will be watching for me, will see me and will want me to remain with them." This she said by reason of her great desire to continue in Hiiaka's company. True enough, when they caught sight of her old home, there sat her mother Punahou and her father Kaipaloa. "There they sit," said the girl. "If they recognize me, they will want to keep me." Hiiaka bade Wahainamo fall in behind her, hunch her shoulders, bend forward her head, and walk with short, infirm steps in imitation of an old woman. Hiiaka, on coming close to the old people, using the language of song, asked directions as to the road. "I Punahou I Kaipaloa, I namako nanakilo maina no homaila, zahia karla I." Translation. O Punahou and Kaipaloa, you with the clear scanning eyes, sitting at rest before me, point me out now the road. The road is plain enough, you are taking the right way. We are looking at that young woman of your party. She has such a strong resemblance to our missing daughter, save her way of shuffling and holding her head. On reaching the outskirts of the village of Hilo, Hiiaka found a rickety footbridge, consisting of a single narrow and wobbly plank, liable to turn at every step and precipitate the passenger into the tumbling waters below, and this was the only passage across the rocky chasm of the Wailuku River. This precarious crossing was the work of two sorcerers, degenerate nondescripts, who had the audacity to levy toll for the use of their bridge, in default of which the traveler suddenly found himself precipitated into the raging water. By virtue of their necromantic powers, they had the presumption to claim spiritual kinship with Hiiaka, a bond the woman could not absolutely repudiate. "Here comes our Ma'upuna," called out Piliama'u to his companion. "Well, what of it? She will have to pay her fare the same as anyone else," replied Nohoma'u. "Only on that condition shall she cross by our bridge." On Hiiaka's attempting to cross without paying toll, the two sorcerers would, following their own practice, have disarranged the treacherous plank and precipitated her and her party into the raging stream. "Well said," Nohoma'u replied, "provided she will consent to it." Hiiaka now called to them in the language of song. "Kahulai hili, ii kapapo wailuku, kahulai oapua hamai omaukil, hi olki kahakuei iti, hamai kaiai hamai hai kaiai iti, zai aina akuhai iti." Translation. Cranky, cranky the bridge across the Wailuku upset is a pua. Makel declares that the barter of food is not. "Give us then of your food, give us something to eat, let us partake of your meat." To this unusual demand they replied, "Indeed, do you imagine we will do any such thing as that? It is not for us to give to you, you must give us the fare before you cross on our bridge. We don't give away things for nothing." Hiiaka replied by repeating her request in nearly the same words. "Kahuli iti kapapa wailuku hiolki kahakuza, homai kaya homai anahai kaya I aina aku hai iti." Translation. Unstable the bridge that spans the Wailuku, this barter of fish is a fraud. Give us of your fish, grant us kindly some meat, give us something to eat. Hiiaka repeated her demands in varying form with no other effect than to make the toll-keepers more stubborn in their ridiculous demands. Not even when Hiiaka, as if to cap the climax of their absurdity, ended her demand with this ironical request. "Homais hai kawai I ainuai aku hai I." Translation. Give us of this water, give us water to drink. Hiiaka now openly denounced the two sorcerers as being simply Mao in disguise, entirely wanting in those generous feelings that belong to godhood. "These creatures are simply Mao. If I attack them, they will run for their lives." The people, failing to recognize Hiiaka as their deliverer, spiritless from long habituation to the fraudulent dominion of these impostors, fearful also of their vengeance, stoutly opposed Hiiaka, affirming that Piliama'u and Nohoma'u were gods in reality, having great power and capable of doing many wonderful things. They declared their readiness to back their opinion with their property, yes, with their lives. They were at length persuaded, however, to accept as decisive the test proposed by Hiiaka, namely, that if they fled when attacked, they should cease to be regarded as gods and should be dealt with as impostors. True to Hiiaka's prediction, the Ma'o, in abject fear, turned and fled for their lives at her first threatening move, and she now called upon the people to pursue and destroy them. Kamahakai o hilo I kalehumai kanukwo kamanue punahoa, Hoa aya islakau kanaka, I pa, o pehe oini, hinarai kalu kanakasi kanaka. Himau acua, Translation. The neck of Hilo is heavy, weighted with wreaths of lehua from birdbeak clean down to the feet. Catch and bind these robbers of men, bind them fast, lest they slip through your hands and escape to the robber pit these mortals, who call themselves gods. The meaning of the figure in the first two verses, though obscure, seems to be that Hilo, so rich in natural beauty, is by that very fact robbed of the energy to defend herself and cast off the incubus that oppresses her. As the creatures fled from Hiiaka's pursuit, their human disguise fell from them, and their real character as Ma was evident. "We've committed a great blunder," said Piliamao to his mate. "It looks as if she meant to kill us. Let us apologize for our mistake and conciliate her with fair words." Nohomao agreed to this, and turning to Hiiaka, made this wheedling speech. "Kupu me ke ele kawahini o kalua, ua iraholi ka ua, e kilinas ka mako ka lehu mayuka o ihil e, ma ka hoyua wai I wehu ki ele no moa, no na kupuna, I." Translation. She has grown a fine figure, our girl from the fire pit. The plentiful rain has made bright this bud of upland lehua. Pray choose your road farther inland. That way will offer good fortage this road leave to your ancient kin. Hiiaka spared not, but pursued them to their cavernous rock heaps in which they thought to hide themselves, and, having seized them, rent them asunder jaw from jaw. Thus did Hiiaka add one more to the score of her victories in the extermination of the Ma'o. Chapter 14. Hiiaka meets Mother Grundy. It was at this point of the journey that Hiiaka lost the attendance of her sympathetic companion and faithful servant, Pauopala. She was persuaded to unite her fortunes with those of a man from Kohala named Paki, and we must leave unanswered the question, how she finally settled with Pele this apparent desertion of the trust with which she had been charged, that of acting as aide, kahu, to Hiiaka. Wahainamo now remains as the sole companion of Hiiaka in her future adventures. On resuming the journey, they came before long to the broad stream of Hanalei, which was swimming deep, and, in the lack of other means of crossing, they bundled their clothes, held them above their heads with one hand, and easily made the opposite shore by swimming with the aid of the other hand. At the sight of this performance, the ghost god Hina Kuai Kapali and her companion, in a spirit of pure fault-finding and Mother Grundyism, exclaimed, "Popo ki kapo kawahini o kohanawai, hoyua wai o hanali kapo, himau alia no, o hina kui kapali." Translation. The women bundle their garments, and naked they swim the stream, the water of Honolulu, an action quite unseemly. "'Tis a slur on your noble rank. I, too, am a chief. My name Hina Gem of the Cliff." "For shame," said Hiiaka. "These ghost gods have been spying on our nakedness, and now they make sport of us." A great fear came upon the ghosts, that the dread goddess would seize them and pinch out their atomy spark of existence. In their terror, they flew home and, perched on the shoulders of their mother, besought her to interpose in their behalf and appease Hiiaka by a suitable offering of luau. "There burns a fire," said Wahinamo, as they drew near the house. "The fire of the ovens built by the ghosts," Hiiaka answered. "They have saved themselves from death." By the time they reached the house, the luau was done to a turn, and the tables were spread. Wahinamo made an oblation to the gods and then ate of the viands. Hiiaka did not partake of the food. Hiiaka now spent several days at Honokane, in Kohala, anxiously awaiting the departure of some canoe, by which she might pass over to the island of Maui. While thus absorbed, in a sentimental mood, looking one day across the ocean at the misty outline of the distant land, she saw a man of remarkable appearance strike out from one headland of the bay to swim to the opposite point. Her admiration for his physical beauty and his daring performance drew from her a song. Iaio, iomakai o kahulaana kaikao ela lalo kapali piho pihose. Lilki kai o makuku, o hapo hopo ana I kalua o honoke niki, I kane o or I wahinio. Translation. My heart beats high at your venture to buffet the raging sea, wild heave the waves, neath the cliff wall. To be whelmed by oceans might the ocean of Mako Kiu. My heart forgets to beat at sight of your rashness, Hono Kane. Would you were the man, the woman I. Hono Kane heard, of course, the words that were uttered in his praise, and being a man of chivalrous instincts as well as of honor, he invited Hiiaka and Wahainamo'o to enjoy the hospitalities of his home. As they sat at a feast spread in her honor, Hiiaka, as was her wont, bowed her head in prayer with closed eyes, and the others did likewise, and when they opened their eyes and looked, the portion that had been set before Hiiaka was gone, spirited away. In the evening it was announced that a canoe was to sail in the early morning on a voyage to Maui, whereupon Hiiaka secured the promise of a passage for herself and Wahainamo'o. Chapter 15. The Voyage to Maui. Hiiaka's voyage across the Aolenuihaha Channel, considered merely as a sea adventure, was a tame experience. There was no storm, no boisterous weather, sea as calm as a mill pond, nothing to fill up the imagination with a sense of excitement or danger. Yet it was far from being an agreeable experience to the young woman who was now having her first hand-to-hand tussle with the world. They had spent the night at the house of one P. Kianui. In the early morning, their host and a younger man, apparently his son named P. Kiueki, made ready their canoe to sail for Maui. Hiiaka, assuming that passage would be granted both of them, in accordance with a promise made the previous day, stood ready against the hour of departure. At the last moment, the younger man, having assisted Wahainamo'o to her seat in the bow next to himself, called to his elder, P. Kianui, "Why don't you show your passenger to her seat, the one next you?" "I won't do it," P. Kianui answered groutily. "I find that the canoe will be overloaded if we take passengers aboard, and all our landlord's freight will get wet." The real reason for this volte-face on the part of the old sailor was that he had made an unseemly proposition to Hiiaka the night before, and she had repelled him. Wahainamo'o, thereupon, left her seat and the canoe started without them. It was not more than fairly underway, however, when a violent sea struck the craft and swamped it, and all the loose freight was floating about in the ocean. "There you see, we'd ave had better luck with the women aboard." Such was the exclamation of P. Kiueki. It did not take long to convince the old man P. Kianui, who was captain of the canoe, that he had invited this disaster on himself, the agent of which, as he rightly suspected, was none other than the distinguished-looking young woman who now stood on the beach watching him in his predicament with unperturbed countenance. The two men floated their canoe, collected their baggage, and came ashore. When they had got the stuff dry and stowed in the waist of the craft, they escorted the women aboard, seating Wahainamo'o, as directed by the captain, in the bow near P. Kiueki and Hiiaka in the after part, within arm's length of P. Kianui, and they put to sea. The canoe was a small affair, unprovided with that central platform, the pola that might serve as the cabin or quarter deck, on which the passengers could stretch themselves for comfort. In her weariness, Hiiaka, with her head toward the bow, reclined her body against the top rail of the canoe, thus eking out the insufficiency of the narrow thwart that was her seat. And she fell asleep, or rather, entered that borderland of nod, in which the central watchman has not yet given over control of the muscular system, and the ear still maintains its aerial reconnaissance. The wind, meanwhile, as it caromed aft from the triangular sail of Mat, coquetted with her tropical apparel and made Pau and Kihei shake like summer leaves. The steersman, in whom that precious factor, a chivalrous regard for woman, was even of less value than is common to the savage breast, in the pursuit of a fixed purpose, began to direct amorous glances at the prostrate form before him and to the neglect of his own proper duties. Presently he left his steering and stole up to Hiiaka with privy paw outstretched. Hiiaka roused from her half-dreamy state on the instant, and the man sprang back and resumed his paddle. Hiiaka, with the utmost coolness, expressed in song her remonstrance and sarcastic rebuke for this exhibition of inhospitable rudeness. "Ahono maileo I hono kalani, aiko I kayu o kau aina I halulu ana, mihi kanakala kayu aku o raikai, haki kapaku o kahale I kazino," East, ino easy. Translation. With pillowed neck I lay, face to heaven. The rain, I found, beat on my bed came a tremor, like tread of a man the slap of a rain squall at sea. Within, the roof tree broken down, my house exposed to the storm, my garden of herbs laid waste. The young man added his protest. Yes, his whole conduct is, indeed, shameful, scandalous. He hasn't the decency to wait till he gets ashore. In the midst of this unpleasantness, it was a comfort to hear the strong, cheerful voice of her former companion Pauopala calling to her across the stretch of waters. It will be remembered that their roads had parted company sometime before Hiiaka had left the Big Island. The separation had made no change, however, in their mutual affection. O Hilana o, ikano, ikarwazina ke wahinikapo ikayualil zamaluna o kalahikiola, la o Hilana, e. Translation. Like a cloud you fleet by, on the wings of the storm vision of womanly taboo of the rain clouds that sweep o'er the hill of good luck, may you speed on your way. Hiiaka replied to her kahu's meal in these words. Anoho ana, ina hoiklina hoa hail, ayuko kaliula I moawakya. Translation. Kinsmen, allies, travel mates, you rest in upland Kaliu, there taste you midday repose. Perhaps it was that Hiiaka failed to manifest in her carriage and deportment the dignity and taboo that hedges in an alii or an akua. Perhaps the rough-hearted Kianui, sailor fashion, deemed himself outside the realm of honor which rules on land. However that might be, as Hiiaka lay decently covered against the cold wind that drew down the flank of Helakala, this rude fellow, regardless of every punctilio, stole up to Hiiaka and repeated his former attempt. Hiiaka caught his hand in midair and administered this rebuke. O kaiuiki monakiki, huki elerapai kalani, hipauhui no kai halulu, o ana moku hano aiki kai himaka no hana, o maka kiloazia, o kumaka kanu, a yuahapuhia. Translation. Kaiuiki, famous in story while buffeting ocean's blows, aspires to commerce with heaven. Mokuhano's palms, that float like a boat in the water, are watchful eyes to Hana, alert for the passing school. Your wanton vagrant eye is caught in the very act. The canoe grated on the shingly beach. The two young women, rejoiced to be free at last from the enforced proximity of shipboard, sprang ashore and with speedy steps put a distance between themselves and the canoe house. That's right, called out the steersman. Make haste to find a bath. We'll join you in a short time. Chapter 16. Kapulikinu, a relative of Hiiaka the maimed girl Mana at Kalui. The canoemen, having used their utmost expedition in landing the freight and hauling up the canoe and getting it under cover, hastened to meet the two women at the rendezvous they had suggested. But they were nowhere to be found. They had disappeared as completely as though the earth had swallowed them up. When Kianui asked the people of the village as to the whereabouts of the two young women who had just now landed as passengers from the canoe, they one and all denied having set eyes upon them. Hiiaka had planned a visit with her sister Kapo, but on reaching Wailuku, the house was empty. Kapo and her husband Puanui had but just started to make a ceremonious call on Olpau, a famous chief of the district. The receding figure of Kapo was already hazy in the distance, so that it seemed more than doubtful if the words of Hiiaka's message reached the ears for which they were intended. Hiahui hala ko kapulikinu, ko kapili kamaha I kapili hala, las hala alua, eos mekamaka o kathale ikipa aku eila hai kohale, ikuhale, edi. Translation. The clustered hala is Kapo's shield, an omen portending disaster. The traveler came in your absence, both of you gone, no one at home, no lodge for the traveler within, no hospitality within. Here is another version of this meal by Hiiaka, furnished by Peliohalani. As the version previously given is confessedly imperfect, in part conjectural, there having been several hiatuses in the text, I think it well to give an authorized version, though very different. Hiahui hala na kamakani. Hala kayua no huainapali, iai kapali akwai pualehe, loli ihola pulu aloi kayua, zea mekamaka ikipa aku ai kuhale, noho ana aikikai o capeku hulono I kayualo, Translation. A hala bunch, snatched by the wind that blows from the medicine man, pushing the rain to Pualehe. Cold is the traveler and soaking wet, no friend to give welcome and cheer. house empty gone to the seashore, no one to heed my entreaty. As Hiiaka passed along the cliff that overlooks the wave-swept beach at Honolua, a pitiful sight met her eye, the figure of a woman crippled from birth without hands. Yet, in spite of her maimed condition, the brave spirit busied herself gathering shellfish. And when a tumbling wave rolled across the beach, she made herself a partner in its sport and gleefully retreated, skipping and dancing to the words of a song. Aloha whale ka ele malamo ko aina, la kazakahiko punomi ka wahini lilo kihoa, kai ka kapo a kahi kona laro aloha mai, iri. Is aloha kona, ko ainar I kapohu, iri. Translation. How dear the torch-caught fish of my homeland, the fish embraced by the women folk gone one's companion, chill grows the night. Love cheered for a day, then flew away. O Kona, thou land of peace and of calm. Search for the hidden meaning of this oli has brought out a marvelous diversity of opinion. The chief difficulty lies in the interpretation of the second verse, Ka'akahiko pu no mi ka wahine, and centers in the expression kahiko pu. One able critic finds in it an allusion to the cooperation of women with the men in the work of fishing. Kahiko is a word of dignity meaning finely apparelled. The addition of the preposition pu amplifies it and gives it almost the meaning of wrapped together. It seems probable also that the word aya, literally fish, is to be taken in an esoteric sense as a euphemism for man. Putting this interpretation upon it, the meaning of the expression kahikopu becomes clear as being wrapped together, as in the sexual embrace. Wahainamo'o was greatly fascinated by the pathos and romance of the situation, and declared she would like to have her for an akane, an intimate friend. Hiiaka replied, "Maimed folk seem to be very numerous in these parts." The maimed girl kept up her fishing, her light-hearted dancing and singing. Yua ino honokoha, hi uluo nui kamakani, ki heihe larai ka lau o karawa. Lai pono e aiki kai o Honolua I hil ka wahini aiki kapakahakai, kai honor I karapisi, wawau honor I kana limu, o mana mana e kalua, ka wahini yuamake, easy. Translation. Rough weather at Honokohau, the uluo blows a gale. It snaps off the leaves of the awa, but the sea lies calm at Honolua and the woman can fish along shore, pounding her shellfish, rubbing her moss this May-made girl Kilauea Cute, the girl that is dead. As the wild thing ran from the dash of an incoming wave, by some chance the gourd that held her fish slipped from her and the retreating water carried it beyond her reach, a loss that she lightly touched in her song. Ha ka lau okazya, ha ka limaikipai, ha ki alohai ki awakia, kine akularai kikai, lan lilo kazya, lilo karya I ka welalau ko lima e lilo, iri. Translation. My fish are a dance on the waves, my hand just danced from the basket. The skilled one dances at noontide and deafens the roar of ocean. Gone are my fish, lost out of hand, snatched clean away from my hand stumps. They are gone, gone, gone from my hand. There was a shark lurking in the ocean, and when Mana Mana e Kalui saw it, she uttered a little song. O kazya ikimaka noina, I humeme o kamona, ki ulil kuokai I kapua o kai uli, e. Zoe, pao I kamano nui, e. Translation. Little fish with wicked eye, snub-nosed fish that swims the deep, sordid fish that darts and stabs among the blue sea coral groves, alas, the shark has done for me, the mighty shark, mine enemy. Wahainamo'o could not repress her admiration for the girl and her desire to have her as an akane, an intimate friend. And she was full of regret that their presence on the cliff had driven away the fish and interfered with the girl's occupation. The figure you see dancing down there is not a human body. It is only a spirit, said Hiiaka. What? Yes, only a spirit, and I'll prove it in this way. She plucked a hala droop from a wreath about her neck. I'll throw this down to her, and if she flies away, it will prove she is a spirit. But if she does not disappear, it will prove her to be a human body. Hiiaka threw the hala, and the moment the poor soul saw it fall in front of her, she vanished out of sight. But in a short time she reappeared, and, seizing the hala with her fingerless hand stumps, she pressed it to her nose with an extravagant display of fondness, and looking up to Hiiaka, she chanted, No luna ka hala, is anini puajai ki kai no, paniur ka hala I no puna ka wahai no ka lua, easy. Translation. The hala, tossed down from the cliff, roughs the sea like a school of sprats. The hala is from Panayua. The woman's homeland is Puna, that wonderful pit of Puna. The loss of her fish still weighed upon the mind of Mana Ikalua. Sitting down on a convenient rock, she mourned aloud. Aloha whale ka palio painanai, ka li ilili makaio hono manu, hiu kao, hi minamina, easy I ka lilo kaziai ka poho o kalima e lilo, easy. Translation. How dear the cliff of Painanai and the pebbly cape at Hono Manu. How I mourn for the loss of my fish, they were swept from the reach of my hand, they are gone, forever gone. Mana Ikalui, sitting on the rock, wrapped in her own little garment of trouble, seemed for the moment quite oblivious to the presence of Hiiaka, who was intently watching her. Suddenly she looked up and with brightening eye exclaimed, I know where you are from. Apolina I wahinikapai pua, e ililo helmaumau, nalela pasa, Translation. The land of Wahinikapo, the land of the Polina, exhaled from the depths of the pit, the fire pit hail mau, it comes to me. That is your home. Hiiaka had conceived a strong prejudice against the girl almost from the first, but now she softened and, turning to Wahainamo, said, If you really want this girl for an akin, I think it can be managed. The only trouble will be to hold her after she is caught. Hiiaka, using her magical power, caught the spirit of Mana Ikalui and, in the lack of a more suitable receptacle, they wrapped it carefully in the free end of Wahainamo's loincloth and went on their way, traveling towards Wailuku. Chapter 17. Hiiaka restores to life Mana Ikalui. As they drew near Wailuku, they crossed a sandy plain dotted with tumuli. At once the captive spirit of Mana Ikalui became restless, as if eager to be free. We are nearing the place where rests its body, explained Hiiaka. Wahainamo by soft words and gentle touch did her best to soothe the perturbed thing. It might almost be said that the captive spirit of Mana Ikalui was the guide, acting like the magnetic needle to point the way to the home where the as yet uncorrupted body of the girl still lay, mourned over by her parents. It was with much prayer and the use of persuasive force that Hiiaka compelled the seemingly reluctant spirit to re-enter its bodily tenement and to take up its abode there. As it passed from its point of entrance at the toe up into the chest, its progress was marked by a kindling warmth that gave the assurance that the spirit was resuming its empire over the whole body. The first request made by the girl, on regaining full consciousness, was that her parents would prepare a feast as a thank-offering to Hiiaka, her physician, her deliverer. The special articles on which she was most insistent were luau and baked aea. When it came to the final dressing of the luau for the table, namely the stripping off of the outer leafy covering from the scalding hot mass within an operation, which the girl insisted on doing with her own newly restored hands, Hiiaka watched her critically, for the proper etiquette of the function was most punctilious. But Hiiaka could find no fault with her technique. There was no slip, no solecism, no blowing on her fingers to relieve the scalding heat, as she stripped off the wrappings of the bundles. When the feast was set and all were gathered about the tables, at Hiiaka's command all bowed their heads with closed eyes, and she offered up her prayer to the gods of heaven. At the conclusion of her prayer, when they looked, lo, the portion of the feast set apart for the gods had vanished without leaving a trace behind. On this occasion, Hiiaka was seen to eat of the food that was provided for her. The line of travel now chosen by Hiiaka was that along the northern or Kilauea side of the island of Maui, and led them at first through a barren stretch of country called a kaha, the food supply of which came from a distance. It was here that Wahainamo began to complain bitterly of hunger and exhaustion from the lack of food, and she besought Hiiaka to intercede with the people of a neighboring fishing village to give them something to eat. How is this that you are a-hungered so soon after the feast of which you have partaken? This is a kaha, said Hiiaka, and you must know that food does not grow in this place. They have only fish from the sea. Nevertheless, I will venture the request. This she did in the language of song. Kikasulisulai a kapapo weluku hiol kikahakuei, homai hiei, homai ana uei. Translation. As trembles the plank at Wailuku, so trembles the fate of the king. There's no market where to buy meat. Give the stranger, then, something to eat. Give us, I pray, of your meat. Some of the people derided them, saying, Mahiai, what impudence! Others, with kindness in their tones, explained, "This is a barren place, and all of our food comes from a great distance." The churlish ones, however, kept up their taunts, "You won't get any food in this place. Go up there." And they pointed in the direction of Iao Valley, where was the residence of King Olpau. During the whole of the day, while tramping through this region, Hiiaka had observed from time to time a ghostly object flitting across the plain within hearing distance, and in a direction parallel to their course. Though this spirit was not visible to ordinary mortal eye, Hiiaka recognized it as the second soul of Olpau, the very chief to whom the people of the fishing village had bid her make her appeal for food. Hiiaka, putting two and two together, very naturally came to the conclusion that this vagrant Kilauea was, in the last resort, responsible for this denial of hospitality to herself and her companion. Acting on this conclusion, Hiiaka made a captive of the vagrant soul and determined to hold it as a hostage for the satisfaction of her reasonable demands. On coming within speaking distance of the house where lived the woman Waihinano, who ostentatiously played the part of kahu and chief advisor to Olpau, Hiiaka made known her wish, concluding her appeal with ominous threats against the life of the king, in case her demands were not met. "I Waihinano, wahinia ka paipai, I ua make ki aliai, kaminaneni moku, hi pua kau ka uku no malake, hi ilio lohilos lane, e pale ka ea ka Kilauea. Hi pua kai malakini, hulikar le ona hona. Haki kepik bana moku, payama ka ena ue kamali, ue ka hainhin ki ue larai ka pili, I ki kulo ka mau mau. Ka kumik no maui, is saya wai maui." Translation: O Waihinano, thou soul grabber, dead is the king of this island. Malakai shall offer a boar, Lane is a half-baked dog, Kilauea fends off the Malakini buffets the waves. The ship of state turns turtle, what wailing and beating of breast, wild anguish of child, and of ghost or the sandy plain of Kamao. The districts are frenzied with grief-tearing of hair and breaking of teeth, one wail that lifts to heaven. Who shall be heir to this Maui land? To this the sorceress, Waihinano, answered pertly, "Aya Olpau, aya Kalani, ki aliai kayuhilono hanua, o kayuhikapu irakama e kamalalawalu. O ki aliai kahiko I hano I aya kiho kaulihi nuyo kalani, yaya Maui." Translation: To Olpau, the heavenly, the king in line from deep-rooted Kauhai sacred Kauhai of Kama, was Hikama, the sire of 8 branches of the ancient stock of Kiha, and Kaulihi, the great king Maui, belongs to him. To this Hiiaka retorted, "Ua make aya, ki hai mainina wahinai kasakina lamapuna, o na wahini I kalato haiha. O na wahini I kalato kuki, ako lehiro Q o kala, walia waio ka milo halu, Q pua le o mali o pil hanuami I kalua, o Hiiaka I karlawa maka o wakia, ki I maini hamias hi kalawa ka maya puni, ua make." Translation: The sentence of death is affirmed by the women the gods who tend on the rising sun of Puna, are sun guards at Haha, pluck Lohiau bloom at Kuki, rejoice in the stream Milohalu, string the flower wreaths of Malio confirmed by Peel, god of the pit once heir to the sacred Southland, and by Hiiaka, her shadow, gleams shot from the eye of Wakia. Thus saith the goddess Hamia, "Great torment, fever and swelling shall scorch and rack him to death." The woman Waihinano replied to Hiiaka with great spirit and temper, "Eal I make ko aliai aizo, kihul mainina, kua wahini o iani o hapo, laro kale hawola ona, kua nana I lapu Hawaii yapuni, o hai ka ayaki akua kihul maini eal I make." Translation: My king shall not die by your arts. His witch gods deny you the power hapo and kale hawola. They peopled Hawaii with ghosts. The voice of the gods, the king's gods, declares that he shall not die. The situation was peculiar. While Kaulihi, in the narrative sometimes called Olpau, lay asleep, his second soul, Kilauea, deserting its post of duty as lifeguard over the bodily tenement, had stolen away in pursuit of its own pleasures. It was this very Kilauea that Hiiaka had seen flanking her own route as it flitted through the fields, and which she had caught and now held fast in her hand like a fluttering moth, a hostage answerable for his misbehavior and disregard of the rights of hospitality. Its possession gave Hiiaka complete power over the life of the king. It was no empty vaunt when Hiiaka again declared in song, "Eos kalai make ai, ua purikut aina iwi, ua akukariaya ka ilo." Translation: King Death has gripped him ere this, his bones already are bundled, the worms they batten like gods. While Waihanana was listening to these awful words of Hiiaka, she was dumbfounded by the tidings that Kaulahi had waked from seemingly peaceful sleep in great perturbation, and that he had been seized with the most alarming and distressful symptoms. In her distraction and rage, she still maintained a defiant attitude. Eas make ko aliai iro, ki hulmaini na akyour kane o aini, o kiolo nuya kamayua, hi mana, hi yui execute. Hi ana livo no ki aliai I ai ana I kapua o ulunui, I kalalami haikana, hulo uli, akua o aini I hulmai ana, eas I make. Translation: My lord shall succumb not to you, the gods of the king affirm it Oloyua, son of the rain god, gifted with power and with counsel. His voice rings out clear for the king, he shall eat the fat of the swine, pluck the fruit of the bread tree. Uli, a god ever true to the king, declares that he shall not die. After each incantation that Hiiaka had uttered against Kaulahi, that king's disorder had flared up in more alarming proportions, and he cried out in agony and despair. But it was equally true that just as often as Waihanana had uttered her assurances that his trouble was but a trivial indisposition, and that the male and female deities above named stood on his side and would not let him die, his courage had revived. He had felt a wave of healing influence pass through him and relief had come. In explanation of this seesaw of hope and despair, sickness and relief, let it be stated that the two goddesses Hapo and Kalehauola and the two male deities Kioloyua and Kamaiua, to whom Waihanano had appealed by name as staunch friends of Kaulahi, were, in fact, allies or, more properly speaking, partisans of Pele and therefore subject to the call of Hiiaka. The kahuna Koakahimahikulani, who had charge of the case of Kaulahi, derived his power as a kahuna from these very same gods, but he well knew that if there was a conflict of interests, the commands of Hiiaka would have to be carried out. As for the gods and goddesses above named, they, of course, knew their own position and that, as between Kaulahi and Hiiaka, their service must be rendered to the latter. Willing enough they were, however, in return for the offerings laid on their altars, to feed the hopes of the sick man by temporary relief of his sharpest agonies. As if this tangle of motives were not enough, the affair was yet further complicated by the appearance of Kapo's sister, or aunt of Hiiaka on the scene, who came not only as an interested spectator, but as a friend of King Kaulahi. Her power to intervene was, of course, handicapped by the same limitations that touched the other gods and goddesses. She had the good sense to retire from the scene before things came to a critical pass. Meanwhile, messengers are flying about, seeking or bringing assurance of relief and restoration to health to the king. Hiiaka saw that the time had come for decisive action. She went close up to the great stone pahalil that still lies in the road near Waihia, and before smiting against the rock the soul she held captive in her hand, she uttered the following cow. Ikor kahemahikulani ma, I e palakahalahali makikazo makoku, hawipaku aka miko haikini, hi aloha olno o kor kahemahikulani marikainana I olpau, I, lapu olpau, I ua akua ka ai aka ilo. She pauses for a moment, then continues. Anu waihia I kamakani kilihuapu, hizia iki maiki kilhanuro we luku, maiki kilo pahalila, I, halil ki I o olpau, ua pakaka ka yuhain ua kalo iamilo. Translation: O Kawakahimahikulani, you cast away the wilted fruit, and with it the fortunes of many. 'Twas an act of unlove, that of yours to hurl this prayer shaft at Olpau, he'll become but a houseless ghost, the maggots shall batten like gods, Wayhek crouches in the cold blast of the raging Kiliwapu. This Adam's soul I plucked from the grave, from a fastness desolate now, the spirit flits from Olpau, goes down the steep to destruction, to the somber caverns of Milu. With this she dashed the captive soul against the rock, and that was the end of Kaulahi. There was something in the manner of Hiiaka, as she called the name of the kahuna Kawakahi, that chilled the courage of the group of sorcery gods. They saw that their game was played out, and they sneaked away and hid themselves. Chapter 18. Hiiaka employs the art of magic. As a means of disguising herself she voyages, to Molokai meets the Ma o Kikipua. Let us make haste to leave this place, said Hiiaka. This was because she foresaw that she would be importuned to use her power to restore the dead king to life. When these Akuas, these spirits of necromancy, became convinced that they had been worsted in the fight, and that the king was dead beyond all hope of recovery from them. They instructed the kahuna Koakahimahikulani to desist from his useless incantations, and to dispatch all his people in search of Hiiaka as the only one capable of reviving the king's life. While toiling up the ascent of the hill Pilehu, the two women saw in the distance a great multitude of people pursuing them. Wahainamo, in alarm, exclaimed, "What in the world shall we do?" At once Hiiaka, by the power of enchantment, changed Wahainamo into the shape of a little girl leading a dog, while she herself assumed the form of a bent old woman hobbling along with the aid of a stick. And as the multitude drew near, they sat down by the wayside as if to rest. The people in pursuit had seen and recognized Hiiaka and felt sure of soon overtaking her. But on coming to the place, they found only a decrepit woman and a child leading a dog. They were taken aback and asked, "Where are the two young women who were traveling this way? Have you not seen them?" "We have seen nothing of them," was the answer. When the people reported to the kahuna that they had found only an old woman and a girl with a dog in tow, he saw through the trick at once and exclaimed, "Those are the very persons I want. Go and bring them." The messengers of the kahuna next came up with Hiiaka and her companion at a place called Kilauea. There they found two girls of tender age busily employed in gathering lehua flowers and stringing them into wreaths, and, as before, they denied all sight and knowledge of the persons inquired for. The kahuna recognized that his people had again been victimized, and, upbraiding them for their lack of detective insight, ordered them to renew the pursuit. Once more, at Kapua in Ka'anapali, did Hiiaka find it necessary to resort to the arts of magic in order to escape from her pursuers. When the scouts of the kahuna arrived at the place, they found a household of busy women. A wrinkled matronly figure was braiding a mat, while her companion, just returned from the ocean, was laying a fire to broil a fish for the evening meal. Not until they had gone some distance from the place did it occur to their sharpening wits that the house had looked spick and span new, and that they had seen no man about the place. Yes, they had been fooled again by the wonderful art of the girl Hiiaka. Hiiaka was rejoiced to find a canoe on the point of sailing to Molokai, and the sailors gladly consented to give her a passage. The people of Kapua were greatly taken with the beauty and charm of Hiiaka and proposed, in all seriousness, that she should remain and become one of them. When they found that she was insistent to continue her journey at once, they one and all warned her not to attempt the windward side of Molokai, declaring its coast to be precipitous and impassable, besides being infested by a band of man-killing Mao. Hiiaka had no sooner set foot on Molokai's beach than her ears were assailed with complaints against those lawless beings, the Mao. Two women, pallid and wasted with starvation, sat in the open field moaning and bewailing their estate. At sight of Hiiaka, as if recognizing their knight-errant, they broke out into loud lamentations. The Mao had robbed them of their husbands, and with them had gone their means of support and their very desire for food. Hiiaka, as if recognizing their claim upon her knight-errantry, with heartfelt sympathy for their miserable condition, opened her mouth in song. Kuina ohia hil aikikasa, ile hil aikikaho kapaliliahe mauakyo no hoikalai, iti ua hil whale aleo acute kikeno, iti. Translation: Provide you wreaths of ohia to gladden the heart of travel, you'll bring joy to these barren wastes of Kapaliliohai. These creatures, sublime in their misery, sit shelterless, wasted, forlorn. At this the women spoke up and said, "Our bodies are wasted only from our passionate love for our husbands. When they were taken from us, we refused food." Hiiaka was indignant at such folly and left them to their fate. Their way still continued for some distance through a barren region, and Hiiaka again alluded in song to the barrenness of the land and the misery of the women who suffered their bodies to waste away. Kuina pikile hilo kamalo, I, akua hihiraki kaho ilalisi ilali aloha, hiwaikaki kino, iti. Translation: Provide you a bundle of wreaths when the heart is ashes within. The witches were ready with babble in the barren land of Ilali. There's merely a passion hysteric that shrivels the body like famine. The good people of Halawa Valley, where Hiiaka found herself well received, made earnest protest against the madness of her determination to make her way along the precipitous coast wall that formed Molokai's windward rampart. The route, they said, was impassable. Its overhanging cliffs, where nested the tropic bird and the uwu, dropped the plummet straight into the boiling ocean. Equally to be dreaded was a nest of demon-like creatures, mao, that infested the region and had their headquarters at Kikipua, which gave name to the chief mao. Kikipua, being of the female sex, generally chose the form of a woman as a disguise to her character, which combined the fierceness and bloodthirstiness of the serpent with the shifty resources of witchcraft, thus enabling her to assume a great variety of physical shapes, as suited her purpose. This last fact, had it stood by itself, would have decided Hiiaka's choice, for her journey, considered as a pilgrimage, had as an important side purpose the extermination root and branch of the whole cursed tribe of Mao from one end of the land to the other. This Kikipua band of Mao had included Hakaano, the husband of Kikipua, also Papaliua and her husband Alokai. Kikipua had stolen away and taken to herself Alokai, the husband of Papaliua, thus creating a bitter feud which broke up the solidarity of the band. The way chosen by Hiiaka led along the precipitous face of the mountain by a trail that offered at the best only a precarious foothold or clutch for the hand. At one place, a clean break opened sheer and straight into the boiling sea. As they contemplated this impasse, a plank, narrow and tenuous, seemed to bridge the abyss. Wahainamo, rejoicing at the way thus offered, promptly essayed to set foot upon it, thinking thus to make the passage. Hiiaka held her back, and on the instant the bridge-like structure vanished. It was the tongue of the Mao, thrust out in imitation of a plank, a device to lure Hiiaka and her companion to their destruction. Hiiaka, not to be outdone as a wonder worker, spanned the abyss by stretching across it her own magical paiuakute, and over this, as on a bridge, she and Wahainamo passed in security. The Mao, Kikipua, took flight and hid among the cavernous rocks, but that did not avail for safety. Hiiaka gave chase, and having caught her, put an end to the life of the miserable creature. Thus did Hiiaka take another step towards ridding the land of the Mao. Chapter 19. Hiiaka finds a relative in Makapo Kilauea Weathermouth. Hiiaka's adventurous tour of Molokai ended at Kanakakai, from which place she found no difficulty in obtaining the offer of transportation to Oahu. The real embarrassment lay in the super-gallantry of the two sailors who manned the canoe. When the two men looked upon Hiiaka and Wahainamo, they were so taken with admiration for their beauty and attractiveness that they sneaked out of a previous engagement to take their own wives along with them, trumping up some shuffling excuse about the canoe being overladen. Arriving at the desolate landing near the wild promontory of Makapo, it was only by a piece of well-timed duplicity that Hiiaka and her companion managed to shake off the sailors and relieve themselves from their excessive attentions. While in mid-channel, in sight of Ulumawao, a promontory whose name was the same as a near relative of the Pele family, Hiiaka poured out this reminiscence in song. Cocaine I kapali kohuhu, kaheo makapo huki I kalani kalio kalau, kelapali makwala lela, anu kayu I kapali o Ulumawao, iimau whale honor I kalani kelapali, kai haine I kikai haiki akua e palali amoeo edi. Kola palali as olai ku aloha ene pumikawe maka, edi. Ze I awe ka, easy. Translation. O fellow mine on the stair-like cliff, where Makapo climbs to the sky companioned by Cape of the Woods, that fatherless bluff over yonder, cold cheer the rain on Ulumawao, that lone steep faints away in the sky, while ocean pounds and breaks at its base the sea is the home of the gods. I lay in a swoon from hunger what time I awoke from love's dream, love, salt with the brine of our tears. Let us mingle our tears. It was a question with Hiiaka whether to follow the Kulau or the Kona side of the island. The consideration that turned the scale in favor of the Kulau route was that thus she would have sight of a large number of aunts and uncles, members of the Pele family, whose ghosts still clung to the dead volcanic cones and headlands which stood as relics of their bygone activities, and where they eked out a miserable existence. The region was thickly strewn with these skeleton forms. Hiiaka first addressed herself to Makapo. Noho ana maka, poai kalihi wahinia kiakya palali aiol, mekai ka palali, easy. Translation. Maka Po dwells at the Cape, wife to the god of starvation hunger and death from starvation. To this Makapo answered, We love the place, the watchtower, from which we can see the canoes, with their jibing triangular sails, sailing back and forth between here and Molokai. To this she added a little chanty. I makapo nui kua kioi. Namo moto male, iti ia inamoa, easy. Translation. O Makapo, the famous, back pelted by wind and by tide, O the withered herbs of Male, O give us some food for us both. To Male Hiiaka, address the following condolence. O ihil ainali ino o kulau, ainali makakai o moo, ihil kawahini o hula ana o kapali, nanau hukei o Makapo hizei aina Male, na kawahini no ho ana ai ka ulu o kamakani. I kulo ki ola, I ka hiuki malahini, kanini I ka wiuiu ola ka puo kama I male I iue ka I male I alohino no, I. Translation. I walk your stormy capes, Kulau, the wave-beaten capes of Mo'o watchtowers, where the women who brave the sea may see the uhu coursing by meat for the woman who faces the gale, seafood for the woman Male, for her living comes from Kulau, from the pilgrim bands that pass her way. Yet we bless the herbs of the field, whose bud and flower is meat for Male, we pity and weep for Male. Note, Male was, I am told, a female Kupua who assumed various bodily forms. Offerings were necessary, not for her physical but for her spiritual sustenance. The burnt offering was not merely pleasing for its sweet-smelling savor, it was an aliment necessary to the creature's continued existence. For the same or a parallel reason, songs of praise and adulation, kanini, were equally acceptable and equally efficacious. Cut off the flowers of speech, as well as the offerings of its worshippers, and a Kupua would soon dwindle into nothingness. You are quite right, answered Male. The only food to be had in this desolate spot is the herbage that grows hereabouts, and for clothing we have to put up with such clouts as are tossed us by travelers. When the wind blows one has but to open his mouth to get his belly full. That has been our plight since your sister left us two old people here. Cultivate this plain, you say, plant it with sweet potatoes, see the leaves cover the hills, then make an oven and so relieve your hunger. Impossible. As they traveled on Makapo and its neighbor hills passed out of sight. Arriving at Kilauea, they caught view of the desolate hill Pohakuloa, faint, famished, forlorn. The sight of it drew from Hiiaka this chanting utterance. Puner ki kanaka, ki hilai kaliula I kohalapehu I ki kahro hawi I. Why ai ol make I kazia ol I. Translation. Man faints if he travels till nightfall in the outer wilds of Kohala, in the barren lands of Hawi its famine, privation of bread, of meat. It is indeed a barren land. Fish is the only food it produces. Our vegetables come from Waimanalo. When the people of that district bring down bundles of food, we barter for it our fish. When we have guests, however, we try to set vegetable food before them. To speak again of the Kupua Male, a few years ago, as I am told, a Hawaiian woman on entering a certain cave in the region of Waimanalo found herself confronted with a stone figure, from which glowed like burning coals a group of 8 flaming eyes, being set in deep sockets in the stone. This rare object was soon recognized as the bodily dwelling of the Kupua Male. This little monolith at a later time came into the possession of Mr. John Cummins of Waimanalo. Chapter 20. Hiiaka experiences Kulau weather. Hiiaka found many things to try her patience and ruffle her temper in Kulau. Squalls, heavy with raindrops picked up by the wind in its passage across the broad Pacific, slatted against her and mired the path. But worse than any freak of the weather were her encounters with that outlaw thing, the Ma'o. Not the bold robber creature of Hawaii which took to the wilds, as if in recognition of its own outlawry, but that meaner skulk, whose degenerate spirit had parted with its last atom of virtuous courage and clung to human society only as a vampire, unwilling to forgo its parasitic hold on humanity. It was in the mood and spirit begotten of such experiences that she sang. Inokula, inokula, kina ai kayuo kula, ki ua mai lai mai lili ki hua mai lai hia ki kupala kayuai ki kai. Ha hulale kayuai ashui manu, kayua huni huno ai kapo ka, kayua poi helo kahalo, lo I. Lo ihoni o I kapula we mako ka no hiki kulu ihoni, I. Translation. Vile is this Kulau weather, one soaks in the rain till he's full. The rain, it pours at Mailai, it gutters the land at Hiaya, it lashes the sea with a whip. The rain, it dances in glee at Ahuimanu, moving and piling the coral in heaps, shifting from side to side of the house. This whisking rain of kahalo, heavy and sad, alas, am I mine eyes, a bundle of tears are full to o'erflowing. As they approached Kilauea, the huge Ma'o dragon, Mokali, reared himself up and, pluming and vaunting himself, sought to terrify them and prevent their passage. Hiiaka did not flinch in her attack. When she had killed the monster, she set up his flukes as a landmark which now forms the rock known to this day as Mokali. The body of the dragon she disposed in such a way that it helped form the roadbed of the traveled highway. After this achievement, she vented her feelings in an exultant song. Kiki kain hoalani o Mokali I kikai I keiki, I makahiapa na kulo lau kulo, kina whale I ka ino, hi ino luano, e. Translation. Kain Hoa lifts to the sky, Mokali swims in the ocean. The firstborn child of Kulau, a legion of fiends, is Kulau eager for mischief, subtle of trick. Coming to where the deep and narrow gorge of Kilauea Valley opens out, Hiiaka discerned the nature-carved lineaments of her ancestor Kahai Kiaimak o Kalani, as he was epitheted, a rocky form set in the pali, but veiled to ordinary sight by a fringe of tai and kukui. Its eye sockets, moist with the dripping dew of heaven, gleamed upon her with a wondrous longing, which she answered in song. O Kahai Kiaimak o Kalani, o Kapali Keke o Halawalawa, o Kuzi Manapali Poko, Kihia Aya Ilaiklami Kilauea, Kapali Alalo Ikut o Punai Hilo, o Kahalo Manukiu, Ikui, Ileo o Ka, Kahalapua, Maka Alani o Kamako Ki Akua I Kamako Pepa. Ululu Kamano Ikona Hulu, Kilil Kas I Lupe la Kaiua, La Kamakani, E La Kikaupu Hulu Manu, Kilkil I o Akuala, Iki Akua. Hi Akua Ila, Eos Ikmai, O Kana Luahinuno Kamaka Kilani, Iala Mai Ana, Ziala Eat Hai Kalani. Iala Kahuilo Ui Kalani Siala Mau, Wahina Makali, Iala. Translation. Kahai, thou watchtower of heaven, ensconced in the zigzag fluted wall slippery to climb as Kilauea or the straggling Punahilo hills. Ah, the droops of Manuukiu. Let me string, let me wear them. Thy body lies smothered in ferns, thine eye shines on high like a star, or jeweled eye of bat, pa. As a bird, now ruffle your plumage how sways the kite in the wind. On balanced wing, then swing and float, warding off rain, warding off wind like a seagull, clad in feathery mail course about on the wings of a god. He's surely a god. Yet hears he not. Fierceness gleams from his eye. Now he looks, now turns unto me. Awake, thou explorer of heaven, awake, thou sender of winter's rain. The spouse, Mayuakute, of winter is night. The time of arising has come. This Kupua, Kahai, termed the watchtower of heaven, having come from Kahiki in the train of Peel's followers, and having been stationed in this cliff, had got no further in his travels than Oahu. He bemoaned his fate as that of a Malihini god, a stranger to the rest of the group. On being roused by this prayer song of Hiiaka, as he gazed upon the beautiful goddess, a divine ambition stirred within him to journey with her, enjoy her society, and make acquaintance with the land to which he was still a stranger. With this purpose in mind, at the conclusion of her address, he chanted this response. O Pila kau akua, mihaka lani, mihaka hanua owa aiku, owa ailani, kea owa karweni o Hiiaka aikuei, kuai maliola, I maliola hiawa kaluola, I no na wahini kapukapukai karwa I pilhanwami. Ikala, I hamia watin o kawahini I Kilauea, nana iae hohanu kalua o mayakute, wahina makali o lu wahin kalani o kukyuna. O na wahin I karnuhana owa kanini ki akumalahini, I. Hil hai kia la mako kayukute hil hai kia la max o puna I kamama, I kapusli, I loa karawa I apua. Kapina I kukalevla. Hupuka aquila I kai opolina, aina ki akurai no ho ai, kanini ki, kua malahini. Translation. Peel indeed is my God. Calm be the heavens, peaceful the earth. Here's a wa fresh torn from the ground, a wa that's been lifted to heaven, an offering for goddess Hiiaka, a growth of the kingdom Maliola, a wa that makes for health and peace, its woman band cleared by aspersion. Peel, O peel of the sacred land, and thou, O mother Hamia. Thou woman of Kilauea, fire goddess who dug the pit deep neath to Mayuakute, Makali's wife, own child of heavenly Hamia. And thou Kukuna, that rules in the right of toothing the wa a brew that is fit for the gods love offering this of the stranger god. Denied, alas, the road through upland Kayuakute and the lowlands of Puna, to Kama and the bird-lime tree sure root to the potent root of Apua the uproad to Kukaleula. thence leading to Sulphur Hill, land where the gods did once dwell. Laud this, voiced by the stranger god. At the conclusion of this kanini, Kahai said to Hiiaka, "If you are the woman that consumes the forests of Puna, when you travel I will go with you. Ine uka wahini ai lau o Puna, uhil o heel." Hiiaka did not wish to offend the aggrieved deity. At the same time, she could not consent to his proposition. In this dilemma, she did her best to soothe his feelings and reconcile him to his lot. Ko akurai ka hilhau, hil kanaka ol, inohoi ki kai omakua li ari ki kai ohuohu, tene whale no kai ki akua au, ko akua Translation: My god of the chilly mansion, a house without human tenant, abide yet the blasts of the sea, the slap of the broad leafy tea, such the advice of a lesser god, my tender farewell this to thee. Kahai was indignant at this evasive dismissal of his entreaty. The thought that Hiiaka should countenance his perpetual imprisonment in the bleak cliff filled him with rage. With a mighty effort he lifted himself and tore away the covering of tree roots, earth, and rocks that embraced him until he came to a crouching position. That was the limit of his power. He could do no more. A stony form in the mountain wall of Kahana, resembling the shape of a man on all fours, remains to vouch for the truth of this legend. Chapter 21. Hiiaka describes the scene before her. Hiiaka constantly showed a lively interest in the important features of the landscape, often addressing them as if they had been sentient beings. At Kaipapu, looking out upon Cape Laniloa, she greeted it as if it had been an old friend of the family. Lil Laniloa, uameli ki ho elakamo ahukai napali kaiko lalo, uapi kai ayuka, Translation: Fly, Laniloa, fly in the calm. At the moaning of Mo, mist veils the mountain walls. The breakers roll ever below, while ocean climbs to the hills. They passed through the lands of Lea, Malikahana, and Kina, and at Kahipa they saw the crouching figures of Punahelapa and Pahepahelua, who stole away into the shelter of the pandanus groves without deigning to give them any salutation. At this show of disrespect, Hiiaka called out, "Como ai kanahel ulu hinalo nahel hala opau kahalulu, or nahel hala makeo kahuku. Hialahai ka halai kapo aio kalio, sai hukulai aio I kayualo, ualo aku ana o maloko mayo, Translation: We enter the fragrant groves, hala groves whose heads make a calm wild growths by the sea of Kahuku. But what, indeed, are your halas? Shall their murmur forbid you speech? Make you dumb to my salutation? I make this kindly entreaty to you who sit in the grove. They cross the Waimea stream on the sandbar, which in ordinary weather dams its mouth, and, climbing the rocky bluff Kehuohapu, had a fine view of the ocean surges tossing up their white spray as they ceaselessly beat against the nearby elevated reef fringe that parapets this coast, as well as of the Kala Mountains, blue in the distance. This bluff of Kehuohapu, until within a few years, was the site of a little heiau, the resort of fishermen, and in it stood a rude stone figure of the fish god Kuula. From the non-mention of this interesting object, we have to argue either that the discovery and worship of this idol was of later date than the times of Hiiaka, or that she ignored it. Hiiaka, casting her eye about for objects of interest, was attracted by the odd appearance of the lily-like water plant uki, the detached floating clumps of which looked as if they had been fire-smitten. Ki aina mailai kawai ka maha ukio ai hukoko, ki puhei ailali kamakani, hake kayua, kawai iluna, ki kine ai hai ka iwi o kawai a eha iha ai ka liuhi leo whaleno. Translation: The lily tufts of Aihukoko are gnawed away by the water and thrashed about by the wind, beat down by the rain from heaven, the wave ribs are flattened out. Hushed be the voice, merely the voice. From the same vantage ground that of Kehuohapu Hiiaka not only saw the dash of the ocean against the buttresses of the nearby coast. Her ears also were filled with a murmurous ocean roar that gave to the air a tremor like that of a deep organ tone. O Wailua kailionui, ualono kayuko leha kiwala wahewa Kilauea I kalio hilio no kikai, Translation: Waialua, land of the sounding sea, with audience in upland liha a voice that reaches Wahewa. Our ears are stunned by this voice, the voice, I say, of old ocean. The landscape still held her, and she continued, O Waialua's layaha, eha kamelino lalo o Wailua. Translation. Waialua has a fourfold calm that enfolds and broods o'er the land. Let us move on, said Hiiaka to her companion. There's a pang next my heart. Had I meat in my hand, we'd trudge to a water spring and so be refreshed until we came to the house of a friend. Let us move. From the plain near Lauhulu, Hiiaka took a fresh view of Mount Kaala and, in a tone of bantering apology, said, Forget me not, O Kaala. Perhaps you complain that I have not chanted your praises. O Kaala, kiusui mana kehau, ki apumaila, la I kamauha, palua ihola ililo o halau, ki kini ki kehau anu o kalena a kahino kanil o kalapameke, eas moe o kaponi ka moe e. Translation. Kaala, dewy and forest-clad, bellies the plain at Maoha as it slopes to the land below. The cool dewfall comforts Kalena. First pinch this of want mid good luck, no dream of canoe voyage last night, no dream of disaster at sea. The story of Cape Kaina, that finger-like thrusts itself out into the ocean from the western extremity of Oahu, touches Hawaiian mythology at many points. Its mountain eminence was a Lena Yuhane jumping-off place, where the spirits of the deceased took their flying leap into ghostland. Here it was that the demigod Maui had his pusto when he made the supreme effort of his life to align and unite the scattered group of islands. And here can still be seen Pohaku o Kauai, the one fragment of terra firma his hook could wrench from its base. Here, too, it was that Pele stood when she chaffed the old demigod for having lured her on, as she supposed, with drum and fife to the pursuit of Lohiau, and now her sister Hiiaka stands in the same place. The subject was well worthy Hiiaka's muse. Lil ana o kaina mihi manu larai ka meli, mihi kahana ka yuulina palionin le. Mihi yupe na ki kola kaila watho kai. Mihi kanaka hunu larai ka meli ka papakirai ki alo o karla ua kai is kikai e uli anano, o ula ka mako karla inono ho honor ai kikai o kapeku. Kapeku kalio o kikai o huailo kamalama ki kumaila ka paliai kai, ka hoilona kai o kaena es keo ka hulamano. Kaimona kaena ahuel kapiki, xpinunu kapimanoa kanaloa e hihoa, o oia huihiana ka leo kalau, aikizari ki kaio wawalu, na oiwi pali o unalau in uakwai kawai o kohikiai ka pali kawai, kaupumi kalau, hulki kupa, hunarai kawai. E ha kamiliwai, wai o kaina. Ina aiholari ka laro kamakali, ojo mai ana kia mihi kanaka kola malo ana ai komaka, mihi haki laro ai kalana pali, kiuma lawa, pali o le hanua. Hiki aihonino ka hoali ai ka hikina maini makani. Hitala kau makana ai ko hilahila o kau whale aislano aya, o kalio, e. Translation. Kaina Point flies on its way like a seabird in fair, whether like the wings of a swooping gull or the cliffs of Ninlaa. Like the lash of the bosun's wings is the curl of the breaking wave in the channel of Iaia. The gray sand that borders the lava drinks the waves like a thirsting man, and purple and pink and red are the ice spots of the basalt that gleam in the sea of Kapeku. The sea gives a querulous tone, the season is that of Ho'ailo. A cloud pall shadows the ocean, sure sign of a turbulent sea, of a tide that will deluge the land, like the flood of Kahulumanu. The god forms stand in due order, forms that are swollen to bursting, the group on Kanaloa's altar. Friends, allies, I reckon them all. Cape of the Woods entices us on, besprayed by the sea of Wawalu, forefront Unulau's gullied cliffs. I drink of the water distilled by the dripping poly walls, led forth in a hollowed log. The rustic denies it and hides it. 4 water streams has Kaina, and the summer sun is ardent. The blocks of stone, like warriors, move in procession before me, pilgrims that march along the crest of the steep ridge Lehanua. Ah, a new joy now do I find, it comes with the breath of this wind. And what is my gift in return to my shame? It's only my voice. The rocks and huge boulders that dotted the barren waste of Kaina seemed to the travelers to glow and vibrate as if they were about to melt under the heat of the sun. A phenomenon that stirred the imagination of Hiiaka to song. Lia kikaho Kaina, welai kala aina ihola kapohakwa ma wela kahulai anio, halo ana ai kameli haha kapukawan, kikikika ai kahape ai kamakani kamalu. Uhorai ai kikulo, e pakulo, hulu kula hulu kahia ki keiki ai kawa. I halo, oi meli ki kaha o ninle, eas haloe mi ka ino ai kamakani, ka pipiluro kailai ka aihu o kawa. Hiwawa kamakani, hinayupo, ki kai keike, koknalo kapohaku ki kupos holono kai, o pohaku o kai, I e noho ana o pohaku o kai ai kai, e. Translation. Kaina, salty and barren, now throbs with the blaze of the sun. The rocks are consumed by the heat, dappled and changed in their color. The sandholes sink, the coral forms heaps, urged by the breath of Malawa, that fellow of mine from Kilauea. When blows Kilauea, then bristles the plain. Then calls the lad to the sailor, speed on while calm as Neenla. Such time you'll meet with good weather, the lap of the sea, gainst the bow, a most thoughtless, good-natured wind that, when choppy the sea, hid are the rocks. A man of the sea art thou, well versed in its signs of storm and of calm, O rock, thou rock of Kauai. Chapter 22. Hiiaka addresses Pohakuokai. The two women rig up a kanushi, salutes kina salute, to Hapusi's Lohiau's spirit form. Hiiaka had large acquaintance with the natural features of every landscape, and if those features were of volcanic origin, she might claim them as kindred through her own relationship with Pele. It was hers to find friendship, if not sermons, in stones. This Pohakuokai, to whom Hiiaka now addressed herself, though in outward form an unshapen boulder, as we see it today, the very one that Maui drew from its ocean bed with his magic hook, Monoia Kalani, was in truth a sentient being, alive to all the honor claims of kinship. To him, in her need, Hiiaka addressed herself. Ipohakuokai aikai, izi pokainai napali iweno mariaik aku ai ikamako kiho, o Lohiau ipo e. Translation. O sea-planted rock of Kauai, night shadows the cliffs of Kaina. A canoe for me and my fellow, we would look on the face of our friend, Lohiau the dearly beloved. I have no canoe, said Pohakuokai. The one I had was wrecked in a storm while on a fishing trip. One huge wave came aboard and split her from end to end. We had to swim for it, but surely, such a beautiful woman as you will have no trouble in finding a canoe. There must be no lack of canoes making the trip to Kauai. In the lack of a canoe, let us have a plank, such as I see you are there using for a shelf. If that will serve you, you are welcome, said the old man. We shall also need an outrigger float for our craft, Hiiaka remarked. An outrigger float is a thing I lack, he answered. You must have some block of willy-willy such as that one, for instance, which you use to hold your fish hooks, Hiiaka urged. The old man was able to meet their demands. The two women then set their wits to work, and finally succeeded in lashing the parts together in such fashion as to make something that would serve as a canoe. Hiiaka, as the one in command, sat astern and Wahainamo'o in the bow. As they sailed away, Hiiaka saluted Cape Kaina in these words. Halo Kaina, lemihiwa kakahilarai kameli kalauho, lauho o ku o kale, kikawilduilo leto lesua, e o lesua hai, e. Translation. Kaina speeds along a single canoe in the calm. The 400 rays that dart from the back of the sun sink down in the sea at Lohiau, the western waves of Lohiau. When well out in the channel of Kaie, the site of the famous hill of Hapu, that now appeared to lift its head like a waterfowl stemming the tide, was an inspiration to song. Mingled with the pleasure, however, was the chagrin and indignation that came from knowing that at that very moment her own Lohiau preserves in Kona were suffering ravage from fire by the act of Pele. O hapu manakike hukiela, paraikalani wahakeki makikua hikiola makielo, o ananihau aikikai pau ulehurai kamano, e pau e o zulehurhai, e. Translation. Famed Hapu, the mighty hill, lifts head till she touches heaven on her back strapped a suckling child, while she fondles a fleecy cloud, and Niihau swims the ocean tide. Oh, my Lohiauas. Spoiled by the birds, alas, my Lohiauas, alas. What a notion, Wahainama'o exclaimed. Who in the world is meddling with your Lohiauas? While they were sailing along the precipitous coast of Kalalo, set in the windward wall of the island, Hiiaka saw standing at the mouth of a cave high up on the precipice, the spirit form of one who was no other than Lohiau, and again she was moved to song. A kalalo a kiakute a kapalio ihina, ipihai mai ana kalawakir ayu la pihai, ipihai mai ana kalawakir ayu o kea o kamaka o kialoha, la o kialoha hai, e. Translation. Off the coast of Lalo, off Kiakute, when nigh the cliffs of Hina, the loved one beckons, he beckons, the loved one beckons to me. I am the one the ice scout of love. Love, indeed, is my errand, I love. The ghost form of Lohiau still continued to show itself as they sailed, and when it signaled a recognition of Hiiaka by beckoning to her, she could but answer it. Yua pa'ari ki one ka lehuro yuka, Ua hoiakut iki kaula I kapapa, ua huna I ki kino I kapohaku o kapuana, ki ahuni I ki ala lanui hilo kayunu kupu. Hil liulau kapohakau, I kali e kapohakau hi kilahana iasi makake I no kahuanui, hi kahiko I no kawaio kano, I, e kano ane, o ki aloha aya e iula e hao. Translation. The upland lehua is clinker-heaped, wee flame buds crop up on the plain, the tree trunk is hidden with rocks, yet its flowers encarpet the path, the road this that leads to desire one's travel stays not at twilight, nor to ease one's back of its load. My journeys to Kahuanui, she is the goal of my passion. If love be the targe of thy aim, and I that targe, ruin awaits thee. Chapter 23. The Lame Fisherman his epic recital, celebrating Pele. On arriving at Hina, Hiiaka did not go at once to Lohiau's place, but to the house of Hyakaua, a man of chiefish rank, and one who had the reputation of being a seer. He was lame and unable to walk. For this reason, his wife, Wailuanuia Hono, had carried him down to the seashore, and leaving him there to his fishing, had gone home to her work of tapa making. She was busily wielding the tapa club in the Hail Kuku Kappa, while Hiiaka stood outside the enclosure and sang. Kunaha kamana I kalai, I o wailil la I wailua, huki iluna kapopo uo kawaikini alai I alainaunu nalo kaipuha, kalalama yuko kapa, I parai kalio, hi oli hi mai kalio, Translation. The mountain turns the cold shoulder, facing away from Wailua, albeit in time of fair weather. Waikini flaunts, top lofty, its rain cap, and the view is cut off by Naunu, thus Humility Hill is not seen, nor Kapa's broad upland plain. You seal your lips and are voiceless, best to open your mouth and speak. The woman Wailuanuia Hono received in silence this sharp reproof of her haughty and inhospitable conduct, couched, though it was, in the veiled language of symbol. Her eyes left the work in hand and followed Hiiaka and Wahainamao as they turned and faced the path that climbed the Pali wall. Hyakaua, lame, guileless, innocent of all transgression, meanwhile, sat and fished. He had cast afresh his triple-hooked line, blown from his mouth into the water the comminuted fragments of the shrimps whose bodies baited his hooks, and as he waited for a bite he chanted a song to the god of good luck that reached Hiiaka's ear. Pamai kamakani o Kilauea, I makani kayahulalo o kapali o kaipu, I milnil nai waini haikau makuhiza, hijena Kilauea na Hyakaua I. Translation. A wind squall drives the canoes in flight, dashing the spray gainst the cliff of Kipu. Peace, waves, for my hook at Wainiha, come, fish, to the hook of the fisher, the hook of Hyakaua. Hiiaka's answer to this was a song. O Hyakaua, lauso kapali, keiki lauso a Wainiha, mapuno a kani lani, laush kupali o hina, o yumamro kiala haki, hidena Kilauea na Hyakaua I. Translation. I hail thee, Hyakaua, thou fisherman of the cliffs. As a youth you fished at Wainiha, grandson thou to Kano'olani, fishing now neath the bluffs of Hina, sometime breasting the steep mountain ladder. Send fish, O heaven, to this fisherman, send fish to Hyakaua. As if obedient to the charm of Hiiaka's incantation, the breeze sank to a whisper, and the ruffled surface of the ocean took on a calm that brought fish to the fisherman's hooks. Hyakaua looked up from his work, and though he did not recognize Hiiaka, he had an intuitive sense that it was her power that had quieted the elements, and, with a shrewd insight, he divined that she was of the Pele family. It is you, then, that has made this day one of calm. And he continued his address in song. Uaya, I ka wahini e ai lau puna, I ka lalarai kaulu a wahini kapo, isiza, hidana Kilauea nana akua wahini o puna, I. Translation. Thou art she, O tree-eater of Puna, O branch of Wahini Kapo's bread tree. Swarm, fish, to the fisherman's hook fish for the godlike woman of Puna. Hyakaua felt a genial thrill pervading his system. New vigor came to him. He found himself able to stand on his feet and walk. Some new and wonderful power had come into his life. In the first flush of his ecstasy, he gathered up his fishing tackle, thrust the hooks and lines into his basket, and walked triumphantly home on his own feet. Without a word to his wife, he began to tear down a portion of the fence that enclosed the house lot. "What are you about?" exclaimed his wife. "Tearing down our fence. But what has happened to you? Here you are for the first time in many years able to walk on your feet." The man made no immediate reply, but kept on with his work. When she repeated her questionings and expressions of wonder, he quietly asked, "Have you not seen 2 women about the place?" "There were 2 women who came this way," she answered thoughtfully. "Would you think it, they were divine beings," he exclaimed in a tone of conviction. "We must spread for them a feast. You had better prepare some luau." Hiiaka himself, alii as he was, with his own hands set about dressing and preparing a dog for the oven. This was his own token of service. At his command, his people brought the material for an abundant feast. Hiiaka saw from a distance the smoke of Hiiaka's imu and recognized the bustle preparatory to a feast. She exclaimed to her companion, "The lame man has saved the day." When the repast was nearing its end, and the people had well eaten, Hiiaka and his wife stood forth and led in the performance of a sacred dance, accompanying their rhythmic motions with a long meal that recited the deeds, the events, the mysteries that had marked Peel's reign since the establishment of her dominion in Hawaii. O kora pilai hakai kasiki, I hakaka e aimi namako kahe. Masuka mai pilai Hawaii, masuka pilai owner anohi, I na lapa uwilla I lapraina matana la. Zalili kaumai. Hikai moeni no peel no ki akua, hikai hulilaina moku. Hei aku kai I hanakase. Aiki wano waialam iluna ako I kahele ki akua, ki amoila ki kai ki akula ayuka. Haki nana mai kanala mai kahiki papai akwai ki alo o Kilauea, ki kai huli I ki alo o papalawach. Kanaka hi I ki ala kupua kano, wahin kui lehur ka yuka I ala, komoku lehur I ki alo o hia, o kukuna wahin. Komo I kalawali na holi I kana helopuna no ea maku, kulau kala la. Izalili kaumai. Hikai ehuko ko halaloa. Kai apapa ko kapali ayuka, hi kai kiapali ko kupihau, kai pi hala o karena, ki papai aqularai kai omai ki kaya kawahini, zo ki kai kui lehurapil e kau akuala, zalili kaumai. Hiiaka was so greatly impressed with this meal that she commanded Wahainamao to restrain herself and observe the dignity of the occasion by eating more quietly. The young woman, thereupon, moderated her gusto and concluded her repast with less smacking of the lips, and the singers proceeded. Iomana aikarohu kapali, kahakalio o kaosia, yue, aiko aiki ahia yayala, kaluhain moinanai papanina, waihau, o wakase. Ilela pepe mua pepe wina, o pepe kamumu o kihelea ulu, kamaka haki kiro nishu kalos, kamaka kahala ilili kaumai. Amalakai nuyahina, e kanuo hirhipali, e kukuyo hapo. Hapo ki akua lili, puka mai pil, ki akua nui mi hamia mi hiaka mi kukiona mi akaka. O kia ki ahi iki, e hiano hi no pil, ka oka o kalani la, zalili kaumai. Anane kaulahi, e manale kui kales le pilai karayaz, la waihinupa o hiaka, halapu ili o hamia, ua ono pilai kana ja o kahanu o poli hua hanu iki, e umlaut nanao kua pape o kamona karinui, kua wawaka, hulek I kai aina pil aina oka I kalani, la. Zalili kaumai. Akazi, aiki ola iluna, e kapua lana I kai o wailua nanamai pila lela, I weho aku ana o ahu lohai kawailiu o kazena, I alamai ana makahana, wai avo hiaka. Hupepa pila lela e as kahu I uluese. Ki hei aku pilai kail kua laloa, hiano hi no pil, kaoka o kalani, la alili, kaumai. Halo mai pil mai kasakina, e kau kawarai maukini. Noho kayu I kumali, hoks pil marai kiki noho I kiki a pil ma e kapazokai. Kanini pil ma lela kaya huki mai pile kalia liliwi, honi I kia lao ka hala o ka lehuro makolil, or ka pila kuila si kanana hail kapolina hi hail moe o papalau ase, hi halo no Kilauea, ilili, kaumai. Hal mai pil mai kahiki mai, o ka hekali, o ki ale, o ka yua loku, o ka yua pako hai he lau miaku o na wahini I kawao maukil, la homai ana pil ula, o miki, o huki kail kua lalo, nana kamonai kalilio pil oki, kuanui ki kaila iluno kalani wahi kapapaku, kapapai ea kapapa kain mai hiai maui ka heliapia, ki kuo kala e waika halalo I akia ilili kaumai. O wa kainana I ka awa laush kukapakai, I ko hala oki, kua lapu, I poloa ki uulolarai kamihil, ki akia kui lehiro kuo kala, kui mai anai makananai kalapo, la helu pua la kalaraku hai, I kasui, I kayuka ano, I alo kaula, I mana mai ana kasakina o kalaro kumukahe ma. I haliko ea ana karama, lilhite, o kohala ki kale nela, I kalapume hana olo kapo, o kalapi, ai, o kiao kau aku ilunai kamalama, la ilili kaumai. He make no azi, I kalu irai kapua eas I he kalau ahia kaipu kamas ki akua, kamamala kapu na holi, Kai kalani ka hekali o kaiuloku o kaolahi. O karaki no o kiau o kaomi lani I ualataha ka hala I lili ki aku akahi pila hakahoka. Akahi pila anana. Akahi pila ziaipau. I pau I kuhoa, I oni ikea I pahoi hoi, ai o I kamana ahia pahoi hoi la. Noho ihola kalau kala I kapau hail o ki akuri kenula pil, o kua hemalan iakia, he holi I pil, he noho ana ai lau na wahini pil mana, nanar I papawalu. Ilili, kaumai. Kiop mai ana ki ahia kanaka ililo Kilauea, or I kumaumawa. E kiwa mai ana kapizikiaku iluna, I kapalio mali. O kahuai makai ani o kanaka nanai huli piu kawai, pu I kaulami kumakai nana. Hapu I kaulau, haho I kiakua ka is pil lapana pil weho ana ililo, lapu ka moe, e kala ililo la pahoi hoi I ozo. Pahoi hoi la, I halo I kawa I kakamana. Ola Hiiaka I kapolio pils, hai aku iluna I kamalama, amapi is ilunai kawaki. I homai ama I kiako kanaka hali ama, ku I kalau lawer ama, heiana I karik kiahi pair I kapolo kamalo, ku ana pea ilo kanunu lay ana pair I kahualimukala, kau ana pea iluna I karla manu pea, hazel I karik. Nio mola ehia nuawa. Siha? O I ohanu o QQA o hinalia o kapuhihai o kahihaiwai. I de loli pua I is a loli coco I is a loli ka I is a lelia. O lelia makro kahikona, nanar I hanu, kaha kayua coco. Hana re ana kamana o ki akua iwahola, I lili ilili kaumai. Peleo Holani informs me that the following verses are found in another version of this meal, immediately following verse 183. O kukuluka pahua kalio hakiki kanwas hikue, hikai akia, hialamuku. Translation. Let the drum, though torn, snarl at the law of the burning back, deep ocean's gulf, and God's short bridge to heaven by the bow. Yua lili kalani mi ka yua woki kalani. Pol ka hanuai ka hanau ana ona holi, hanau ki kaikamahan harnaut o kalani, himo mai hikeki kane oili ka yua koko iluna. Hanau kiwalu mi kana kane o kwa hamalana ekia, aai ipil, I kuena ka ohia, kawulu halai kayo lilu simoku panayu, hi oka whale kayo cute, hi po o pil nui kas, ipil, I kuena, hulukio ilili kaumai. Kuai wailua kapu hela ka aipo, hulono I ka yualo, ka wawanui o ulupo maolini, eas yulamai I. Aloha ino ikiwa maolini ki lila ka kamua, ka ino kamakani yuki kolo I kaulana, ka yua lila aqua lilmai lila puhe lala, lila kaulana ka hoka, I Hiiaka, I snow ki kanini no ka ohana hamya ki kanini. Ko I kane ki ka, I kai ni manawa aya. No pil, no Hiiaka no kahanua nei, kahanua lua kalani iluna o anaku, kukahai loko, o hamo hilai haisa ais hi pahwai kilina, hi parai za ais hi kahirai hilaya. Hi luana mo hi kanana ko akana piko hi ola mona, hi lawan ipukai hi yukihina wai, hi kamasi I hi hina no kathail. Is noa norai hailua as a yua kamohia no wai hanua. Ku ana o halo alalo, kathail o pilai no hoiai. Makake mai kini o ki akua hai aku iwaho, nut hi kahuna pulol, hi li pul ols mai como whale mai I kahail o pil o kau akua la. Zilili kau mai. I kau ana kiko I kizelia kiko, hilamar kiko a kahini o kelpaipa nani. Kaila pakiko kiko. Uanoa kazena, I kapo keiki I kapo kinui. I ka nawai I ka haki ana. Ku ka opop o kilaip no hoai kalua e lil. I na holia o kua was o kuhelimo. O kanelo Hawaii, a kahini o hai akuni mai o akula e lil pakohana mai e lili kau mai. Translation. Of Peel, her warfare in Kahiki with her sister Namako Kahai, of her flight to the land of Hawaii. A flight like the eye shot of dawn, a flight like the lightning's flash, that rivals the full of the moon. Wonder and awe possess me. For Peel the ocean sleeps afar, for Peel the godlike one. A surge now cradles the islands and breaks on the land Hanakahai, or flooding the sands of Waiolama. God's temple is roofed with the fingers, and the thumb is lifted in earnest prayer by the concourse met in the uplands. High piles the surf that sweeps from Kahiki, it breaks at the foot of Kilauea, is driven back by the hot lava plates. Now calls from the wayside a human voice, your suitor, goddess who rifled the bloom from my Alayan park of Lehua, that smile in the lap of Hia, and the wreath goddess Kukuana. What a bestial and nondescript mix-up embroiled our chief in the thickets of Puna, what a passionate mounting. What a stay, small show of regard for your fellow peers, wonder and awe possess me. Wild the sea mist at Kohalaloa, sea roughed by the breeze from the upper hills, sea that peeps o'er the cliffs of Kupihau, invading the groves of Pandemus. It reaches the lowlands of Maui, the sea of this goddess. this queen. The Lohiauas are twisted like garlands at the touch of this sea of God Pele, for Pele indeed is my God. Wonder and awe possess me. Thou mountain wall all swathed in mist, now groans the mountain apple tree. I see a fire of blazing rocks. I see an aged dame, who snores on lava plate, now hot, now cold. Now 'tis canoe in shape, well propped. A chalk neath bow, midships, astern needs bail the waist where drains the bilge, else salt will crust like staring eye grey roving eye of lawless Nihiu. Wonder and awe possess me. On famed Molokai of Hina, at the Pali of Unuohua, where burn the lamps of Hapu assemble the throng of little gods. Then comes forth Pele, a great god, Haumea and Hiiaka, and Kukuana and Akyaka. If the small fire burns, let it burn, 'tis the beaming of Pele's eye, the flashing of heavenly fire. Wonder and awe possess me. Now to Nanai of Kaulahi, at Monolei Pele plates her a wreath, she plates it of Iaquti. Hiiaka pelts head with ginger cone, Haumea anoints her body. And Pele eats with zest the flesh from the turtle of Polihua, a young thing, short in the neck, backed like a crab from the sea, like a sea turtle plated and patterned turned into meat for Pele, food for the heavenly flame. Wonder and awe possess me. From the ether above Kauai to the blossoms afloat at Wailua ranges the flight of Pele's gaze. She sees Oahu floating afar, feels thirst for the Watri mirage, inhales the scent of Makehana, the bathwater of Hiiaka. She once had a contest there. She had no tenant to guard the place. Pele spurns with her feet the long waves, they give back a flash like her eye, a flash that's repeated on high. Wonder and awe possess me. When Pele came voyaging from the east and landed at Maokini, the rain poured down at Kumali, her people set up an image, and there they made their abode, with the workmen who carved the canoe, and they offered prayers and gave thanks. Then Pele led them in journey to the Cape of Liliui, where they breathed the incense of Hala. With Makalil's rich Lohiau goddess, Pele weaved her a wreath. They built a village at Poulina, her bedroom at Papalauahai, a mighty hall at Kilauea. Wonder and awe possess me. When Pele fell through from Kahiki bitter the rain, lightning and quaking the big dropped rain that shatters the leaves of the women folk in Maukiel's wilds. Pele came in the dusk of the night with toss and sway of the long-backed waves. The ocean heaved at Pele's rush, the great god thundered in heaven, the strata of earth were uptorn, the reef plates broken, crushed, and rent was the surf plank of Cain at Maui. What a piling of portents by the sun god over the green lake Kahalaloa. Wonder and awe possess me. It was Wag gazed on the fishing fleet, his watchtower the cliffs of Kohala, while the witch ruler, O Poloa, entreated the wayfaring one, and the goddess who gilds the Lohiau set aglow Makananai's sunlit verge. One day for gathering and choosing the flowers devoted to worship, the next day an upland frosty Huey. The earth creatures glimmer and glow while the eastern sun tops Kumukahai. Sidewise the black crab springs from his hole and Kohala spreads out, neath the orb that fails to give warmth to the night, and the sun hangs low in the sky, and the clouds, they canopy heaven. Wonder and awe possess me. Oahi meets death, spite of steam bath, a boar unpurged of bristles and poultice hot of ahihia, an herb that serves as a dish for the gods, a tidbit for the king's table. Thunder resounds in the heavens. Rain falls, bitter as tears of Kaulahi, clouds, torn and ragged, fill the sky, a piled-up ominous cloud pillar. A fabric reared by heaven's rain god, a collective evils was that. The gods were aghast at the scandal. For once Pele found herself duped, for once Pele shifted in bed, for once Pele drank to the dregs, the cup was the brew of her consort, her bed the spikes of AA. Stone-armored, passion had slaked. Where then was her armor of stone, the prophets, in Congress assembled, consult on the rape of the goddess red-headed Cain, coup of the trade wind, compeers of Pele, consumers of trees, the women of eightfold incantations. Wonder and awe possess me. They stamp out the fire in the pit, stand shoulder to shoulder, their cry, shoulder to shoulder, echoes the throng on the heights of Maliola, where the green leaf distills the watermen search for like hovering owls. Chew thou the herb with thy friend, I will offer mine to my God. The fault of Pele's condoned, she lifts herself from her huddle in bed, a couch far down in the pit it now becomes plates of smooth lava. How like the flight of a swift canoe is the flow of the Pahoehoe, as the mountain melts and rolls away. Hiiaka, the darling of Pele, then soars aloft to the realms of light. As the crab climbs up Kauwiki, the crab retreats from man's shadow, and when these black ones huddle together, they are easily clubbed with a stick. Their bodies then are thrust in the bag. As the gray crab tugs at the malo's fold, as he stands mid the heaped-up coral, while round him wave the pods of rough moss, or he rests on the flat coral plate as, tan from the bag, he's chewed into bait, so men spit forth their bitter words. How many guests at a was or crab for gods, is the answer returned tortoise and turtle in Kilauea and Hinalia, and with them are a Puhihai and Hihiwai, along with Lolipua and Lolikoko, and Lolika and Lileacute. Lilamakua fathered the fisherman's god, Kahaikona. When he breathed, red as blood poured the rain, a sign of the power and wrath of the god. Wonder and awe possess me. The heavens were turmoiled with rain clouds, the firmament sealed, earth black as midnight, at the birth of the princely ones. The heaven-urging princess was born, then came forth a man-child, a prince, and the blood-red rain poured down. Then was born Kualu and her lord Malanai, the far-breathing trade-wind, and thou, O Pele, then ate of thy land, consuming the groves of Ohia and Liliui's palms by the sea. Paniua still was a park. Kaiuakute was made a cinder patch, by her might Pele threw up a mountain. Overwhelm your lands, O Pele, let your fire streams flow, wonder and awe possess me. Her lover's houseboat stands in Wailua, there Pele hears a call that appeals, 'tis a song voiced by Ulupo. She utters no word to answer this pleading babel of voices, now comes the first thrill to virgin flesh. Impatient, the princeling crawls on his knees, there's plenteous downfall of tears, as when rain columns fall, or men leap and dive, head first, feet first, into the flood. These symbols will tell the tale, Hiiaka. For whom do I make this offering of song? For the ancient stock of Hamia. God Cain planted the coral reefs, a work that done in Pele's time. For Pele, for Hiiaka the land, this solid ground that swings and floats beneath the o'erhanging arch of heaven. At Anaku once met the gods, the road thither lay through Hoamo, but now its drum is dismantled, its fence o'erleaped, the terrace trampled, a litter of straw-champed sugar cane heaped odds and ends a spread for mats, a clutter of dishes, there's dipping of water, serving of food. What a desecration of the house. The house is degraded and trodden, its taboo place entered, deflowered now stands a hall of common resort where once stood the house of Pele. Now come the pygmy gods on a visit. Be off. Be gone from the place. A prayerless priest, a prayerless king is yours, enter not prayerless the house of Pele. For Pele, I swear it, is my god, wonder and awe possess me. The taboo flags fluttered in place just now, and now the flags are removed by you. Men parcel the hills in the taro patch, they parcel the clumps in the taro ditch. The land goes free, the children secure, unvexed be the people. The waters run free, food bundles shall bulk in the patch, Kulipe shall keep to the pit. The princes of clamor shall fly away. Give place to Ku, the smoother of lands, the planter of forest and field. I go in peace from your presence forth, I came to you in my nakedness. Wonder and awe possess me. Chapter 24. Hiiaka learns of the death of Lohiau. With a nice feeling of etiquette, Hiiaka's hosts allowed the day of her arrival to pass with no inquiry as to the purpose of her visit. But on the morning of the morrow, Malihiakoa asked the question that put himself in sympathetic touch with his guests. I have come to escort Lohiau as a lover to the bed of Pele, said Hiiaka. Lohiau has been dead many days, they both exclaimed. He took his own life out of a passionate infatuation for one of the Honopu women. Let that be as it may, Hiiaka answered. I will go and see for myself. Now Kahuanui, the sister of Lohiau, had laid his body to rest in a sepulchre close to her own residence, but on examination the place was found to be empty. It was evident that the body had been spirited away. Hiiaka, turning her gaze to the mountain, discerned a ghostly form standing at the mouth of a cave. It was the ghost of Lohiau. In an effort to soothe and attract him, Hiiaka, with arms extended and face uplifted, in passionate utterance gave vent to her emotions. Ko kain I kapali o hina, my naina pali apauloa, my hululu no apoli hail la ko kain hai, easy. Translation. At last, my dear man, at last, on this rugged cliff of Hina, I have searched the whole mountainside, from Honolulu's booming fall to Poli Hale's buttressed flank. I have found thee at last, my man. Again, she scanned the lineaments of the shadowy form if she might find there the picture her mind had imaged. At second view, the ghostly unreality of the tenuous image so greatly shocked her imagination by its contrast to her ideal of a true flesh-and-blood lover, that she amended her first utterance. Aal is inikikain hi hoapili no kiahiahi hi hoakanu no ki amo, no kawina pololo ki huilo, la ko kain hai, iti. Translation. This, surely, is not the lover to cling to one in the twilight, to fondle in the midnight watch of a long, long, wintry night, where, Oh, where art thou, my man? A creepy thrill came over Hiiaka as she saw the bloodless lips open and heard these answering words from the mouth of the weird object that stood on the poly wall. Ko wahine, easy. Tuhuaro ios la iolai kalalo, idi I kapalio o hululu la ko wahine hai, easy. Translation. Alas, my woman, alas, you wail in soul recognition. I was yonder at Kalalo, or sometime perched at Honolulu. Surely thou art the woman, thou. With the desire to soothe the bewildered soul, Hiiaka again spoke. Cocaine I kamakani kilihau, kiliapu, kipakawayo kamana, himana pali no kalalo e mar ihil ai. Miao miki kainla, cocaine o kawapo whale, o ko wailuna o kialo la cocaine hoai, e. Translation. My man of the wind-driven mist, or rain that plunges clean as a diver, what time the mountain stream runs cold adown the steps at Kalalo, where we shall ere long climb together. With you, my friend, with you, companion of the pitchy night, when heavenward turns my face thou art, indeed, my man. A moment's pause, and she resumed. Iko kane, hilio I whale hai kuhilio no kahainhain, no kapalolai kani kaumano yukala, ko kane hai, easy. Translation. Alas, my man, alas, how altered is your voice, changed to the trilling note of the plaintive palolai that trills on the mountain ridge. Yet thou art, indeed, my man. Kahuanui was greatly moved when she heard the words of Hiiaka and said, with emotion, It is evident you loved my brother, that handsome fellow dead. If only the woman had been like you. What a pity that he should have wasted himself on such a good-for-nothing. Tell me, pray, where did you lay your brother's body? Asked Hiiaka. Yonder, said she, pointing to a grass house. Limalawa, who hails from Honolulu in Mana, bound on the thatch. That job completed, he went away with all the men of the place to bewail him. We 2 women alone remain to keep watch over him. There he lies, and we stand guard over his sepulchre. Then Hiiaka, girding herself with her divine attributes as a goddess of Kilauea the power, which on occasion availed to flood the plains of Puna with sounding plates of pahoihoi, or to heap up the rugged aa at Makel, reached into the sepulchre in search of Lohiau's body. But it was not there. It had been stolen away by the 2 Maa witches, Kilio and Kalanamaino, and lodged in a cave high up in the inaccessible mountainside. The emotions of Hiiaka at this turn of events found expression in song. Alimalawa I kikaha o Honolulu hai easy, ako manar I kahil ohe enako hila, ii hupunapuni I kamalahini, puni hayo, easy. Translation. The deed this of Limalawa, that wondermonger who works in the barren land of Mana, who roofs Mana with Ojai, one there munches cane as he plods. His to deceive the stranger, I'm the victim of his deceit. Hiiaka, at the mention of Limalawa and the part he had taken in constructing the house that served as a sepulchre for Lohiau, jumped to the conclusion that he had been the body snatcher of Lohiau. Kahuanui strongly dissented from this view. There can be no doubt, said she, that my brother's body lies in that sepulchre at this very moment. That is the reason for my keeping guard over the place. But why stand we here? Let us go to my home. As Hiiaka went with her, she again had sight of the ghost form of Lohiau standing in the door of the cavern, and she addressed to him this meal. Ako nanani maka iwawinohu, ii mi hinana hila kaula kikai, ki amo ezelarai kalimo konolau, ii ki hoa larai ki kua oleno ai hi ai aloha na alua, easy. Translation. His airy phantoms queer the eye at Wawinohu, and yon islet Kaula, like a lanai, looms at sea, while lifts the hand of Konolaa to smite the back of Lainoai. The sight enchants you twain. Hiiaka paused for a moment, and then continued in a reflective mood. O kaula nui kai akaka, uapo kahalo zola aikano, o kamanu naki lilni kai luno wahila, la kino holarai Lainoai, hi ai aloha keraya ola, easy. Translation. Famous Kaula looms crystal clear, misty and dark the temple of health, yet the birds keep flying around and about the hill Wahila. They settle at Lainoai, a sight most pleasing to you. Hiiaka now perceived 2 female figures squatted at the entrance of the cavern, which they had carefully blocked and were guarding. These were the creatures that had stolen away the body of Lohiau. She at once raised her voice and addressed them with this threatening language. Iaka I Kilauea kapua, easy. Na wahini kapa ol inene whale ni kahapapa kaya pisi, o ka lunar halainiani, len na wahini kapa ol. Translation. Ah Aka and you Kilauea dowered with flower-like beauty, you women with naked bodies, who sometime flit o'er the reef plates, now squat over Halaaniani, you shameless, you naked ones. The magic of these words worked their death purpose. The way to the sepulchral cave was now unobstructed. As they came, however, to the base of the cliff, they found that the ladder had been removed, the mischievous work of the witches. Wahainamao was aghast. "There is no ladder for us to climb up by," said the woman. "Turn your face to the cliff," was Hiiaka's answer. The girl did so, and used her best efforts to climb the mountain wall. The day was far spent, and darkness would soon come on. Thereupon Hiiaka invoked the sun, bidding it stand still at the mouth of the river Hi. Ikini, ihikiai kauai, ikuena o komakiro halawa, per konar iokin, akuanuyo Hiiaka, let hiki epe, iho e zikau I kamili ohi, kaumeli o ikala. Translation. Come to your land to Kauai, ye hosts. Ye warrior gods, keen eyes of pearl, put forth your strength, O Kona the mighty goddess Hiiaka. I bid you rise, climb, and descend. Now stay your flight, O day, stand still, O sun, o'er Hi's water. Chapter 25. Hiiaka utters many prayers to restore Lohiau to life. Before proceeding to her task, Hiiaka instructed Mali Haakoa to call in the guards stationed at Lohiau's sepulchre, and to keep the hula going for the next 10 days as an attraction to draw off the people from playing the spy on her performances. Hiiaka and her companion conquered the impossible and scaled the mountain wall as if their feet had the clinging property of the fly. Lohiau's ghost would have escaped, but with bird-like quickness, she caught it. At her command, Wahainamao gathered certain aromatic and fragrant herbs of the wilderness, and having made a fire, they bruised and warmed the samples and spread them upon a sheet of leaves. While Wahainamao kept fast hold of the feet, Hiiaka forced the soul particle to pass in through one of the eye sockets. It went as far as the cavity of the chest, then turned back and strove to escape. Hiiaka guarded the ways of exit, and with skillful manipulations compelled it to go on. Reaching the loins, it balked again, but Hiiaka's art conquered its resistance, and the human particle extended its journey to the feet. There was a twitching of these parts. The hands began to move, the eyelids to quiver. Breath once more entered the body. They lifted and laid it on the blanket of aromatics and restoratives, swathing it from head to foot. Hiiaka set a calabash of water before her and, addressing Wahainamao, said, "Listen to my prayer. If it is correct and faultless, our man will live, but if it is wrong or imperfect, he will die." "He will not survive," replied Wahainamao gloomily. "Kiliki kahuna aimu aikai, ni anapu iluna, ililo ohanaya kamalama omaio omaa ona hinahiana awahi kaukanalohi akua, ualilai kalani mi kuhulumaroka hanawakain ena wahini, ona wahini akapepe. Ope kua opaialo ope kauhail, oloyal kaha olil whale kapule paraio, haluluai kamanawa hiapehi we maka loha, easy. Zaidi halohai edi. Translation. Stand to the fore, O priest. Shrink not though thunders growl and lightnings flash fill heaven's vault above, below. Come, mistress of Tabas. Come ye who string lays, and the goddess who mixes the dyes. Kilauea alert soars aloft with hairy coo, the offspring of Cain, and the women who cheer with a touch on the back, the chest, or knock at the door, lest the charm depart. The prayer go wrong with damage to me and damage to you, a pain in the head, a drooling nose, a shedding of tears of love and regret. Now let the prayer speed on its way. How was my prayer? Asked Hiiaka, turning to Wahainamao. It was a good prayer, she replied. Its only fault was that it sped on too quickly and came to an end too soon. In its haste to obtain recovery, no doubt, said Hiiaka. Perhaps so, the woman replied. Listen now to this prayer, Hiiaka said. If it is a good prayer, our man will recover. Alunar I wahini kapo, e Kilauea I kalua e lil, I na holiai o kua o kuhelimo, o kanelo of Hawaii. Ihi kapo kanaloa o kui o koli o kahula, o karoka kapa ulala kapa lil o kapa ahu o lono makua, o ki o haimaka kayuala, easy. Zai hollow easy. Translation. Ho, comrades from the sacred plateau. Ho, comrades from the burning gulf, hither fly with art and cunning. Ku, who fells and guides the warboat. Ku, who pilots us through dreamland, all ye gods of broad Hawaii, Kilauea, guard well your tabis, candle maker, candle snuffer, goddess, too, of passion's visions, lightning red, all heaven-filling pitchy darkness turned to brightness low. Come, thou god of all fire, come, too, thou piercing eye of rain, speed, speed my prayer upon its quest. How is my prayer? Said Hiiaka, turning to her companion. The answer was the same as before. Hiiaka devotes herself to gentle ministrations of healing, but without intermitting the chanting of prayer songs, the burden of whose petition is that the spirit of health shall prevail in Lohiau and restore him completely. After again sprinkling the body with water from the calabash, she breaks forth. Aya hayalulu ayamayo ikane kapalai imua iti, aya ulu kinio kiakua, la ulumayo kane o kanaloro Hiiaka, kalamana aya, iti nana I hayalulu ainamaya a ulu a nohua kukuatu. Zaya kawaila hiwai ola iti. Si ola hai iti. Translation. Come, enter, possess, and inspire me, thou first, God of the flowery wild, ye roving sprites of the wildwood, and master gods, Cain and Loa. Hiiaka, who calls you, lacks not in power to heal and inspire, pray enter, and heal, and abide in this one, your patron and guard. Here is water, the water of life. Give us this life. As in archery, the character of the arrow, the skill of the archer, and the caprice of the air currents that blow athwart the course of the arrows, flight may severally or collectively make or mar success. So likewise with the kahuna and his praying, success or failure were spelled by the quality of his prayer shaft, by the manner of his utterance of it, and lastly, by the physical and moral state of the atmosphere as to the existence or absence of noise and disturbance. It was not, then, through a mere silly curiosity or pride of utterance that Hiiaka appealed to her attendant to learn what she thought of her prayer. Nor was it a vain and meaningless compliment when the latter declared the prayer to be good, the conditions favorable. At the same time, she could not repress the criticism that from her emotional standpoint of view, the prayer seemed short. Again Hiiaka sprinkled the body with water from the calabash, while she uttered this prayer song. Aya ana o ilaka, kena haiwahin hai puo kanahilahel, hakihana melo kawau pululule tai o lekzo Hiiaka, kalamana aya, iti nana I haululu na me. Ea o ulu anohoi kukahu aya kawaila hiwai ola iti. Si ola tai iti. Translation. Here stand I in stress, Leka, thou husband of Hainakolo. What flowers have I plucked in the wild, what males stripped in the forest, to twine into wreaths for Leka, thus twalled the seer Hiiaka, and hers was the magic of cure. But come thou, mount, enter, possess, give life to thy servant and priest. Here's water, the water of life, grant life. The work of completely restoring Lohiau by the necromancies of the kahuna, like a process of nature, required the ripening hand of time. The utterance of prayer must be unremitting. Chapter 26. Hiiaka continues her prayers. While Hiiaka in her ministrations did not omit anything that might aid and expedite Lohiau's physical recovery, her chief reliance was in the spiritual aid of the gods, for which purpose prayer followed prayer like the pictures in a moving show. Himil kunakuni no Lohiau. Kilauea I uli, kapul kanana olaimuro ki kahuna kaliai Kilohilani. Kiliai kupukupu olinani o kupukupu. O ilio uli o iliomi o kukiaueki, o kukiaulo, o kukiaupoka. O kukiau pihipiho kalani o ki kanako kamana o nahoro kaululawi kueai I hina karamaka I puluakana, kakawai I kaholi, mokwai kapiko, I, zoamizimi o naluel I lowri loa kauhala, ukuai kawi. No kialohai kono, hail ma I ike akuai kayue ana iho I, zilili kapo ilazilai noa, ua noe. Translation. End o uli. A prayer this for life poured forth in the house of the priest. Let it touch the hearts of the shining band, the princes who rule in the heavenly courts. Who is this healer named Kupukupu? His are the soot-black swine, the yellow dog, the tiny cloudbud and the cloud full-blown, the cloud quick with rain, and the sky that is mottled and checkered with clouds, the tall man, the lord of the mountain. His fellows who rest in the tree-shade bent-kneed, they pray in their forest temple, suffice it. Here's flowing bowl, holy eye. Seek the God, stay not till you find him, if at fault, an offering this for your flesh. The twain of us came at the call of love, that my tears might pour with the others. Profound the taboo, profound be the peace, it is peace. Prayer followed on the heels of prayer. Kilauea I uli, kapul kanini ola, Kilauea I Kilohilani. I akupur olunani, o akupur olunani so iliowuli okalani o iliomi o ilio. O kukiaueki, o kukiauloa, o kukiaupoka. O kukiau siwahul o kalani o kanaka o kamana na horhil o ka ululao na kiolani, I kuzeai, I laka o makapul. Kas kawai o naholiai ni whale kapili moku wawa kupine, kuwaro kuhelimo, o haihelawasya. O na wahini I kapaku, I kapa ilil na kialoha I kono I hil milaro o hiaka I kialoha kathano, hano ki ola a ola azola, iti. This mealpule, though closely resembling, in many parts identical with, that on page 144 seems worth reproducing here. Translation. Speed, O Uli, this prayer for health, give it wings to the heavenly courts. The question is asked the shining band, who are the spirits of power up here? The azure cloud god that floats on high, god Ku of the cumulus cloud bank, Ku of the mackerel patchade sky. Ku of the cloud that roofs the horizon, Ku, the cloud god sailing apart, and Ku, the cloud god ruddy and ragged, the heroes, too, who dwell in the mountains, our comrades they, who range the forest, women gods of the ether who heal powers that hold with thee, god Laka, he gives men the rich ripe mountain apple. The gods pour out their healing water, the bunchy thatch grass waves in awe god Echo whose voices rumble afar, and the landscapist Ku and the princess who plucked and ate the fateful Ule. The women who sit in the outskirts, all clad in robes of funeral black great love has prompted their coming. I Hiiaka, the shadow, have come from love to my birthmate, my sister. Be this, then, the birthplace of life? Oh, for life. For life, give us life. How is it with you, O Lohiau? Inquired Hiiaka. Continue to kneel at the shrine. Prostrate yourself at the lake of our mistress, answered Lohiau. Thereupon, Hiiaka, greatly encouraged, resumed her praying and chanted in a clear tone. Akaluna I Kilauea, e wahini kapo I kalua, kapu na papa lima o kalua kapu Kilauea I ki ahia kawahain kapo I kamo hualia. Hi alia heno kapo, I hai o I aik mi ko haku ki hakike maini kalani o jua kahanua. Uamoe kanaka kaio kahanua, ua la kukuya kane po. Hulu mai, hi hayamo kapo kuhola ana. Ialai, kahikiku, ialai, kahikimo, jalahayo, uahikimai o uala kalani, uala kahanua, uala kayuka, uala kikai the kahilaro kialoha hikimai ai kihanani, nako hupo I kahupo kalil hurricane alela kikai hai aina, alamoe I kikayo ko hakwalamai no, is syro o Hiiaka alamais hai. I is hollow. Translation. On the heights about Kilauea, with the sacred dame in the pit 5 tabu strata has Kilauea, tabus the pit through the goddess. Fire, tabu hedges round Mohoalii a tabu god was he from his birth. To these will I go with my lord. The heavens above are in turmoil, the earth beneath is riven, the sea powers of earth are sleeping, the torch of Cain has risen, O god of the night, inspire me, thy sleep needs a sacred waking. Awake, O Kahikiku, awake, O Kahikimo, I too will awake at thy coming. The heavens are awake, and the earth is astir from mountain to sea. Today comes the first pang of love, my heart, how wildly it moves. My breast is torn by God Cain. In the breast lurks the mischief of Cain, the heart is the fortress of honor's guard, awake. Repose in thy sovereign's care. I pray thee awake, here am I, Hiiaka, awake, I beg and entreat thee, let my prayer speed its way. To the grist of prayers which Hiiaka, with chanting tone, had already brought to the prayer mill of the gods, she now added, or following the figure employed by the Hawaiian narrator laid on the altar of the gods, Yuhau, the following. Her mental attitude being that of one who was angling again to borrow the Hawaiian figure literally. Fishing, pia for a favor, a benefit. Ki huluo I kane kapolai, I mua, I oulu kini o kiakua ulumai o kane, o kenaloa, o hiakola, o kikala a ki kahuna nanarai hana, nanarai hulu de hulu I ki ola, as he ola no he ola haiku, I lohiau I pahina e ola hai, he ola nui, he ola iki, he ola kuliai kano, he ola o, I lohiau I po, haloi. Translation. To the temple, its healing rite. I summon you, Cain Kapolei, pray gather, ye wilderness host, come Cain and come Kanaloa, Hiiaka, prophet and priest, am I, it is mine to inspire, to perform. I have striven for life and life came your life, Lohiau of Hina I, life indeed, life in its fullness, life in detail. Life to stand at the temple shrine, such life be yours, beloved Lohiau, urge on, let the cure work. Hiiaka chanted also another prayer. Ilono kulani. Ilono noho I kawai o huluo o inana o. Hinana I ki ola, hape paana o I kawai ola kane, kawai ola kenaloa I kasikina, I ki kamohana I wai hua, I wai lanisai is haloi. Translation. O Lono, Lono, God Lono on high, Lono, whose realm is the watery vast inspirer, promoter, art thou, give aid to this work of perfect cure. Thou givest life's magic to water, the living water, water of Cain, the living water of Kilauea, which flows in the east, flows in the west in the bubbling fount, in heaven's rain. Speed now, urge on the cure. Prayer quickly followed prayer, like the moving pictures in a shifting scene. Aya ana o ilaka, kena haiwatain, hai puo kanahilahil. Hai hana melo kawau, hululule hayolaka o hiaka kalamana aya. I nanarai hayululu na mai, ea o ulu, anohoi kukafu e kawaila, hiwai ola, di ola hai, iti. Translation. Here stand I in stress, Leka, thou husband of Hyanakalo. What flowers have I plucked in the wild, what males stripped in the forest, to twine into wreaths for Leka. Thus twalled the seer Hiiaka, for hers was the magic of cure. But come thou, mount, enter, possess, give life to thy servant and priest. Here's water, the water of life, grant life in abundance, life. The conclusion of this prayer saw Lohiau quite restored to consciousness, but in a state of utter bewilderment as to his surroundings. He found himself most unaccountably in a small rocky chamber with two women who were utter strangers in attendance on him. Before him, as he looked out, hung the apron of a mountain precipice, while in the distance and far below tossed the ocean, a familiar sight that called him back to earth at once, stirring pleasant fancies in his mind and waking in him a yearning for the sea. Chapter 27. They descend from the cliff by Rainbow Bridge's Lohiau, restored, goes a-surfing. Hiiaka's work of healing was now accomplished. She had seen the cold and withered form gain fullness, warmth, and color, been cheered by the uamoa, the crowing sigh that came with the inrush of air to the lungs, and now he stood before her in physical perfection. The question asked by Wahainamo how they were to climb down from their inaccessible position was answered by the sudden appearance of three rainbows that arched themselves conveniently at their feet, and on these, as on ladders, they climbed from the dizzy height to the sleeping village below. Under the priestly guidance of Hiiaka, they all now resorted to the ocean, and with the aid of its waters performed the rite of cleansing from the ceremonial defilement that came from the touch of a corpse. With this cleansing, each one of them seemed to have a new birth of physical perfection. As they came up out of the water, their bodies seemed actually to glow with a fresh and radiant beauty. The touch of salt water woke in Lohiau a longing he could not resist. He took his surfboard and, with face to the incoming rollers, made for the open sea. The place was one where he had often sported before, prescriptive custom having in fact set it apart for the exclusive use of the chiefs. The fish, as the Hawaiians called the Milky Way, was already declining in the west and beginning to pale at the approach of a new day, and Lohiau still rode the waves. That same night Kahuanui, Lohiau's sister, woke from her sleep with a start. She went out of doors and, lifting her eyes to the mountain wall, saw a light gleaming in the cave where lay her brother's body. She rubbed her eyes to remove the cobwebs of sleep. Yes, there it was, a quivering light, set like an eye in the socket of the mountain wall, and figures moving about. She rushed back into the house where slept her husband and stirred him with her foot. "What are you about?" demanded the man. "Do you want to kill me?" "Get up, there's a fire burning in the cave up the mountain. Come." "What crazy fit possesses you?" muttered the man as he went out. "To knock my wind out with such a kick, and there's no fire up there, merely a star sinking in the west. That's all there was to it. Go to bed." The woman was silenced but not convinced. Her sleep continued to be broken. She fancied that she heard a human voice calling to her, yet, on listening, she could distinguish only the moaning of the surf. In her restlessness, she wandered forth again and stood in the cool vault of night. The endless monotone of the ocean filled her ears, but it told her nothing new. She sought her bed again and turned her face to the mat in a resolute effort to sleep. She dozed, but the subtle goddess evaded her. Thoughts of her brother floated through her mind, and the booming of the surf now seemed to assume a more intimate tone, and by some witchery of the imagination led her out under the winking stars, closer to old ocean's moan, and made her think. How Lohiau did delight in the surf. What pleasure he took in riding the billows. Thus she murmured to herself. At that moment, her straining vision detected an object moving with the waves. "Some man surfing in our taboo waters yet, how can that be? Have not all the men of the village gone over to Niihau?" Paua urged them to go. She moved along the beach. By this time it was dawn. "There comes a woman," said Wahainamo. His sister Kahuanui, Hiiaka remarked quietly. Wahinamo called to her by name and went forward to meet her. "Ah, it is you two women," Kahuanui exclaimed. "Where's your husband?" Wahinamo asked. "Asleep in the house." "Go and call him, tell him to take his canoe and go over to Lohiau and bring Paua," said Wahinamo. "Lohiau is alive and well. Look, there he comes on the surfboard." In a tumult of joy, the woman ran to the house and shouted the tidings to her husband. Nakoola, girding his malo about him as he came out of the door, made all speed for the halau, shoved the canoe down the slope of the beach, looked to the lashings of the outrigger, saw that the paddles, bailer, and what-not were in place, stepped the mast, arranged the sail and the sheet, then, with a final push, he leaped in astern and set his course for Lohiau. The story of Lohiau's miraculous return to life spread like wildfire until the whole population of the little island of Lohiau was buzzing with the wonder. Paua, in his haste and excitement, neglected the ordinary civilities and failed to invite his visitor to come in and eat. They took canoe on the instant and were the first to arrive at Hina. At sight of Lohiau, whom they found quiet and thoughtful, surrounded by a houseful of people, in conversation with his sister and two women who were strangers, they set up a wailing cry of joy that was chorused by the whole company. The great raft of attendants, men and women, round-eyed with wonder, reached Hina in successive arrivals later in the day. First came those who eagerly credited the report of Lohiau's resurrection, scattering along after them, strangers and those who were in any degree skeptical of this great mystery. Each hour saw a bunch of new arrivals, not from Lohiau alone, but from all parts of Kauai. When Kahuanui and her husband had first wept over Lohiau, embracing and kissing him, uttering their welcome in joyous cries of wailing, they turned to the two women, the strangers, for Lohiau bade them extend their welcome to these two women who have brought me to life again. "Where are they from?" Kahuanui asked. "I know not, I only know they have given me life. It was worthwhile for my brother to have died to secure two such beautiful women as you," said Kahuanui as she faced Hiiaka. "The other one is more beautiful than we are," Hiiaka answered. "Where is she?" "Toward the sunrise," Hiiaka answered. "What is the name of the country?" queried Kahuanui. "Hawaii." "Who is the woman?" persisted Kahuanui. "Her name is Pele." "I know her," Kahuanui spoke with lower tone. "She it was who sent us to fetch Lohiau. We found him dead. I worked according to my ability, you see, our man is alive again." Chapter 28. The gods come to Lohiau's feast. Under the direction of Kahuanui, the woman to whom belonged the executive mind proclamation was made throughout the land, in the name of Lohiau, commanding all the people to collect the necessary food and material in preparation for a great feast, that they might celebrate properly Lohiau's return to life. It was to be an occasion of unparalleled interest and importance. A chief, famed for his manly beauty and popular talents, rescued from the grave, the magician who had accomplished this marvel, a woman of surpassing beauty, an old-time feast with its lavish profusion, the hula with its lyric and epic thrills, a combination of attractions that appealed to every taste, whether of sage, epicure, frivolous dilettante, or dull-witted peasant. It was sure to be the event of a lifetime. All were invited and all came. The halau in which the people assembled was a temple of Flora, or rather of her Polynesian sister Laka. At the request of Hiiaka, whose every wish was law, one half of the hall was screened off by a rustic partition as a special feasting hall for the gods. "My relatives," said Hiiaka, "are numerous." In this part of the halau were laid the sacrificial viands for the supply of an immense host. Having commanded silence, Hiiaka, after the manner of prayer, invited the attendance of the gods. A hush fell upon the assembly. The air was stirred by the fanning of many wings. No speech, no human voice, only the gentle clash of wooden dishes, the rustle of leaves, the gurgle of deep potations, and the subdued sounds of gustation came from the place into which no human foot or eye dared intrude. At the conclusion of the affair, when Hiiaka, in priestly fashion, had pronounced the absolving word Noah, and the stewards were again at liberty to enter the precinct where the immortals had just now celebrated their symposium, it seemed, at first glance, as if nothing had been touched. The leafy bundles of fish and fowl and meat remained unopened, but they proved to be empty. The coconuts, unbroken, were yet devoid of meat. The bananas were found to be but hollow skins. The substance, the essence, had been filched away by some inscrutable power. This was the ai anoino consumption to the last morsel practiced by the gods. It was a solemn affair, after all, this parting feast, at which, in spite of the babel of voices, weighty affairs had to be settled. Hiiaka published the fact that the beautiful woman who sat in their midst was Hiiaka, the sister of Pele, that her art had captured the unhappy flitting ghost of Lohiau, restored it to its renovated and matchless form, and that, in fulfillment of her errand, she was about to lead him away with her to be the bedmate of the goddess who ruled the volcano. Pauahi, whose tempestuous nature had not long ago sworn vengeance against the author of Lohiau's taking off now, spoke up and declared his purpose to go with his master on this, his new and strange adventure. Lohiau restrained him. I go with these two women. If I die, so be it, twere a glorious end, with these two who rescued me from the grave and brought me back to the delights of your society. If I live and make my abode on Hawaii, it will be for you to come and share the blessings of my new home. Then, addressing himself specially to Paua, you will remain here as my deputy, ruling over the land. If my adventure fares well, I will come and fetch you. If ill, your coming would not advantage. You shall stay here. Chapter 29. Hiiaka's address to Cape Kina. The mountains were still in shadow, but the star of morning was on high and rosy fingers in the east heralded the approach of day, taming the flare of the torches and making them almost a superfluity as the canoe with Hiiaka occupying the pola. Lohiau in the stern, holding the steersman's paddle, and Wahainamao ensconced in the bow curveted to the waves and shot out into the blue sea. One paddle stroke and the craft had cleared the land, another, and it had traversed the heaving channel of Iaiawina, another, and it was beached on the sands of Kilauea. At this point, Hiiaka parted from her two companions, directing them to call for her with the canoe at a designated place. Hiiaka's first care was to pay her respects to the aged one, her ancestor, Pohakuokae. After that to her ancestral divinity Kina, a name in modern times bestowed on the western cape of Oahu. She turned this point and passed into the sweltering lee where the sun poured its merciless heat, and as she climbed the slope of the Waianae mountain, looking back on the route just accomplished, according to her custom, she uttered her comments in song. Kunita Kina, halo I kameli, well I kala kialo o kapali, or mo mai I kala Kilauea. Ikiki I kala na kiawaula, ola I kamakani kaya ulu kohalalil himakani ianolalo. Heya kalaraina makwa, lili kalarai ohikilolo. Hahulale kilat kikula, kaharana o kalarai makaha, I kaniho o kalarai kuminamano, ola kamel I kahunananiho. Mawela kikulo walio, ola kiwi kamalamapo ola wania kamakani kaya ulu. Kiha akularai kalau o kanu yue o kainpuniu I kawelo kalalela ko kaluhe, kamalila, o aku I kawai I luulule. Asis kona, ahi kulawatin, asno I kalau o kalimaswela. Well I kalakapili I kayumama I po lili I kalawalawa, I pahlona a kapin I waikoni nani. Humaha aqua kamoule, a kalunai po hikikuo, nanarai kai o hilo. Ki harmo elai ki kahau o uhil lehurai kai o puna, o uhil lehurai kai o kuki. Translation. Kina's profile fleets through the calm, with flanks ablaze in the sunlight, a furnace heat like Kilauea, Kiawaula swelters in heat, Kohalalil revives in the breeze, that breath from the sea, Kaiaulu. Fierce glows the sun of Makwa, how it quivers at Ohikilil. Tease the sun gods dance o'er the plain, a riot of dance at Makaha. The sun tooth is sharp at Kumano. Life comes again to Mail Ridge when the sun god unsheaths his fang. The plain Walio is sunburned and scorched. Kuiwa revives with the nightfall. Waianae is consoled by the breeze Kaiaulu and waves its cocoa fronds. Kain Puniu's fearful of sunstroke. A truce now to toil and fatigue. We plunge in the Lualei water and feel the kind breeze of Kona, the cooling breath of the goddess, as it stirs the leaves of Ilima. The radiant heat scorches the breast while I sidle and slip and climb up one steep hill then another. Thus gain I at last Mo'ula, the summit of Pohakia. There stand I and gaze over sea to Hilo, where lie my dewy cool forest preserves of lehua that reach to the sea in Puna my lehuas that enroof Kuki. According to another accountless mythical Hiiaka, on her departure from Hina, packed off Wahainamao and Lohiau in the canoe, while she herself started on afoot. Before proceeding on her way, she turned herself about and, as was her wont, made a farewell address to the precipitous cliffs of Kalalo and to the deity therein enshrined. O Kalalo, Pali Oralahai, I ki ako aya elari kawahini, Alakapaliai Kilauea honopu, Waialoha aloha ola, iti. Translation. Your verdant mountain walls, Lalau where the nymphs pluck harvest of wreaths fragrant with breath of Lauae, fed by love's waters at Honopu, my farewell love goes forth to you. Hiiaka now left behind her the wild and precipitous region of Kilauea, and passing through Mailali, came into Mana, a region famous for its heat, its sandhills, and its tantalizing mirage. Mana was also the haunt of a swarm of little beings, elves, brownies, and what-not, to whom Hiiaka courteously offered her salutations. Omana aina ki akua, ii aina ki akua kalu o kapakolo hileo, iti. Zihai mai ana ka o iuni, iti. Translation. Mana, thou land of the godling host, thou land of that wonder mirage, swarming with creatures that creep and crawl. But you're coming to take me hence. According to this version of the narrative, which is the preferable one, Hiiaka now took passage in the canoe, and from Mana the reunited party sailed away for Oahu. By this happy reunion, the otherwise dissevered narrative is brought into harmony, and conflicting versions no longer pull away from each other like two ill-trained steers. The voyage was not without enlivening incident. When the canoe had reached a point where the surges began to roll in the direction of Oahu, Hiiaka saw two monster sharks disporting themselves in the waves whom she recognized as relatives on the side of her paternal grandfather, their names being Kilauea and Kahulakane. This was her second encounter with these sea monsters. The first was on her recent voyage to Kauai, an encounter which had threatened serious results, if not disaster, to Hiiaka's expedition. As the story goes, when Kilauea and Kahul had become aware that Hiiaka's going was for the purpose of bringing Lohiau to the bed of Pele, they were moved to great disapproval of her enterprise. "A mere man," said they. "The idea of mating him with Pele is atrocious, and he is a dead man at that." After taking counsel with the sea goddess Monanui Kalehua, who had her boudoir in the deep waters of Iiawina, with her aid, they raised a commotion in the sea, and Hiiaka barely escaped being swamped by a mighty waterspout. For her part, Hiiaka was quite ready to overlook this rough play of her old kinsfolk, and to do the agreeable with them, and she accordingly addressed them kindly. "How lucky for me is this meeting again, with you out here in the ocean. It will enable me to relieve my hardships by a smack of real comfort." The two sea monsters felt unable to respond to Hiiaka's advances in a like spirit with hers. Their consciences pleaded guilty. "Look here," said Kilauea to his fellow, "this is our grandchild." "Yes," his companion replied, "and she will put us to death. We'd better hide ourselves, you in your patch of surf, I in mine." "That sort of a ruse won't avail us in the least," objected Kilauea. "What then? Where shall we flee for safety?" "To the mountains back of Waianae, to be sure," asserted Kilauea. This suggestion meeting with the approval of his companion, they hastened to land, and, having divested themselves of their shark bodies and resumed human form, they made for the mountains and hid themselves in the paloa fern. Hiiaka was greatly disappointed that these two old people should have so utterly misconceived her attitude of mind toward them as to rob her of their interesting company. She expressed her observations in song. "Amakani kaya ulu lalo o Waianae, I wes aku ana I kalau o kanu, he kanalu o kua lai kapo I hiki aku, I moe aku yuka kaluso kikai, mo no a shilikia lo I kape, hiki karlela ku aipo I konalau ka ula, I hi ula loha, I makani pahel halo kamil huna, ki wahe mailaina ha lalo o malamalamiki. Aika wailua ki kino o kalau, paupunomi ki kino o kalesir wehe, weher ihuni loko o kamoe, malamalama aka no olalomi hi ahi lialahie, iti." Translation. A catspaw ruffles the Waianae Sea, lifting the fronds of the cocoa palm. The waves of Kilauea rise betime and haste to repose neath the cliff, to sleep secure with face to the wall. Then comes my herald of peace, with its ear-tingling message of love, offering bounty and pardon as free as the wind that shakes the hollow tree. Drawn is the bolt, and open the door of the secret chamber under the sea, revealing the tricks of the merfolk twain, their bodies dead as the corpse of King Log, and with them that of the mermaid queen, for a ray has pierced to their resting place, as a lightning flash illumines the deep. "You're caught, my fellows, you're caught." Neither Kilauea nor Kahulakane were relieved of their guilty fears by Hiiaka's soft words. They continued their flight along the same path, which was soon afterwards followed by Hiiaka in her climb to Pohaki. the only penalty inflicted by Hiiaka, when at last she came up with them and found them penitent, cowering in the brush, was their retirement from the ocean. Not a light stroke, however, being almost the equivalent of taking away a mariner's commission, thus separating him from his chosen element, his native air. Chapter 30. What Hiiaka saw from the height of Pohakea. To return now to Hiiaka, who, after a hot climb, is standing on the summit of Pohakea. She is gazing with rapt and clear vision far away in the direction of her own homeland, her Moku Lehua in Puna. Her eyes, under the inspiration of the moment, disregard the ocean foreground, on whose gently heaving bosom might be seen the canoe that holds Lohiau and Wahainamao snailing along to its appointed rendezvous. Her mind is busy interpreting the unusual signs written in the heavens, a swelling mountainous mass of flame-shot clouds, boiling up from some hidden source. It spells ruin and desolation, her own forest parks blasted and fire-smit. But saddest and most heartrending of all is the thought that her own Hapo, the beautiful, the accomplished, the generous, the darling of her heart Hapo, has been swallowed up in the wrack. Hapo, whose accepted emblem and favorite poetical metamorphosis was a tall lehua tree in full blossom, is now a scarred rock teetotumed back and forth by the tides and waves of the ocean. This thought, however much she would put it aside, remained to fester in her heart. We omit at this point a considerable number of meal which are ascribed to Hiiaka and declared to have been sung by her while occupying this mountain perch at Pohakea. Application to them of the rule that requires conformity to a reasonable standard of relevancy to the main purpose of the narrative results in their exclusion. The song next given by some dubbed a Pule, because of its serious purpose, no doubt seems to be entitled to admission to the narrative. Aluna wa Pohakea, kuo nanai puna, popunarai kaiua awawa, pohina punarai kaiua nauna. Hilkiai kai o kalahiku ou lehua, ou lehur I ana kamano, I lasui ai a kapo ela, ki hukia lai kai o nanahuki hulalea whalai kai o nanahuki. Translation. On the heights of Pohakea I stand and look forth on Puna, Puna, pelted with bitter rain, veiled with a downpour black as night. Gone, gone are my forests, lehuas whose bloom once gave the birds nectar. Yet they were insured with a promise. Look, how the fire fiends flit to and fro, a merry dance for them to the sea, down to the sea at Nanahuki. Hiiaka now pays attention to the doings of the people on the canoe in the offing. It is necessary to explain that, on landing at Kilauea, she had ordered her two companions to continue their voyage and meet her on the other side of Cape Kina, whose pointed beak lay close at hand. Lohiau, nothing loath a pretty woman, was company enough for him turned the prow of the canoe seaward and resumed his paddle. After passing the cape, the ocean calmed, making the work of steering much less arduous. Now it was that Lohiau, feeling the warm blood of young manhood swell the cockles of his heart, and finding opportunity at hand, made ardent love to his attractive voyage companion. He pressed nose and lip against hers, and used every argument to bring her to accept his point of view. Wahainamao had a mind of her own, and though not at all averse to love and its doings, and though very much drawn to this lover in particular, she decidedly objected to compromising her relations with Hiiaka, but above all, with the dread mistress of the volcano, with whom she must ere long make reckoning. Like Pele, Wahainamao permitted the kisses of Lohiau for a time, but knowing that passion grows by what it feeds on, she presently cut short his rations and told him to behave himself, enforcing her denial with the unanswerable argument that she was well persuaded that they would be seen by Hiiaka. It was even so. It was worse. Hiiaka did not content herself with throwing temptation before Lohiau, as one might place raw meat before a hungry dog. By some witchery of psychologic power, she stirred him up to do and dare, yet at the same time she impelled Wahainamao to accept, but only a certain degree, for she carefully set bounds to their conduct. And this, be it understood, is but the opening act of a campaign in which Hiiaka resolves to avenge herself on Pele. When at length Hiiaka centered her attention on the actions of the people in the canoe, it needed but a glance to tell her that the contagium planted in the soil of Lohiau's mind had worked to a charm. Her own description, though, in figures that seem high-wrought and foreign to our imaginations, had better tell the tale. Aluna o Pohakea, weska ilio ikona kapa, hanai alualu I kikulo mikikala, I kikulo o puhamalo hakaka, Kipikipi o kaiulumiki kanaka, uakai kai wela hananaraihu, uakai kayumika we maka, iki kula o lulule, ko le aloha no aluano, Translation. I stand ahai on Pohakia, the dog of storm strips off his robe, a zephyr fans yon heated plain of Mikikala and Puhamalo. Wild strife, tween the man and the sea breeze, I see noses flattened, broken, fountains become of water and tears. This my garland of love to you too. Hiiaka's voice had the precious quality of carrying her words and making them audible to a great distance, when she so willed. Her song, therefore, did not, on this occasion, waste itself in the wilderness of space. The caution it imposed had its effect. Lohiau and Wahainamao calmed their passionate contentions and proceeded discreetly on their way. Having passed Kilauea, their canoe swung into that inverted arc of Oahu's coastline, in the middle of which glisten, like two parted rows of white teeth, the coral bluffs that were the only guard at the mouth of Pearl Locks. Before descending from her vantage ground on Pohakia, Hiiaka indulged her fancy in a song that was of a different strain. Looking towards Hilo, she describes the rivers, swollen by heavy rains, rushing impetuously along in bounding torrents, while men and women leap into the wild current and are lifted on its billows as by the ocean waves. Amakani kuamu lesyuko yuka ki hawawa ela ui hanakase. Ki uala uamaila hilo imoku kahawe, piha aquilana hail lesure kikai, edi. Translation. Kuamu pays toll to the forest's cloud columns that veer and sway, freighted with rain for Hilo, the Hilo of Hanakahe. The channels are full to the brim a tide that will flood ocean's caverns, the home of the mermaid Lehua. After a moment's pause she resumed, though in quite a different strain. Ea no ki kualarayuka, ki hoalarai ka papazanina, e pulilo mai ka ohio kalua miwa kipao, po, nurai ka makani I kahuno ai ka awawa, easy. Translation. The god is at work in the hills, she has fired the plain oven hot. The forest fringe of the pit is aflame, fire tongues, fire globes, that sway in the wind the fierce bitter breath of the goddess. As the canoe drew near to the appointed rendezvous at Pouloa, Hiiaka lifted her voice in a chanting song addressed to Lohiau and Wahainamao. Ko ekinai ki awalau o Paioloa mai ki kulo pekoa, ki noho o inoho karikiui, ile I kapuo kikana, I kapuo ki akilai kili o ka willy willy. O kai hano kaupe I kain hailai ua hailaio. A kahino ka hailaio kalapamike e asmo ua o kapo, I moelani I Lohiau aipo, I Wahainamao, ho amai ka wea I ze akuo. Translation. We meet at Ua's leaf-shaped lagoon. Friends, let us sit, if you will, on this lee and bedeck us with wreaths of kana of akilai kili and willy willy. My soul went astray in this solitude. It lost the track for once, in spite of luck, as I came down the road to Kaupa. No nightmare dream was that which tricked my soul. This way, dear friends, turn the canoe this way, paddle hither and let me embark. Hiiaka again in command, the tiger in Lohiau's nature slunk away into its kennel, allowing his energies to spend themselves in useful work. Under his vigorous paddle, the little craft once more moved like a thing of life, and long before night found itself off the harbor of Ku, the name then applied to what we now call Honolulu. Chapter 31. Hiiaka visits Pilula at Ku the Hulakilo. At the entrance to this landlocked harbor of Ku, a pretty sight met their eyes. A moving picture of men and women in the various attitudes of lying, kneeling, or standing on boards, riding the waves that chased each other toward the sandy beach. The scene made such an appeal to Hiiaka's imagination that she opened her heart in song. Ki aihola kamakani halihali puona yuano, iri erai kaina lesur kina nalazo hilo, ki kaya hai ka ake, iri na lesurai ka wai o hilo hai, easy. Translation. Down rushes the wind and sweeps along the blossoms of Nayuanu. Afloat in the sea are the flowers a scene that takes one to Hilo, whose tide lines them up as a lay, for bloom of Lehua to drift far at sea is a Hilo mark. When, after this battery of compliment, they came close up to the Princess Pilula who, as will be seen, was a power in the land having exchanged still further compliments, Hiiaka invited her to come aboard. Pilula, very naturally, declined this kind offer, but with a fine show of hospitality in her turn, begged that they would honor her by being her guests during their stay in the place, assuring them of hospitable entertainment and such pleasures as her court could offer. Under her piloting, accordingly, they made their way by paddle across the beautiful landlocked harbor of Ku, and entering the Nayuanu stream in those days much broader, sweeter, and deeper, then now turned into its eastern branch and ere long found themselves at the landing from which a path led up to Pilula's residence. Imagine the fairy scene, if you will. A canoe load of smiling nereids piloted by a mermaid princess swimming on ahead, with a merry convoy of mermaiden and mermen following in the wake. A word in regard to this little land, now lying close to the heart of Honolulu itself, which still bears the same name as its old-time mistress, Pilula. To the Kamina, the sturdy samang tree, whose vigorous bole parts the traffic of Vineyard Street just before its junction with the highway of Nayuanu, has long been a familiar object. This fine tree has a history of its own and can claim the respectable age of not less than 40 years. The land about it has borne the classic name of Pilula for a period of centuries that hark back to the antiquity of Hawaiian tradition. The sightseer of today, who views the region from the macadamized roadway, some 10 feet above the level of the surrounding land, must not judge of its former attractiveness and fitness as a place of residence by its present insalubrity now shut in by embankments. Overhung by dank and shadowy trees, its once pure stream either diverted for economic purposes or cluttered, and defiled with the debris of civilization. A study of the region, on the inner Maka border of which lies Pilula, will easily convince the observer that within a short geologic period the wash of silt and mud from higher levels has filled in and converted what must have been at one time a clear saltwater basin into the swampy flats that not long ago met the eye. Now, of course, this whole alluvial basin has been still further filled in and artificially overlaid with a more or less solid crust of earth and rock to meet the demands of Honolulu's ever-expanding growth. To return to our narrative, to this hamlet of Pilula, such as it was in the days of Arcadian sweetness if, not of light Hiiaka and her select company, now enter as the honored guests of a woman distinguished alike for her beauty, her spiritual subtlety and insight. She was a Macaulay for her devotion to pleasure. One of her chief diversions, naturally enough, was the hula, especially that form of the dance which was used in connection with that risque entertainment, the kilu. By evening, when the travelers had washed away the encrusting salt, warmed and dried their apparel at an outdoor fire, filled nature's vacuum at the generous table of their hostess, while they were sitting in the short gloaming of the tropics, enjoying the delicious content that waits on rest after toil, Pilula interrupted the silence. The people will have assembled in the hall by this time. Shall we move in that direction? Her glance was first at Hiiaka as the leader of the party. Her gaze rested on Lohiau. Let the resident guests be the first. When they are settled in their places, it will be time enough for us to come in, was the reply of Hiiaka. As you please, nodded Pilula. Wahainamo rose to her feet as Pilula was departing. At this move, Hiiaka said, "When you reach the hall, go and take a seat by your man friend." She meant Lohiau. Thereupon, she gave vent to this enigmatical utterance. Popunarai ka yuwahi kai makaleshua, na wahini kihehai pau haihe o yuka inoho ana ka papa Lohiau maukil, ha hai ka papa I. Ha hai ka papa ki kahulaini, iti. Translation. Puna's day is turned into night. Smoke blasts the buds of Lehua. The nymphs, in fringed woodland pau, sit the glare lava plates of Maukil. Unstable, the lava plates rock, they tilt and upset. She turns to Lohiau and says, "You had better be going to the hall. When you go in, take a seat by your friend." This advice is puzzling. The friend must have been Wahainamo, and it was customary for men and women to sit apart. Then she resumed her song. Mai puna o I, mai puna ki halakalau kalima. Ii o kioho o kanu iloha anarai kai, easy. Translation. I come from the land of Puna, a partner I in a triple love. Ah, look. His fingers are passion-clutched, like fronds of the palm, they shall wilt. As she sauntered on her way to the dance hall, she concluded her song. Mai puna o is mai puno mai yuko o wahini kapo. Mai walui aiki ahie laka, la mai puna o easy. Translation. Bethink you, I come from Puna in the power of a triple love. Girt with the might of Wahini Kapo, beware the baleful fires of Laka. Remember, I come from Puna. The inner meaning and intent of this highly wrought figurative and allegorical language, which Hiiaka, according to her custom, utters at detached intervals in the form of song, does not lie on the surface, and is furthermore obscured by an untranslatable punning use of the word puna. To explain the motive of this song, Hiiaka perceives that Pilula and Lohiau, who had once upon a time been lovers, are mutually drawn to each other by a rekindling of the old flame. In the case of Pilula, the motive of ambition to match her own spiritual power as a Macaulay with that of the young woman who comes to her as the plenipotential ambassador of Peel is even stronger than the physical passion. In the kilu now to be performed, she sees her opportunity. She will use it for all it is worth, not only that she may taste once more the delights offered by this coxcomb, but that she may pluck from the hand of this audacious creature of Peel's endowment a wreath for her own wearing. As to Lohiau, that plastic thing, his character, is as clay in the hands of the potter under Pilula's manipulation. He is all for pleasure. Honor, constancy, ordinary prudence are not in his purview. Hiiaka's immediate presence suffices to restrain and guide him. In her absence, his passion, a rudderless bark, is the sport of every wind that blows. Hiiaka, on arriving at the halau, sat by herself. Lohiau, as she observed, was sitting with Wahainamo'o and Waikiki. Pilula, who was sitting alone on her side of the hall, now showed her hand by sending one of her men, named Awala, to invite Lohiau to come over and sit with her. At this Hiiaka spoke up, "I will sit by you." "So be it then," answered Pilula. At the same time she muttered to herself, but she wasn't invited. Awala, who caught the aside of his mistress, also put in, "It's Lohiau whom she invites." At this Hiiaka bravely laid down the rule, which was the accepted one, that the men and the women should sit on opposite sides of the halau, averring that any other disposition would be sure to breed trouble. Pilula could not but agree to this, and accordingly, Wahainamo'o and Waikiki, leaving their seats by Lohiau, came over and sat with Hiiaka and Pilula. When the presiding officer of the game, the Laenono, had called the assembly to order with the well-known cry, "Puhiohi," and it came to the placing of the pahu kilu short pyramidal blocks of wood before each one of the players, who sat in 2 rows facing each other and separated by a considerable interval, Hiiaka objected to the way in which they were placed. A sharp discussion then arose between Pilula and Hiiaka, but the younger woman carried the day and won her point. Lohiau had a great and well-deserved reputation as a skillful champion in the game of kilu. When, therefore, it came his turn to hurl the kilu and send it spinning across the mat with an aim that would make it strike the pahu, which was its target, everybody looked for great things, and it was openly predicted that he would win every point. Lohiau preluded his play with a song. "Ki hila kau hula ana o kalalo, ki paila ki kai o milo li, kalau kai o makuiki. Lorai ka hakala lilo makua, keiki I kapoli I kapoli no ka horahil, kalakala I ki kua ka opop aloha auhai, iri." Translation: I venture the cliffs of Kalalo. The wild waves dash at the base the breakers of Miloli scaling the ladder that climbs Makua. The ladder, alas, the ladder is gone. The child in my heart has grown a man. My heart found room for this travel mate. But now, I strip from my back that emblem, that burden of love, alas for emblem and love. The child in the heart that has grown to be a man is Lohiau's old love for Pilula, which now wakes up into new life at the sight of his old flame. The old love has, however, in a sense become a burden. It stands in the way of the newborn affection that has sprung up in his heart for Hiiaka. It was after the chanting of this meal that Lohiau threw his kilu. But to the consternation of the audience and his own bewilderment, his play was amiss. His aim had been true, his hand steady. The whirling kilu had gone straight on its way as if sure of the mark then, to the utter amazement of all experts, like the needle of the compass influenced by some hidden magnet, it had swerved and gone wild. Hiiaka, from the other side of the hall, now took her turn at the kilu, with a prelude of song. "Amakani puai lalo, mo ka kahuhu, ea lokohai, iri. Haya ka lilia ka puo ka wau noho alela ka hithe, ka pari ka manawahai iri." Translation: A gust of wind from the west lays bare the jagged reef. Pride makes its lair in the wilds, mid-tangle of vine and tree. So anger abides in the brain. In this song, Hiiaka exposes the unworthy plot that was simmering in Lohiau's mind, whom she typifies by a gust of wind blowing from the west, the general direction of Kauai. At the first throw, the Kilu hit the wooden block, and then, as if not content with its accomplishment, after caromming off, returned like a bee to its blossom. And this action it repeated until it had scored not 1 but 3 points. There was the thrill of triumph in Hiiaka's tone as she sang again. Oko menawenakai hekamoe winakeu ilala, lilo xylo ola I o. Translation. Aha, my will has snared the bird, and you are my captive, yes your purpose is foiled, foiled. With another prelude of song, Lohiau offered himself for another trial, Kilu in hand. Amakani pahel hala kumailhuna ki wahe maila malamiki no hawailua, pau kapua pau no miki kino o kailhue, easy. Translation. The volant breath of the male has the strength of the fruiter's crook. It opens a trail in the jungle. Wailua breaks bar, the small fry are out, the complots, too, of Lohiau. This attempt was a failure like those that had gone before. Lohiau, thereupon, sought relief for his artistic disappointment in song. Wehe ihoni loko o kamote, melamalama no mihahilila no lalo, owe hayo I. Translation. Failed in my choicest ambition, heralded like a shooting star, fallen, alas and alas. The game has by this time resolved itself into a contest of wits as well as of skill, and the two chief antagonists are strange to relate Lohiau, the man who was called back from the grave and the woman to whom he owes his life, Hiiaka. As a prelude to her next play, Hiiaka gave this song. Ayuka koremo awakia, I kanahalo kalu, la awehai, easy. Translation. You shall bed with me in open day in the twilight groves of Kaliu, woe is me. I've uttered it now. Hiiaka's play this time as before was a marvelous show of skill. The Kilu seemed possessed with an instinct of attraction for the block that stood as her target. Like a bee that has found a rich honey flower, it returned again and yet again, as if to drain the last particle of sweetness. Before venturing on his last play, Lohiau discarded the Kilu he had been using and chose another, thinking thus to change his luck. He also changed the style of his song, adopting the more sensuous form called amihanua or kaupau. Kile maila kaulai kikai, I kamelamalam oni hau I kameli, e malama kikao kualoha hai, edi. In the first line of this little song, Lohiau, skillfully playing on the name Pilula, which he turns into kaula, under the figure of the ocean tossing about that little island, banters the woman for her display of passion. In the second line, using a similar wordplay, by which he turns his own name into Nihau, he contrasts the calm of the latter island with the agitation of the former. Translation. Kaula's enwreathed by the ocean, Nihau looms clear in the calm, and clear is the tide of your love, the marvelous tide of your love. Pilula, in her surprise at the untimeliness of Lohiau's performance, as well as in her deep concern at his continued failure, expostulated with him. You have but one more play. Why then do you anticipate by indulging in the ami? Perhaps if you were to address your song to my father, Kamanui, who is a skilled performer who knows but what you might hit the target for once. Is it likely, Lohiau replied, is it likely that I shall hit this time, having missed so many shots before? Thereupon the man completed his song. O puna nahel ulu halu kalukalu, wawalu ili amohol nana pahe alalo onapali, hala iholarai kai, kine akula kares. Translation. In Puna's famed thickets of hala, one's body is torn a network of marks. Climbing the walls of Napali, the scent of Lauae pelts the sense. Then fall the petals sweet, to drown their pain in the ocean that rages below. The Kilu spins on its way, it must hit no, fate is too strong for it, and turns it from the mark. Lohiau's song is an admission of painful discomfiture. O kai hakilo hakilalani ilare loko, I komenawakai hei, au hai. Translation. The smart of love o'erwhelms me, it rages in heart and mind this hurt, this hurt. That Lohiau of all men standing on Hawaiian soil should fail utterly in a game of Kilu was incredible. The man whose art availed to hit a grass stalk teetering in the breeze, to crush the nimble ant speeding on his way, to swat the buzzing fly flitting through the air. The audience was dumbfounded. In the failure to find excuse sufficient for the occasion, it took refuge in silence. It only remains for Hiiaka to pluck the fruit which her skill has put within reach of her hand. Her complete victory has become a foregone conclusion. Of that there can be no question. It is, however, a question of great interest to the spectator how she will use her victory, in what terms she will celebrate her triumph over the woman and the recreant man who have combined their wits against hers. The answer to this question is to be found in the song with which she preludes her last play. Metimha kanakol, kahayopo moa ii, koki ahe ikaina kanakol. Translation: I lonely, man empty, indeed, cold the couch and bitter the dreams from which has been exiled the man. This ironical thrust is pointed at Pilula, who is to see her fond hopes of a renewed liaison with her old paramour blasted by this plucking of the fruit under her very eyes. And yet again, when Hiiaka has made the final shot that fulfills the promise of victory to her, still relentlessly wielding the sharp blade of irony, she gives it an extra twist in the wound that must have made Pilula wince. A Kilauea, iue ana iue no ane, hikeki makwal eas makwa, ue hai. Translation: Will the orphan now hang his head and weep like a motherless child? His mother is dead, let him weep. This two-edged blade cuts both lovers at one stroke, the youth in its ironical allusion to tears, the woman in the sly suggestion of motherhood, she being in fact old enough to hold that relation to the young man. The forfeit paid by Lohiau after his defeat was a dance, which he did with inimitable grace and aplomb to the accompaniment of a spirited song, his costume being the customary pow of the hula. Ko hoa I kaili hawomena, I kili nili kawai o hina kio ho o kahala, karaki puo kahinalo I kawai, Io, hi wewe nui kau kakialoha, ine I ona kamano maizi. Io. Translation: Yokefellow in toil at Mana, I'm swept off my feet in this flood, the leaves of the twisted hala, the sheath of its perfumy bloom all torn by the rage of the stream. You alone remain to me now, your love, if that is yet mine, if your heart remains with me still. Warming to his work, Lohiau continued. Ko hoa aiki kalu ho o malilua I hapalu ai, hapio iri kamakani nakio ho o kahala, miraiki kai o pau kui, Io hikuo now, iki alohsine o mawato Io. Translation: Mate mine through grassy meads, a wave windswept and tossed by breeze or storm, or when the leaves of screwy palm are smitten with brine from the sea, thou idol enshrined in my heart. Though apart, thou art empress within. Still protesting his love for Hiiaka and deploring his separation from her, Lohiau continues. Akalihai oai kahalo hanale. Leoai kahalo paukui, Io hikuo now, ikialohsine o maloko Io. Translation: I neighbor the land of the wreath, my luck, to pine for a palm crown. Oh, wouldst thou but twine the wreath, love, admit to the shrine of thy heart. Lohiau, warming to his work, strutted and capered about like a capercailzie cock before his mistresses, lashing his passion after the manner of a flagellant with words of wild hyperbole, but ever approaching nearer and nearer to where sat the two women about whom revolved his thoughts. As to which one of them it was that he singled out as the center of his orbit for the time, that is to be deduced from a study of his song. Aloha whale ka nikiniki ki kanini puo mailhuna, I ea anaya kappa, I ki kahulea ki kalukalu, honi ui ki alao ka hinalo, I pi whale I ua, I, dile ole hai o I ki kanaka, I kami aloha, I kami I hopulapula hu o ka moe, Io. Translation: How precious the fillet that binds love's token of bloom with mail, climbing the wilds above Kapa, to watch the surge of waving grass, make deep inspire of hala bloom beat down by pelting rain pour on. It wreath my life with human love, plant once again the tender flower that blooms in the kingdom of dreams. That is my dream, and here am I. The audience, moved by Lohiau's ardor, went into riotous applause. Hiiaka could not but admire the pathetic artistry of Lohiau, yet she remained the mistress of her emotions. Pilula, in contrast, became visibly more excited at Lohiau's close approach. Turning to the younger woman, she said, "Do you respond to this man's appeals?" "What is it you mean?" quietly asked Hiiaka. "Can it be that you are not stirred by his protestations? Put your hand on my bosom," said Pilula, "and feel the throbbing of my heart." Hiiaka convinced herself of the truth of the assertion, and in turn said, "Do you also lay your hand here and judge of my temper?" "You are as cool as a tea leaf," exclaimed Pilula, "while I am as hot as a bundle of luau." This interchange of attentions between the two women did not escape Lohiau. It inflamed him to another passage of song. Moe ino wailua kikulau, kasikina maya kalawa kua. Lil ea I kamikua yue aloha I kapokalu, aloha waya lohia kiko holalil, ihi lil parkikau, kau kamanau kaki aloha kamali hilalo, io. Translation. Two rivers that chafe their banks, a mad rush to enter the sea by the tempest whipped into foam, they roar and bark like hounds. Two souls that pine with love, a yearning for passions plunge their touch child's play as they kiss. Mind the master's lunge. From his very nature, Lohiau was not qualified to reckon with the supernatural side of Hiiaka. His appeals had been on the plane of human passion, such appeals as would have subdued and won the heart of an ordinary woman. Still acting under these limitations, Lohiau aimed and shot the arrow that emptied his quiver of song. O hapu mana kilahana I ka aya I hulaia azoki, oki lala kayukazo puna lulumi I kapua hawa maluaka, hai keo I kawaia lohia, kinikine I eha kapuo kahala, la halaki aloha, humanau yaya I akia, I kawil hai kau anana mauhai, io. Translation. Thou mount of enchantment. Hapu by the dancers greatly beset, the whole face of Puna Aran, where clusters the bloom of the how I, backlame and soar in defeat, shall master the smart of my wrong. The lovebird has flown into space. Away from this wriggle and squirm, you may twist, you may turn, you are here. Lohiau had broken with Pilula. His last hope and appeal was to Hiiaka. He stood before her waiting her fateful decision. Will she consent to turn the canoe prow and fly back to Kauai with him? He had won the woman's heart in her, but not the deity that controlled her nature. The chain that bound her to the woman of the pit was too strong to be broken by any mere human appeal. Lohiau had failed in his play with the Kilu. He now saw that he had also failed in his attempt to play with this human heart. The game was up, he sat down. When Lohiau had retired in defeat, it became the turn of Wahainamo'o to entertain the company Wahainamo'o, faithful, rustic soul, that she was, whose only acquaintance with this fine art was what she had picked up from seeing the performances of her mistress and master. Her wits did not desert her and were equal to the occasion. Best of all, she had the wit to recognize her own limitations. Instead of pitching her song to some far-fetched hyperbole, she travestied the whole performance in a wholesome bit of nonsense that drifts down to us across the centuries as a most delicious takeoff. Oku oka wahinamo, wahin I Lohiau. Translation. The flim and the flam of the woman in green, handmaid to the man who loveth the queen. If Wahainamo'o had, of set purpose, planned an ironical take-off of the hulakilu, or rather of Lohiau's manner of acting, she could hardly have bettered her performance. Her dancing was a grotesque ambling and mincing from one side of the theater to the other. The unaffected good humor of the girl robbed the arrow of her wit of all venom, while detracting not one whit from its effectiveness. Towards morning, the audience made clamorous demands that Hiiaka, the woman whom their suffrage had declared to be the most beautiful that had ever stood before them, should present herself before them once again. Hiiaka willingly responded to this encore. Cocaine I kamakani how alia o makahuna huawa, I wa ihola. Kiwawel milano kor hilahila moe awaki iluna o kalo palo mai ana kiki, kanu mai ana ayu kamo I moe hai, I. Translation. Hot breath from the seasoned waste love hid from day in a thicket of how for shame, my man, such clamor and haste. The eye of day is open just now. Make love, aperch, a bird in a tree, you clamor for bed in the open, to bed with yourself, to bed. Chapter 32. Hiiaka extricates her charge from the dangerous fascinations of the Kilu. Hiiaka, having by her marvelous skill extricated her charge from the toils of the enchantress, turned a deaf ear to Pilula's urgent persuasions to abide yet longer and taste more deeply the sweets of her hospitality. Her determination arrived at, she wasted no time in leave-taking, but made all haste to put a safe distance between the poor moth and the flame that was the focus of his enchantment. Their route lay eastward across the dusty, wind-swept plain of Kilauea, destined in the coming years to be the field of many a daring feat of arms, then through the wild region of Kaimukai, thick-set with boulders, a region at one time chosen by the dwarf Menehune as a sort of stronghold where they could safely plant their famous tea ovens and be unmolested by the nocturnal depredations of the swinish Kama. Pua. Hiiaka saw nothing or took no notice of these little rock dwellers. Her gaze was fixed upon the ocean beyond, whose waves and tides they must stem before they reached, and past Molokai and Maui, shadowy forms that loomed in the horizon between her and her goal. Hiiaka, standing on the flank of Lohiau and exercising a power of vision more wonderful than that granted by the telescope, had sight of a wild commotion on her beloved Hawaii. In the cloud films that embroidered the horizon, she saw fresh proof of her sister's unmindfulness of the most solemn pledges. It was not her fashion to smother her emotions with silence. Ki asi makapai kala, I owela kai hayopuna malamalama kai okuki la ku ki akapoai haiha ka ulu ohirai nanawale. E nana akuni, himi ahaaya e nana akuni, himi lailoaya. Translation. The fire-split rocks bombard the sun, the fires roll on to the Puna Sea, there's brightness like day at Kuki, ghosts of night at the eastern gate, and gaunt the forms that jag the sky, the skeleton woods that loom on high. The meaning of this wild vision, the meaning is desolation. At Kilauea, which they reached after passing through Waialii, Wailupe, and Niu, they came upon some women who were catching small fish and crabs in the pools and shallow water along the shore, and to satisfy their hunger or, perhaps, to test their disposition, Hiiaka begged the women to grant her a portion of their catch to satisfy their need. The answer was a surly refusal, coupled with the remark that Hiiaka would better do her own fishing. As the sister and representative of the proud god Pele, Hiiaka could not permit the insult to go unpunished. Her reply was the utterance of this fateful incantation. Himekani halu yuhako kailekea paukua, pauwelki ahoi kanoi ana o kalawahai, e. Translation. Here's a blast shall posset the blood, as the chant of Kahuna the back. Our patience exhausts with delay, we're famished from the length of the way. The magic words operated quickly. As Hiiaka turned to depart, the unfortunate fishing women fainted and died. After this outburst of retribution, Hiiaka turned aside to address in words of consolation and compliment two forlorn mythical creatures whom she recognized as kindred. They were creations of Pele, Kilauea, manifest to us today as a lifeless cinder cone, and Nanoula as a clear spring of water welling out of the mountain. It was a nice point in Hiiaka's character that she was always ready, with punctilious etiquette, to show courtesy to whom courtesy was due. Fortunately for Hiiaka, her lofty perch afforded a wide-embracing view that included the shadowy forms of Maui and the lesser islands that nested with it. Not the smallest pirogue could steal away from the strip of rocky beach at her feet without her observation. At this moment, she caught sight of two sailormen in the act of launching a trim canoe into the troubled waters of the Hanama Cove, and she made haste, accordingly, to come to them, on the chance of securing a passage, if so be that they were voyaging in the desired direction. Their destination proving to be Molokai, Hiiaka begged the men to receive herself and party as passengers. Nothing loath, they gave their consent. "But," said one of them, "your party by itself is quite large enough to fill the canoe." His companion, with better show of cheer in his speech, spoke up and said, "It's but common luck to be swamped in this rough channel. To avoid it needs only skill. Even if the craft swamps, these people need not drown, we can swim for it, and we shall all fare alike. We'll take you with us. Come aboard." Aboard they went. The voyage to Molokai proved uneventful. They landed at Ailali, a barren place that offered no provision to stay their hunger. When Hiiaka, therefore, learned that these same canoemen were bound for the neighboring island of Maui, she wisely concluded to continue the voyage with them. On landing in Kohala, Hiiaka took the road that led up through the thickly wooded wilderness of Mahiki, the region that had been the scene, now some months gone, of the most strenuous chapter in her warfare to rid Hawaii of the that pestilent brood of winged and crawling monsters great and small that once infested her wilds, and that have continued almost to the present day, to infest the imagination of the Hawaiian people. On coming to the eminence called Po'ohoina, a name signifying a resting place being now in the heart of the damp forest of Moawa, they found the trail so deep with mire that the two women drew up their pau and tucked them about their waists. At sight of this action, Lohiau indulged himself in some frivolous jesting remarks which called out a sharp rebuke from Hiiaka. As they cleared the deep woods, there burst upon them a view of the Hamakua coast wall, here and there dotted with clumps of puhala and fern, at intervals hung with the white ribbons of waterfalls hastening to join the great ocean. As Hiiaka gazed upon the scene, she uttered her thoughts in song. In literature, as in other matters, the missing sheep always makes a strong appeal to the imagination. Urged by this motive, I have searched high and low for this meal, the utterance of Hiiaka under unique conditions, but all my efforts have been unavailing. When they had passed through the lands of Kilauea and Makahanaloa and were overlooking the town of Hilo, Hiiaka was better able to judge of the havoc which the fires of Pele had wrought in her Puna domains. The land was desolated, but worst of all, the life of her dearest friend Hapo had been sacrificed on the altar of jealousy. In her indignation, Hiiaka swore vengeance on her sister Pele. I have scrupulously observed the compact solemnly entered into between us, and this is the way she repays me for all my labor. Our agreement is off. I am free to treat him as my lover, if I so please, but it shall not be here and now. I will wait till the right occasion offers, till her own eyes shall witness her discomfiture. After this outburst, her thoughts fashioned themselves in song. Ea la liliwio makahanaloa. Oni ana Kilauea, Kaliapain, Mako Kalimaniani, Ayuko Kiahilaka. Oni ana Kali, Amihikanakala Kalio o Kapohakwai Kilauea, Hai Kilauea, Pau Kekahi Ja o Kamahunui Mahunu Yakia. Iliu mai ana ki ahia Kapohaku, no puno, no kasikina kalarai haiha. Translation. See the cape that's a funeral pyre, the tongue of Ohia's grief-smitten. Beyond, at peace, lies Mania, above rage the fires of Laka. The cape is passion-moved. How human the groan of rocks in the fire pit. That cauldron of vapor and smoke, one side wall has broken away that covers the earth and the sky. Outpours a deluge of rock aflame. My homeland is Puna, sworn guard at the eastern gate of the sun. Hiiaka now entered the woodlands of Panayua, a region greatly celebrated in song, which must have brought home to her mind vivid memories of that first sharp encounter with her dragon foe. From there on, the way led through Alea, and when they reached Kahoku, Hiiaka bade the women, Wahainamo and Pauopala, go on ahead. A mystery hangs about this woman Pauopala, which I have not been able to clear up. She withdrew from the expedition, for reasons of her own, before Hiiaka took canoe for Maui. Yet here we find her, without explanation, resuming her old place as attendant on the young woman who had been committed to her charge. The effort which has been made to associate her in some mystical fashion with the Pau short skirt worn by Hiiaka only deepens the mystery, so far as my understanding of the affair is concerned. Obedient to the instructions of their mistress, the faithful women, Wahainamo and Pauopala, presented themselves before Pele at the crater of Kilauea. "Where is my sister? Where is Hiiaka?" demanded the jealous goddess. No explanation would suffice. Pele persisted in regarding them as deserters, and, at her command, they were put to death. Chapter 33. Hiiaka alone with Lohiau. It has come at last, the situation to which the logic of events has for many days pointed the finger of a relentless fate. For the first time, Hiiaka finds herself alone with Lohiau. The history of her life during the past 2 months seems but a prologue to the drama, the opening scene of which is about to be enacted in the dressing room, as we must call it. For Hiiaka, having gathered a lapful of that passion bloom, the scarlet lehua, and having plaited 3 wreaths with a smile on her face, hangs 2 of the wreaths about the neck of Lohiau, using the 3rd for her own adornment. They are sitting on the sacred terrace of Kaho'olae, at the very brink of the caldera, in full view of the whole court, including the sisters of Hiiaka who gather with Pele in the pit. "Draw nearer," she says to Lohiau, "that I may tie the knot and make the fillet fast about your neck." And while her fingers work with pliant art, her lips quiver with emotion in song. "O Hiiaka kawahini, kia polarai kapua ki kuila, ki ularai ka mane hakale, ka apana lehurle e kawahini la, ko wahini o kahumakani o lalo, lulumi akula karai kai o hailowan, no hailo ki aloha loha whale kale, e." Translation. "'Twas maid Hiiaka plucked the bloom, this wreath her very hands did weave, her needle 'twas that pierced each flower, hers the fillet that bound them in one? 4 strands of lehua make the lay the wreath bound on by this maid who once basked in the calm down there. Her heart harks back to Hilo. One wreath and heart are for Hilo one." The wreath is placed, the song is sung, yet Hiiaka's arm still clasps Lohiau's neck. Her lithesome form inclines to him. With a sudden motion, Hiiaka throws her arms about Lohiau and draws him to herself. Face to face, lip touches lip, nose presses nose. The women of Peel's court, chokeful of curiosity and spilling over with suspicion, watchful as a cat of every move, on the instant raise their voices in one Mother Grundy chorus. "Oh, look, Hiiaka kisses Lohiau. She kisses your lover, Lohiau." The excitement rises to fever heat. Peel is the coolest of the lot. At the first outcry, they kiss. Peel remarks with seeming indifference, the nose was made for kissing. The Hawaiian kiss was a flattening of nose against nose. But when Hiiaka and Lohiau sink to the earth wrapped in each other's arms, and the women of Peel's court raise the cry, for shame, they kiss, they embrace. At this announcement, the face of Peel hardens and her voice rings out with the command, "Ply him with fire." From Peel's viewpoint, the man, her lover, Lohiau, was the sinner. The role played by the woman, her sister, Hiiaka, the one who had, in fact, deliberately planned this offensive exhibition of insubordination and rebellion, was either not recognized by Peel or passed by as a matter of temporary indifference. Hiiaka's justification in motives of revenge found no place in her reasoning. When the servants of Peel, among them the sisters of Hiiaka, found themselves under the cruel necessity of executing the edict, they put on their robes of fire and went forth, but reluctantly. In their hearts they rebelled, and one and all they agreed that, if, at close view, they found him to be the supremely handsome mortal that fame had reported him to be, they would use every effort to spare him. On coming to the place, their admiration passed all bounds. They could not believe their eyes. They had never seen a manly form of such beauty and grace. With one voice they exclaimed, "Mahana kia lo, pali kikua, kikua ki kanaka mekai, ikuni aiki ahua kahoole." Translation: Front bright as the moon, back straight as a mountain wall, so stands the handsome man, this man on thy terrace, Ho'ole. Peel's fire brigade went through the form of obeying their orders. They dared not do otherwise. Acting, however, on their preconcerted plan, they contented themselves with casting a few cinders on the reclining form of Lohiau, and then, shamefaced, they ran away in action that had the appearance of reproof rather than of punishment. The effect on the mind of Hiiaka, whose insight into the character of Peel was deeper than that of Lohiau, was far different from that of mere admonition or reproof. She recognized in the falling cinders a threat of the direst import, and at once braced herself to the task of averting the coming storm and of disarming the thundercloud that was threatening her lover. "Have you not some prayer to offer?" she said to Lohiau. "Yes," he answered, and at her request he uttered the following. "Ua wela polina aiki ahi, ua wela kamanao, I kahunas ueo, puni e aiki awa, kilahi aquo kamano kalua, I hea mai anaki e ka lau I harolau mai anaki ki moe, izuni. Ailoa kahala, kalili koapeopeo alua I." Translation: Paulina breathes a furnace blast, your mount, kahuna, is ablaze, I choke in its sulphurous reek. I see the mountain belching flame, a fiery tree to heaven upspringing, its deadly shade invades my stony couch. Is there fault, blame, strife, or reproach? Let the strife be between you two. To this proposal of her chivalric companion, who would throw upon the woman the whole burden of fault, punishment, and strife, Hiiaka made answer in this address to Peel. "Puka mai kawahini mai loko mai o kalua, mai loko mai o muliwai o kalena, mai kamokupawa kane, inoho ano kane lau puaiki one lawa kane nino mai yuka, no hiwa. No kahopeo I moku wahain, nino e kona mau kekena e lili na holi ka wako kalani ka uilanui, makahai kalani lil mai hili, papai I kahanua oki kai uli, oki kai kia, oki alakai apilai hilei. I hil ana I kini maka o kalaroheha, I nana ana I aluno hulele, aloha mai kamakani o kau, hila kapau o kawahini si pale, hilauai, kapau huhepa o kawahini, I kini, I, haha iluna ki kihai o ka masana pau whale ki aho aiki akio lehoi. Maku whale o aiki akio lehama. Ilili kapo, ilzilai noa. Ua noa ka aina I kapuke iki, I kapuke nui I ka hakina I ka hakina zia I ku hakina I kulipa I ka lua lar lili, kau mai ma ka halo yuka, ma ka halo kai lili kapo, ilzilai noa. Ua noa ka aina ki akua. Translation: The woman comes forth from the pit, forth from the river with yellow tide, from the fissured head of Cain, Cainapua, the cheater of death, presides o'er his much-thronged sandy plain. The mountains re-echo the question, gainst whom do they launch the canoe? Against her foes, the land grabbers. To her sisters she puts a question. Up spring the highborn, the princes, what splendor flashes in heaven, the fourth eye of heaven, its flaming bolt. With swell of wave and break of surf A-land was her flight o'er the blue sea, the grey sea the voyage Pele made from Kahiki. From his western gate fly the sundarts, their points trained up at Kilauea, the wind from Kau breathes a blessing. Pray tell me, what skirts wear the women? Their skirts are fern and leaf of the tie-bound bias about the hips. O Kinney, one horn of the sickle moon hangs low. My patience faints at her knife-like lips, and I fear the goddess's yawning mouth. Deep, deep is the taboo, deep be the peace. The land is fed by each hill, small or big by each scrap of bread, and of meat food that is ravaged by Kilauea. Plant deep the foundations of peace, a peace that runs through upland and lowland. Deep, deep the taboo, deep be the peace, peace fall on the land of the goddess. Chapter 34. Pele's brigade is sent to the attack of Lohiau. Pele broke forth in great rage when her people slunk back, their errand not half accomplished. In greats, I know you. Out of pity for that handsome fellow, you have just made a pretense and thrown a few cinders at his feet. Go back and finish your work. Go. Hiiaka, on witnessing the second charge of the fire brigade, again broke forth in song. Hilihia Kilauea, poai kaiuahi nalue kia wakayuka o kalua mona hela kapoai kiakua hakipalalahiwa kia lo o kapohaku aina makiahu. Ko karoka komako kaliohia, hakina kahala, apana kapohaku kike karla. Ue ka mamin ka lio o ka lawe makanui, o ka wai o ayakino acute pohaku, kanaka like kauhuhuki oko o ki ahi, harno punarai ka mahu o ka wahini. Kaha ka lesur ai ka yuko ka liu, makur ki ahi ai ka nesla helki acute lilo apua, iha mai ana ai komaka ka panaha lehur mako ka haiku, punir ai kia wa ka yuko na hanahu, kina puna, iparai ki akua, ua kaluela ka yuko alua ua heahi ki ahi, kuka halilo. Moku kahawai, niha ka pali, ua umupainina kia lo o kapohaku. O ai helani, o ai hirwawa, hekali keke, ka uila pohaku puoho, lil ailuna, karla kani olale kani omo, kani kuwa, kani helale we, nake ai kalani, nes ai kahanwa ko pali kuhoho hala welawala ailuna, ai lalo ka ai hano ka pali yuhi kano parai kaohuna kekba lehura kawahini. Haumaku ka yukihi ahi ko kalua ki haumalana, elai uana apua nanai kai o papalawas. Lapalapa ka waha o ki akio lapu. Hukisuki kali ohi o kaimu, ihahe aku ana aimua, I hope hopo aku, hopo mai, hopo aku o kaiua lili no lehurai ka papa. O pua kanu osio, mihi kanaka oalai kalaka kamaha lehurai kai o kapilini, I pili aku haimoro hail, ipi ai kayuka, ikiui, ile ai kale, kalehiro kayuna huna hanahunahar iki ahiuli kia mahol ka papa, manihol ai kaiai ariki akua, e ai kalo kawahini ai puna, hopo haku ai kali osia. Kayuahi o kamahu haleler ayuka ka hala, ka lesua, luai kai. Hahe puna, kiaki Kilauea. Ko puna kurhi mau no kiahis o puna, ainar los aloheno puna, I moani, ka ainar ai ka ulu o kamakani. The language of this meal is marked by a certain mannerism that can hardly be described as either parallelism or as antithesis, though it approaches now one and now the other. It is as if each picture could not be accomplished save by representing its grouping from more than one point of view. Translation. Kilauea breaks forth. Smoke blurs the day, a bitter rain blots out one half the pit. Heeia is whelmed by a tidal wave, dread day of the fiery goddess. The face of the cliff is splintered away, the lowlands are littered with fragments, her besom spares other land, not the park. The screw palms are rent, the rock plates shattered, the boulders grind, the mamins groan, I hear the pitiful sob of the trees. The tree gods weep at their change into stone. Man, like the roof pole, strangles in smoke, Puna chokes with the steam of the woman, how groan the lehuas of Kaliu. A quivering flame enwraps a pua. Mine eyes are blinded at the sight of the forest circle of Hauku, Nehenahu is swallowed up in the rack, Puna how scarred. By the goddess ravaged, Alua's uplands quiver with heat what ravage. Its rocky strata uptorn deep gullied the canyons, toothed are the cliffs like an oven glows the face of the rocks. Now heaven hurls her forked bolts and bitter thunderbombs, rocks burst and fly. A crash of splintered echoes breaks the night, shatters the heavens and rends the earth. My towering cliff is shook like a reed, the trail adown the cliff is wreathed in steam, mist veils the ragged spurs of Lehua, a reign of terror. Flames leap from the pit, the storm clouds spread their wings for rain, they rush in column over the plain. The mouth of the demon vomits flame, a besom stroke to wooded Kaimu. Destruction follows before and behind. What terror smites afar and anear? A brooding horror wraps my soul as the fine rain covers the plain. A spectacle this for the eye of day, and offerings laid a pig. A man deems it a crime to snuggle close in travel, that we gathered flowers in the woods, that we strung them and plaited wreaths. That we hung them about our necks, red blossoms that sting us like fire, a fire that burns with a devilish flame, till the blistered skin hangs in rags. And this is the work of the god, the faithless woman. Puna sacked, the park of Lohiau all turned to rock. The column of rock moves ever on. Lohiau's and palms melt away as the fire sweeps down to the sea. For Puna's below and Peel above, and Puna's mountain is ever aflame. O Puna, land close to my heart, land ever forefront to the storm. I weep for thy sorrowful plight. Cowed and by a boy, said Peel as her servants, with shame in their faces, slunk away from their unfinished task. This is no job for women, she continued. These girls can't stand up before a man not if he has a smooth face and a shapely leg. As she spoke, the fire lake in Hail Mau Mau took on a ruddier hue, lifted in its cauldron, and began to boil furiously, spouting up a score of red fountains. Men, gods, take these fires and pour them upon the man, said Peel, addressing Lono Makua, Kupulupulu, Kumoku Haliai, Kulanawau, Kupeaike, Kapo Hakau, Kamo Hoaliai, Kane Milohai, and many others. The gods well knew on what perilous ground they stood, with whom they had to deal, the fierceness of Peel's wrath when it was stirred. Yet, in their hatred of a great wrong, they moved with one purpose to push back the fires that were threatening Lohiau. With their immortal hands, they flung away the embers and masses of flame until the heavens were filled with meteor fragments. Peel's wrath rose to a mighty heat at this act of mutiny and disloyalty, and she cursed the whole assembly. Go, said she, back to Hulinau whence you came. Let the land on which you stand remain barren and yield no harvest, nor any food for mortal or for immortal. Now Peel was one of the chief gods on earth. The land was hers. Did she not make it? Her authority extended also to heaven. Did not her flames mount to the zenith? All the gods, even the great gods Ku, Kane, Kanaloa, and Lono, depended on her for certain things. When she voyaged from Kahiki to the new land of Hawaii, they were constrained to follow her. Not because of any command she laid upon them did they do this, but because such was their inclination. Where Peel was there was food, wealth, the things they had need of. They followed as a dog tags after its master. The threat made by Peel was, then, no idle breath. It was a thing of terrible moment to be stripped of their fat offices and banished to a far-off barren land, a terrible sentence. Some of the gods gave in at once and made their peace with the terrible goddess. Of those who stood firm in their opposition were Kumokuhali, Kupulupulu, Kualanawau, Kupeaike, and Kumana. Condemned to banishment, they were indeed in a sorry plight. They found themselves on the instant deprived of their jobs and of their power. Food they had not, nor the means of obtaining it. These were in the possession of Kane and Kanaloa. The ocean was not free to them. It was controlled by Kamohoaliai. In their extremity they became vagabonds and took to the art of canoe-making. Thus were they enabled to fly to other lands. New dispositions having been made and fresh stratagems set on foot, Peel turned loose another deluge of fire, Lono Makua consenting to manage the operation. The fire burst into view at Kio, from which place it backed up into the region of Ala, and there divided into two streams, one of which continued on the Hilo side, while the other followed a course farther towards Kau. Lohiau, thus surrounded, would find himself obliged to face Peel's wrath without the possibility of retreat. Hiiaka, not fearing for herself but seeing the danger in which her lover was placed, bade him pray, and this was the prayer he offered. Papai hakikaiko kalua hakiku, hakikakala, kaino papai akwe uo lehur I kaniahiku, wahine I lehur e kayunu kupukupu, kapo hakwai kayualua kiahi I kikanua kapolina. Hili kamoku nake kaena kuhalakai, kuhiluku kamana pehu kaliwai pokwakahi. Hano kaliwai pokwalua ahis ana imana kualoi I kahilaki akua, I ki ahua kahole. Kaha kalio o ka ohia ue kalio o kikai, hili kia lo o papalawa. Kai hana halakokio, kai lu lehur ko panayur ki papai larai ki ahua lono. Lono ana no ane, he hazokule, he kili iani, he lono ol. Translation. A storm and wild surf in the pit, the fire waves dashing and breaking, spume splashes the buds of Lehua, the bird Quairo consumer of trees, o'erthrowing the fisherman's altar. The rocks melt away in thy flame, fierce rages the Paulina. The island quakes with thy tremor, a flood of rain on the lowland, a wintry chill on the highland. A boom, as of thunder, from this cliff, a faint distant moaning from that cliff, a whispered sigh from yonder hill, home of the gods, inviolate shrine of the god Lohiau. Now groans the soul of the tree aflame, now moans the heart of the restless sea. Uptorn are the ancient fire plates. The Kio sea uproots the palms, Paniua's sea scatters the bloom, it beats at the altar of Lono. Does she lend her heart to my cry? Deaf her ears are deaf to my prayer. Let us picture to ourselves the scene of the story that now has the stage a waterless, windswept plain of volcanic slag and sand, sparsely clad with a hardy growth whose foliage betrays the influence of an environment that is at times almost alpine in its austerity. Above the horizon line swell the broad-based shapes of Mauna Kea, Mauna Loa, and Hualalai. In the immediate foreground, overlooking the caldera where are Peel's headquarters, we see two figures, standing, crouching, or reclining, the lovers whose stolen bliss has furnished Pele with the pretext for her fiery discipline. Measured by the forces in opposition to them, their human forms shrink into insignificance. Measured by the boldness of their words and actions, one has to admit the power of the human will to meet the hardest shocks of fortune. Listen to the swelling words of Lohiau as Pele's encircling fires draw nearer. Kilauea ka mana, wela iki ahi, wela napwai ka yuko kui hanale, ki e acute pohaku. Polil mai ayuka o kikakai ka haukla mai kalua. O ka meo palalai kani lesla, o ka hinani kani kuamana, o ka mapali o nui, kani koakoha o kanakalalo o ka mana, o kupulupuluai kanahel ona, kuamai kawakil o kili penui e ayahir o kake alawo piki. O ka yuahi pohina yuka o ka yuahi mapuki kai o ka yuahi no lesua, I o kiawenui, I ka mana o ki pao ki ahi, I kanahel o ka aina pilma, I yuka kuki oka, I kai. Pauhila kamaha lao kamaha ohilalo o kaliu e kalunai pohaku o kapu. Kapa mai lapuna, ua kilip ai kiahi ua puni heiki Kilauea. Ua kalamai kalunai mokwasio. Ua kayukai kiahilaka aina e laromo ki ai kukala ula e kaluna I pohaku holona. Kuo kiliti nana alela I malumai, o ko ike whale akuai makel, I kapapa lohe o apuahila liliu, I napu, I wela kawawi. Paukie, kahulai hakapa hoi hoi, e paunaniu o kulai kapoha, holo kiahi maho o kua uli, pau amo lalai kiahi, I hia no as acute pulupuluai kalaulau kunia kalani, hal kayua loku kamai kapuli, willi kapuziohio kayua koko, kiwelarai kalani I pil mai kamana, mai kalunai Kilauea mai walua, mai papalau ahai a hiki malama. Mehina kayuko kaliu, anina punarai ka aina iki, kua wahini. Kahulai Kilauea mihi amawela puli, kikaha kiakiro kapolioli iwao kiakiro kayuka niha kapali, kalalura yuka kira mania, kikaha ko lil pama kahulu miwiwa. Naakirai kayuka no hopilai kiahu kanike ililo o kalua kahulai Kilauea, lana mihi wala kunia ela puna, ma wela ki one ma wela pahapuna, wela iki ahio a kawahini. Translation. The mount is convulsed. The surging fire sweeps o'er the height of Kuihanale, the rocks ablaze. The hillocks explode far out by Axquari, and beyond, where gleefully chirped the palolai, and the grasshopper trilled on the mountain a resonant intermittent cry. Now comes the tall man of the mount, Kupulupulu, the lord of the woods. In his train swarm the pygmy gods of the wilds, the knock-kneed monster Kulipe, that subterraneous eater of towns, and watchful Piki, the roach god. A blinding smoke blurs the hinterland, a milk-white cloud obscures the lowland, enshrouding the groves of Lehua. The smoke rack bulks huge in the upland, the fire has its head in the mount, and thence the Pele gang start on a raid. The ash of their ravage reaches the sea, she's made a fell sweep of forest and grove clean down to Pohakuokapu. Now, tabu is puna, forbidden to man, the fire tongues dart and hedge it about. A torch buds out from Mokuao to answer the beacon flung by Laka. Now she's eaten her way from sleepy noon till when the windy mountain ridge buds with the rosy petals of dawn. Here stand I to wait her relenting. I see naught but desolate puna and the quivering plain of Apua. All about is flame the rock plain rent. The cocoa palms that tufted the plain are gone, all gone, clean down to Kapoho. On rushes the dragon with flaming mouth, eating its way to Amoolala. For tinder it has the hair of the fern. A ghastly rain blots out the sky, the sooty birds of storm whirl through the vault, heaven groans adrip as with dragon blood. Here Pele comes from her fortress, her mount, deserting her resting place, her hearth a wild raid down to Malama. Kaliu's highlands shine like the moon, all Puna glows at the goddess coming. The crater's upset. The ama flies up, the god of night plods about in the dark, the upland god makes a dash for Vavo. The Pali are notched like teeth, dissevered, their front clean shaven, where sailed the boson white breast of down-on outstretched wings. The gods ascend to the highlands. The goddess Pele tears in a frenzy, she raves and beats about in the pit. Its crumbled walls float like boats in the gulf, an ash heap is Puna, melted its sand crisp done by thy fire, thine, O woman. When Hiiaka recognized the desperate strait of her friend and lover, she urged him to betake himself again to prayer. Prayer may serve in time of health, it's of no avail in the day of death, was his answer. It was not now a band of women with firebrands, but a phalanx of fire that closed in upon Lohiau. The whole land seemed to him to be aflame. The pictures that flit through his disturbed mind are hinted at in the song he utters. The pangs of dissolution seem to have stirred his deeper nature, and to have given him a thoughtfulness and power of expression that were lacking in the heyday of his lifetime. Hiiaka called on him for prayer, and this was his response. Paupuna, ua kol ka papa, ua no kikiusui, kamano o kalua, ua awamai kaluno ue kahuna kaohu kolo mai ayuka, kaohu kolo mai aikai, ki ala punarai ka yuko nana. O kalama kau anianio, o na wahini aikia nena, ai ka piha ka nea o muani. Oia hai ki kukulu e mua, oia hai ki kukulu wa o kai awa ka haki pali, o kai pilai papai ai kahaki papai ai ki alo o Kilauea, o kai kahulumano. Opiopi kai kamakali kuko kai kapohaku ki ahia kano hoyuka kukuni ai ki kuo kamakani. Wela kaulu o kalai puna, I kana puna ai ka ene ki akua, I. Hi akua ki hoa, I ki kuhela yaya hi kanaka hi akua ki hoa, I. Translation. Puna is ravaged, its levels fire-baked, fog blots out the forest heights of the pit. Ue Kahuna's plain is bitter cold a mist that creeps up from the sea, a mist that creeps down from the mount. Puna's dim distant hills are burning a glancing of torches rainbow colors the whole assembly of women. In pity and love, they stand before us, they form the first line of battle, and they make up the second line. The raging waves engulf the steep coast the sea peel turmoiled at Kahiki, that surged at the base of Kilauea the bird-killing flood Kahulumanu. Makali's waves were like folds in a mat, a smiting of rock against rock is the awful surge of the Pele folk. The wind blast inflames their dry tinder. The face of the sun is hot in Puna. I companioned, it seems, with a god, I had thought her to be very woman, lo and behold, she's a devil. Apropos of the meaning of Nana, I will quote the words of a Hawaiian song by way of illustration. Makale lua kalaia kawaihoa, enono ai kaluna o hokale. Le manu ai kahana kikiu. Luli kipau, eha ai kalaro makale, hoilali lua aina ulu hiu ai kahapapa. Translation. Wondrous small looks the sun o'er Waihoa, how lonesome above Hokale. The birds crown the hill to escape from the queue, men turn the head from the sun's winter heat and scorn the loaves of the breadfruit tree. In answer to these words of Lohiau Pele muttered gruffly, God, did you take me to be a human being? That's what is the matter with you, and your clatter is merely a wail at the prospect of death. Under the torture of the encircling fires Lohiau again babbles forth an utterance in which the hallucinations of delirium seem to be floating before him. Wela kaihoku, kamalama ua wela makali, kalo ayakaulua, kaihu kamoku, papapa ka aina hahakalani, kaiko kamana hakamona, papai Kilauea. El noho ana papalawas. O mai pilayona kino hekikali kayua mai kalani ni kiale. Hakapohakahia ka kiwa, kumai puna kiki, hahakaulua ka apua, pua humaila yuko kiahelaka, pau mahanai kahai waiwela lo kalua. Izikiki ai kayuahi lehia pake kayuahi kanaka, pue hano, I olai ki paya ki ahi I hiaka I wai maka I ue mai. Translation. The stars are on fire, and the moon, cold winter is turned to hot summer. The island is girdled with storm, the land is scoured and swept barren. The heavens sag low-high surf in the pit there's toss of a stormy ocean, wild surging in Kilauea. Fire billows cover the rocky plain for Pele erupts her very self. A flood of rain follows lightning bolt, earth quakes with groaning and tossing, answered with shouts from the echo god. Once Puna was lifted to heaven, now the cloud of dark omen hangs low. White bellies the cloud over Laka's hearth, Waiwelawela supplies a warm skirt. I choke in this smoke of Lehua, how pungent the smell of burnt man. I strangle, my breath is cut off, ugh. What a stifling blanket of fire, your tears, Hiiaka, your tears. Chapter 35. The death of Lohiau. Lohiau, in his last agony, wandered in mind and babbled of many things. To his credit, be it said that his thoughts were not wholly centered on himself. There was a margin of regard for others, as when he sang in these words. Aloha na haelo makua makamaka ol, ki alahil mako huliwale la I. Huliwale, ki huliwale enino I kamakana ol, I kamohai ol I ike akuai I kanini akuai lahai, aya o. Translation. My love to the homes made desolate, on the road which makes this turning. I turn away with an empty hand, lacking an offering fit to make peace, to soften thy heart and appease thee, to soften thy heart and content thee. At the last flicker of life, when the rocky encasement had well-nigh completed the envelopment of his body, Hiiaka, daring the barrier of fire that had come between them, sprang to his side and with the last kiss whispered into his ear, "Go not on the side whence the wind blows, pass to leeward on the day of our meeting. My heel I kamakani, heel I kapohu, makala koa I halawai ai." By this cryptic expression, Hiiaka meant to put Lohiau on his guard against enemies that lay in wait for him. If he went to the windward, he might reveal himself to them by his flare. She also embodied her warning in song. Aloha kau hoa I kaiua pua kukui, kui lehiro moa wakia, le puo kalahui pua ki lehiro polina, la maka o ihil ai, maka ulu o kamakani o moa o I kai acute polina la make lua o. Translation. My love to thee, maid of the sifting rain, such time as we strung the lehua, in the snatches of noonday rest, on the days when we dreamed of reunion, and this was done in the uplands. In the uplands you shall safely journey, safe in the hush and lee of the wind, lest the blasts of Polina shall smite and sweep you away to an endless doom. A swarm of emotions buzzed in the chambers of Hiiaka's mind, of love, of self-destruction, of revenge. In an agony of indecision, she strode this way and that, wringing her hands and wailing in a strictly human fashion. The master passion came to the front and had sway, she would find Lohiau, and with him renew the bond of friendliness which had grown up in the midst of the innocent joys and toils of travel shared by them in common. An access of divine power came to her. She immediately began to tear up the strata of the earth. As she broke through the first stratum and the second, she saw nothing. She tore her way with renewed energy. Rock smote against rock, and the air was full of flying debris. After passing the third stratum, she came upon a ghastly sight, the god of suicide, suspended by the neck, his tongue protruding from his mouth. It was a solemn lesson. After passing the fourth stratum, she came upon the stratum of Wakia, and here she found the inanimate bodies of her former companions of travel, the faithful Wahainamo'o and Pauopala. She restored them to life and animation, bidding them return to the beautiful world of sunshine and fresh air. She came at last to the 10th stratum with full purpose to break up this also, and thus open the floodgates of the great deep and submerge Pele and her whole domain in a flood of waters. That, indeed, would have been the ruin of all things. At this moment, there came to Hiiaka the clear, penetrating tone of a familiar voice. It was the voice of her fast friend and traveling companion, Wahainamo'o, who had but recently left her, and who, now, under the inspiration of the great god Cain, had come to dissuade Hiiaka from her purpose. For the execution of that purpose meant a universe in confusion. It was time, then, for Cain to interfere. He did this by putting into the mouth of her dearest friend on earth an appeal to which Hiiaka could not but listen, and, listening, heed. Apokina ai kaiahu o kikai, kaipu ai holarai ka lau o kiahi pala ehu ai kalaka ulu paloa I, ho whales hai, I haupo mai anakaro aiu ai kahoro kaiua o ki anu o kikaika. Zahia anio, hai mai ka, hido karlau akuaya. Translation. Kina is darkened with sea mist. Eruptions burst up mid-lakes of flame. Scorched and gray are Polowa's breadfruits. Now, as a climax, down shuts the night. You purpose to blind with darkness the woman who went as your fellow through rain and storm and piercing cold. List now, my friend. Return with me, we've had a spell of nasty weather. For Hiiaka to give ear to the pleading voice of her friend, the woman who had shared with her the shock of battle and the hardships of travel from Hawaii to Kauai and back again, was to run the risk of being persuaded. "Come with me," said Wahainamo'o, "let us return to our mistress." "I must first seek and find Lohiau," answered Hiiaka. "Better for us first to go before Pele. She will send and bring Lohiau." Thus pleaded the woman Wahainamo'o. Hiiaka turned from the work of destruction and, hand in hand, they made their way back into the light and wholesome air of the upper world. The sisters, those who bore the name Hiiaka, received her cordially enough. They prattled of many things, buzzed her with questions about her travels of long ago, as it now seemed to Hiiaka. It was not in their heart to stir the embers of painful issues. No more was it in their heart to fathom the little Hiiaka of yesterday, the full-statured woman of today. Beyond the exchange of becoming salutations, Hiiaka's mouth was sealed. Until Pele should see fit to lend ear and heart to her speech, not a word would she utter regarding her journey. But Pele lay on her hearth silent, sullen, no gesture, no look of recognition. The Kilauea, or spirit from Lohiau, in the meantime, after having in vain tried to solace itself with the companionship of the forest's songbirds, and having found that resource empty of human comfort, fluttered across the desolate waste of ocean like a tired sea-bird back to his old home, and there appeared to his aching Paua in a vision at night. "Come and fetch me," he said, meaning, of course, his body. "You will find me lying asleep at Kilauea." Paua started up in a fright. "What does this mean?" he said to himself. "That Lohiau is in trouble." When he had lain down again, the same vision repeated itself. This time the command was imperative. "Come and rescue me. Here I am in the land of non-recognition." Now Paua roused himself, assured that Lohiau's sleep was that of death, but not knowing that he was, for the second time, the victim of Pele's wrath. He said nothing to anyone, but made all his preparations for departure in secret, reasoning that Kahuanui, the sister of Lohiau, would not credit his story and would consequently interfere with his plans. He entered his canoe and, pressing the water with his paddle, his craft made a wonderful run towards Hawaii. It was necessary for him only to dip his paddle in the brine at intervals and to direct the course. The canoe seemed almost to move of itself. That same morning he arrived at Waipio. To his astonishment, there, in a boat shed on the beach, lay the canoe which he recognized as that of his friend Lohiau. The people of the district had been wondering whose it was and how it had come there. Paua found many things that were new and strange to him in this big raw island of Hawaii. Not the least of these was the land on which he trod, in places a rocky shell covering the earth like the plates on the back of the turtle, or, it might be, a tumble of jagged rocks, the so-called terrain quite new to his experience. It seemed as if the world-maker had not completed his work. Of the route to Kilauea he was quite ignorant, but he was led. There flitted before him a shadow, a wraith, a shape, and he followed it. At times he thought he could recognize the form of Lohiau, and at night, or in the deep shadows of the forest, he seemed to be looking into the face of his friend. When night came, he lay down in a sheltered place and slept. In the early morning, while darkness yet brooded over the land, he was roused by the appearance of a light. His first thought was that day had stolen upon him. But no, it was the Kilauea of his friend that had come to awaken him and lead him on the last stage of his journey. Chapter 36. Paua seeks out the body of his dead friend Lohiau. Under the lead of his spiritual guide, Paua arrived that day at Kilauea, and, standing at the brink of the great caldera, he saw the figure of Lohiau beckoning to him as it stood on a heap of volcanic debris. The wraith dissolved into nothingness as he approached the spot, but there lay a figure in stone having the semblance of a man. It was more an act of divination than the exercise of ordinary judgment that told him this was the body of Lohiau. "I thought you had summoned me to take home your living body, my friend," was his exclamation. His voice was broken with emotion as he poured out his lament. "Mau alina o maka o kalakias, mapuna kahili mai ana, kayua makali ki ualarai lau aikau, ai kahesai, ai kape ai kiwawa ki akua, ai hai ola, o kamako kias, ael hai nelado kalawakua ki kulola, I aloha. Aloha ko horai kayua anulipoa hai, kaika, keu hi ahi ki kapa o kori mehana ai ilala ai korai amolala, I pili whale, I hazlola, I. Hazel I weluna horaloho puna, ainer loha o puna I kasi." Translation. Thou bundle of scars from a fiery day, 'twas at Puna our journey began, with a dash of rain in the summer, rain again when we entered the woods, rain, too, in cow in the jungle, in the forest haunts of the gods, rain at each crossing of road and path. Here stand I, with fire in my eye, our days of communion are gone, you've bidden adieu to Kalau. Hail now to my mate of the gloomy rain when wet and cold and chilled to the bone, our garment of warmth the blazing hearth. Then basked we at Amoalala, haunting the place, then tearing away. And so you tore away from your friends, those friends of Wailua, of Puna, that dear land of Puna, Ka'i. Here is another version of the eloquent prayer of Paua, furnished by Popo, who obtained it from Reverend Paluhi. O mau alina o mau kakalakiasi, mapuna kahikina mae kayua makali, kayua ale I lau I kahiki, I kaper I kiahu kiakure hayo, lazo kamako ki ahi el haina lado kalawakir kikula. I aloha vuhoa I kayua kalapoa, lihau anu, kaika, kaoyu cute hi ahi ki kapa I mehana ai, I lala ai kor I amo laza. I pili whale I hailola I. Hailal puna na holoha, I kaener I kahupwa kane hi akin kami aloha, I hi. Translation. You've encased him tight in a lava shell, scorched him with tongues of flame. Puna, the place of thy landing, first impact of winter rain, sweet rain, feeding the perfume, drunk by vine and firm-rooted tree, the wilderness robe of the gods. Here am I, too, I flash a flame as for them, no friends they of mine, companions mine of the stormy coast. My love goes forth to my toil mate of the mist, cold rain, and driving storm, a blazing hearth our garment then, and to bask in the sun at Amo'olala. Those seeming friends, they went with us, and then they left us in Puna land dear to the heart of Cain, who eats of your soul is your true friend. Woe is me, woe is me. Hiiaka, not yet come back from her adventures in the underworld, heard this lament of Paua and wondered at his performance that he, a handsome man, should be standing out in the open with not even a malo about his loins to hide his nakedness. I wonder what is his name, she said aloud. Paua, intent on supersensual things, heard the wondering words of Hiiaka and responded to them. Hulihia kio, per ilalo I akia, hulihia kamolo kahanua hulihia kail ula, kail lani I kapuka ka aka kiahir kail pai, I kamoku nal kiahi, I kahiki nal kamako hinuluohia. Wela kalani kaukahia wahia kalani uli pakalani alil kalao kahole kapohaku kukeo kahoilo, nahamai kulani hakai. Ki halokiloku ni kayua kinini ki ale, ki akiwa mailarai yuka. Ki vokilarai kapiko o kathale, emo kapiko I alua I alio. Kawai I hakulamano, kanahalo ki hua I lurai ki kulo hot kilamanu, ipil, I wahia kalani ipili. Kawahini ai lao puna ki ai halo lai kapapo hapo pau ela kulili kayua kanahal maxio kio. E kamahua kawahini kayuahi kira yuka ki ai lai pohakuloa, I kia la lausia. Hi wawaka ka huilo kalani. I kukyuna I, now haino ho kalapukai hetha. O kaluno uwekas huna, o kayuahi hanalao. O kipafkuai kapohaku o karlakani kol e kanakalo I kani malili ole I uaqa I kia nake kaniho o pilai Kilauea, pohaku wai kukisikisi. Kuhiwa I kamako kapohaku pohaku ai wayomalama, hopo aku kahake hil I kala. Pia kawai ayuka mona ai wayakaalo. Kawalile I Kilauea, hohinu ai kalura yuka kapuahi kukuku, now kike okiakio holo kapake, laharinamoku, nuka lili, no kiakio, lili ayuka, lili I kaio kalili kepai o kipi o halamana pokulo e kasuo lalo pamahana ai kawai welal zikui. Keihia kapi apio, hina alalo I ulunui. Hina akula, palala kiau hiau omia ululani. Kiwela ni kala ki kau ni kamalu hekali iluna kai, nakalio ka apua, I apio ai laulas e kalunai mokuawi hui pilaionakino. La kayula, la kikapusi, opiopi kai kiakua, kuhui hear I kawaiwina hap my lapunai kayuahi kizakua, paraino no kapui luaini, pauko kino lehure ai kaio puna. Hea puna, kol ka papa o kayuahi naki aikani. Kai ka kalua, kahulai kau kalani kiakure ai lehuro puna nana ai iholas Hawaii kua uli wahia kalani. Nehiakai kaislai. Nehiakai kailmo o hiakape kahil hiakai kapuanina. Hiakai kapualawai o hiaka no holi. Hiakwa wahilani, hiakai kapoliopild halanalana we maka ihanini ni welamai kamako kaulu o harlono. Harlono o haulis o haulio o kali o apawa o paola ilono o. Translation. The world is convulsed. The earth plates sink to the nether domain of Wakia, Earth's rooted foundations are broken, flame billows lift their heads to the sky, the ocean caves and reefs, the peopled land and the circle of island coast are whelmed in one common disaster. The gleam of it reaches Kahiki, such blush encircles the pale apple's eye. Heavens blotted out, the whole sky darkened, Holi's cliffs are shadowed with gloom. Now bellows the thunder of winter. Kulani Hawkeye's banks are broken, down pours a pitiless deluge of rain, there's rumble and groan of the earthquake, the reverberant roar of thunder, the roof-stripping swoop of the tempest, tearing the thatch over Aleua, tearing the thatch over Lohiau. The freshet makes home for the waterfowl, flooding the thickets at Kehau, the widespread waters of Kulamanu. O Peel, fold back the curtains of heaven, thou woman, consumer of Puna woods, swift thy foray in Hapo's fields. The land of contending rains is wiped out, and the lands that border Kiau. Up springs the steam from her cauldron, a white cloudy mountain of smoke. She's consuming the boulders of Long Rock, the treacherous paths of Lauahia. A flash of lightning rends the sky. O Kukuana, 'tis for you to dwell in the flaming eastern gate of the sun. The plateau of Uekahuna breathes the reek of burning woods. There's pelting of heads with falling stones, and loud the clang of the smitten plain, confused with the groan of the earthquake. Yet this cools not the rock-eater's rage. The goddess grinds her teeth in the pit. Lo, tilted rock plates melt like snow-black faces that shine like a mirror-sharp edges that bite the foot of a man, the travelers dread in the glare of the sun. The fire flood swells in the upland, a robber flood it dries up the streams. Here's cliff for gods jumping, when wild their sport deep the basin below and boiling hot. The goddess gnashes her teeth, and the reek of her breath flies to the farthest shore. Thine was the fault, O goddess, thine, a jealous passion at all times, and places the snap and spring of a surly dog. Let your gnashing range to its limit, till it reaches the fringe of your skirt, your hot pow at Waiwelala. Trample down, O Ku, these ominous clouds, let them sag and fall at Ulunui. They flatten, they break. Look, they spread. White loom now, the clouds of Ululani, fierce blazes the sun, and thunder unrolls his black curtains on high. Then bellows his voice from the cloud, the ominous cloud that swallows the trees. From the crest of Mokua Peel pours out her body, herself a turmoil of rain and of seafowl. Now boils the lake of the goddess. In Kayukut an oasis park remains, her smoke covers Puna with night. What a robbery this, to crush the flowers. My bodily self, my Lehuas, gone, my precious Lehuas, clean down to Puna. And Puna the land is trenched and seared, the smoke that o'erhangs it that I can see. High surf in the pit, turmoiling the sky, the god who ate Puna's Lehuas, she 'twas laid waste green-robed Hawaii. The heavens let them rend, Hiiaka, plunge you in the wild tossing sea, and you, who delight in the calm sea, Hiiaka, thou thatcher of towns, Hiiaka, soul of the flame bud, Hiiaka, emblemed in Tibud, Hiiaka, who dwells on the headland, Hiiaka, who parts heaven's curtains, Hiiaka of Peel's own heart. These tears well from eyes hot with weeping, the eyes of this scion, this herald. I proclaim that he's outcast and exiled. 'Tis I, Power, announce this, he speaks what is meant for your ear. Chapter 37. Paua comes before Peel. The eminence of Akanikolia stood near at hand and offered Paua a vantage ground for better contemplation of the mysterious earth pit, and when the first tide of emotion had swept by thither he repaired. Looking down into the desolate abyss, his gaze centered on a group of human figures, beautiful women, seated on the vast plates of pahoho that made the floor of the caldera. He saw but 4 of them, Peel herself not being visible. He had no clue as to their identity, and was only impressed as by the sight of beautiful women who were to him as goddesses. The grandeur and strangeness of the scene moved him to song. Kilihia kamana, wela aiki ahia kawahini, wela na ohio kilili ai kaiua wela, anapuki ahio kalua ai kamamu nake kapahoihoi wela, aziluna o hail maimo malu kapali o kaui. Zau ihiakai kapoliopil, ola Lohiau ipo I kapalioke, I hina e. Translation. Destruction and turmoil in the pit. The fires of the woman have done it, consuming the forests of kulili fires that boil from the depths of the pit, shaking the stone plates till they rattle. It's furnace hot in that house of fern. But there's shelter at Kauai. O Hiiaka of Peel's heart, life to thee, and life to dear Lohiau's soul plucked by thee from death at Ka, death in the cliff Ka, at Hina. Peel, in the retirement of her gloomy cavern, was quite out of the range of Paua's eye shot, but his voice rang in her ears distinctly. What a handsome man is that standing on the edge of the cliff at Akanikolia, exclaimed Peel's women, unable to repress their admiration. Call to him and invite him to come down here where we can talk together, said Peel. Way up there on the Pali wall, that's no place for us to talk and become acquainted with each other. Tell him to come down here, and we'll discuss matters great and small, look upon the large stem and the small stem, see one another face to face, learn each other's heart's desire. For all her fine words, Peel did not at once come forward and meet her visitor face to face. She lay unrecognized in her Stygian boudoir, to all appearance a withered hag. Paua, well versed in the wiles of woman, adept in the logamakis and etiquettes of court life, was quite put to his trumps, and found it necessary to summon all his diplomacy and exercise all his power of self-command in dealing with the shrewd and attractive women that surrounded him. It was evident to the watchful eye of our heroine Hiiaka that he was dangerously attracted by the voluptuous beauty of her sister, Hiiaka of the Waves. In the persistent silence of Pele, upon her fell the leading part of the conversation with Paua. "What might be the purpose of your pilgrimage?" she asked. "I come in answer to the call of my friend, Lohiau." "But Lohiau is dead," chorused the women. "Yes, dead, and what was the cause of his death?" "He kissed Hiiaka," the woman answered. "Ah, but who killed him?" "Pele." Her voice sank to a whisper, and the name she uttered was to be made out, or guessed at, rather by a study of the protruding lips and the sympathetic arching of the brow than by any sound emitted. Her eyes also made a half-turn in the direction of Pele's cave. "He came to Hawaii in the expectation that Pele would be his life." Paua spoke with thoughtful deliberation. "How came it about that she should cause his death?" After a moment's pause, he continued. "He tasted death once at Hina, and now again here, on this barren, a second death, and through the wrath of Pele." Pele roused herself at this and spoke up. "What is that you say, that Lohiau died at Hina?" "Yes, he tasted of death there," Paua answered firmly. "How then did he become alive again?" asked Pele sharply. "Hiiaka, she treated him, and by her gracious skill and power brought his soul and body together again. That done, they sailed away for Hawaii." The eyes of Pele were literally, as well as metaphorically, opened. She turned herself about and, in a lowered voice, with a show of astonishment, for the first time, addressed Hiiaka. "Is this true, that you worked over Lohiau and restored him to life?" "It is true, and it is also true that, not until you had put to death Hapo, did I bestow any dalliance or caress of love upon Lohiau." Hiiaka's expression, as she faced Pele, was such as might have sat upon the countenance of a judge passing sentence on a confessed criminal at the bar. Pele sat impenetrable, sphinx-like, deep in her own labyrinthine philosophy of the obligations due to a social autocrat and a goddess. Paua broke the silence. "Shall not Lohiau then live again?" "Go back to Hina," said Pele, "and when you hear that Lohiau lives again, then will be the time for you to come and take him home." "That would be well then," said Paua. A spell of confusion, of enchantment, seemed now to fall upon the man whilom so boastful. "But where is Pele?" he asked, looking from face to face. "That is Pele," said the goddess, pointing to her sister Wave, Hiiaka Kailai. "I have a sign by which I may know Pele. Let me apply the test to these women," said Paua. The company could but agree to this, whereupon, beginning with Wave, he took each one of them in turn by the hand, carrying it to his cheek, the better to test its warmth, holding the hollow to his ear to catch any murmur that might reverberate from it. Each hand he found to be only of natural heat. Turning, then, to Pele herself, he proposed to inspect her hand. At this the goddess drew back. "If none of these beautiful women is Pele, how can you think that a wrinkled old woman like me is the divine and beautiful Pele?" Paua insisted, and Pele had to consent. He reached out and took her hand, and on the instant dropped it. It was burning hot. "This is Pele," he exclaimed. Paua stood in awed silence before the goddess. Resentment and thoughts of revenge, like evil birds, had taken flight. At Pele's command, the women led him away to take refreshment in the sacred dining hall of Maliola. Before seating himself, Paua uttered this memorable pule, a meal that has drifted down to us from the Wapo. "Hulisia kio, kapapa hanuo kona moku. Hulisia, kulia mai kamoku o kahiki aina no kahiki I kalakahe, aina haweli hamia. Hoamo akula kahikiku, kilapa mai kauluwela, o mai kiahi kihai akula no inalo kapue, I kapue akir no pil kike kihi wela no I kalani, hall, aina I palapola no ho I kalau ha o kamoku. Hina kukulu o kahiki, hina ka amuku I kamakani, hina ka pi apir ki kiao, hina ka anohi ula I kalani, kainweno apir I kikai. Imai ana mani hoa. Makamol mai o lehir mai kari nuya Oahu, a malake lani at Kilauea, mai mauyas Hawaii. Kawahinio pilai here I kana ahe cute pilupulu, kukuni, wela kalani hi uila kai no kahanua, hekali papanai ki aupo hakapuoho, lil iluna apepe whale kamana, pipili kalani, par iamoku nalo Hawaii I kayuahia kawahini, I ka lilia ki akua. Alaliku kayua mai kalani, lili ana hai I kana ahi, lili ana hai pilhamahamo kalio, my pain appeal, kau akyu ki laulini kamakani, honono, my ananas holapa uwila hekali wawahi kalani, kulalo kukayua ayuka kai ka hekali, ni ki ale lil kapo I kai. Hiki lil ai I lalo o kain luhanwa. O kain pius yosio, Willi iri yuka, Willi iri kai, Willi iri luna, Willi iri lalo, Willi iri kayua I kahul acua, hul mana kaha amalo, I kaha maloka, kize papano, kize papalani. O mano kalanipo, o kiaka le hulu hulu o manu q, o manu es yahi o manu ahe lono. Hana ze ana kamana o kau acua iwahu nila, is hana hai. Kukulu kapahu kapwa kalio. Hialasiel, hialamuku no kain, laro canaloas hi kai hai canoe, hi kai akia canoe, hi kue canoe no peel, no kau acuas la. Translation. There's turmoil and heaving of strata in the land she claimed for her own. Kahiki was land at the dawn of time, a land by Hamia mixed and tempered. Then she spread out Kahiki ku, she kindled her fires, the flames leapt high. The goddess covers her footprints, the footmarks of goddess Pele, she treads the path of the heavens, swoops down and lands at Palapola. She dwells in the level island plain. Down fall the pillars of Kakihi, the wind topples over the ruins, down tumble the sun-kissing clouds, down sinks the blood-red eye of heaven and big-bellied clouds that loom at sea. Pele heaves in sight at Nihoa, that limpet stuck to Lohiau's base. From famed Kauai to Oahu, thence on to Mother Hina's Isle, to Lanai of Kilauea, to Mani and last to Hawaii, this the root of the woman Pele. Then she rubs her fire sticks to a blaze, up flames her touchwood, kindling the heavens. Earth sees the flash of lightning, hears the boom of thunder echoed by mountain walls, rocks flung in space, bombard the day, shaking the mountain to its base. The firmament sags, clings to the earth, Hawaii is lost in her smoke at the passion heat of the goddess. Down clatters the rain from the sky, a damper this to the goddess, fires, it rouses the wrath of Pele. Keep silence, retort not, never a word, 'tis the voice of Pele, she's my god. The wind veers, there's far-off coruscation, the thunder wrenches heaven's gates, a sobbing of rain in the mountains, the crash of thunder and earthquake, old Tabas take flight to the ocean. Now starts up the earth-shaker Cain, and Cain, the whirlwind breeder a tempest whirl, o'er mountain and sea a tempest whirl, in heaven and on earth a tempest whirl, sodden with rain, the atheist and the skeptic, the scorner and unbeliever powers of the underworld and the air. The hero Monokalanipo. His emblem a feathery wreath plume from the bird that spies and tattles, from the bird that makes proclamation, declaring the might, the power of my God out here in the open, declare it. Proclaim the edict of silence a short way, a true way, this way of Cain, of Kilauea compact this, and bind in one bundle let ocean then swallow the rest. A jealous flame is Pele's back, that is the law of Pele, of my God. This Pele, which I have heard spoken of as ka Pele Kanawai from the use of the word Kanawai in the last part of the meal, dates back, it is said, to the time of Pau, the priest and chief who came to Hawaii from Samoa in the remote ages. Paua's argumentative, he can be said to have had any seems to be that Pele should cast away, throw into the ocean, the lumber of old laws and tabas, and start afresh. Before leaving the subject, the consideration of the milai must mention, apropos of the expression pahu kapoa kalio, in verse 54, an incident related to me by a Hawaiian friend J.M.P. He says that when he was a boy, his mother, when a thunderstorm arose, would often say to him, "Keep silence, that's Kainhekali." In Kahuku Island of Oahu, at a place not far from the sugar mill, is a cave known as Kina. In former times, this cave was the home where lived a mother and her 2 sons. One day, having occasion to journey to a distance, she left them with this injunction: "If during my absence you hear the sound of thunder, keep still, make no disturbance, don't utter a word. If you do, it will be your death." During her absence, there sprang up a violent storm of thunder and lightning, and the young lads made an outcry of alarm. Thereupon, a thunderbolt struck them dead, turning their bodies into stone. 2 pillar-shaped stones, standing at the mouth of the cave, are to this day pointed out in confirmation of the truth of the legend. As Paua concluded his prayer song, the eyes of the whole company were turned upon him, and on the lips of them all was the question, "Was she then your God?" "She is my God," he answered, "and my ancestors from the earliest times have worshipped her." Then, turning his eyes about him, as if to survey the land, he continued, "If this were my land, as is Kauai, there would be no lack of good and wholesome food provision, and that of all kinds. Things are different here. I am a stranger in this land." On hearing these words, which had in them the sting of truth, for poison had been mixed with some of the food. The women stealthily hid away certain dishes and substituted for them others. At the conclusion of the repast, the women who had been in attendance brought him a girdle delicately embroidered with fibers from the coconut that he might be suitably apparelled for his interview with the woman Pele. "You will find," they said, "that Pele is in reality a woman of wonderful beauty. In order to win her, however, you will need to use all your arts of fascination, and your caution as well. Make hot love to her, but look out. Don't let your fancy lead you to smile upon any other beauty." Pele at first kept Paua at a distance, and with deep subtlety said to him, "Here are beautiful women more beautiful than I take one of them." Paua, well schooled in courtly etiquette and logomachy, was not tripped up by any such snare as Pele laid for him. He stood his ground and faced the god as an equal. As Pele contemplated Paua, it dawned upon her that here stood a man, a being of gracious power, one who combined in himself qualities attractions she had never before seen materially embodied in the human form. The woman in Pele laid aside the godly Aqua and came to the front. All thought of bantering talk and wordplay slunk away. Her whole being was sobered and lifted up. The change in her outward, physical appearance kept pace with the inward. The rough armor that had beset her like the prongs of horned coral, both without and within, melted and dropped away. The hag-like wrinkles ceased to furrow her profile. Her whole physical being took on the type of womanly perfection. And what of Paua, the man who had come with heart full of bitterness, determined on revenge? He was conquered, overwhelmed. Their meeting was that of lovers, who stood abashed in each other's presence. Pele's beauty and charm were like that of a young bride coming to the nuptial couch. The dalliance and love-making of Pele and Paua was a honeymoon that continued for 3 days and 3 nights. By virtue of this mysterious union with the goddess, Paua acquitted himself of a ceremonial duty, as it were, and thus gained Pele's dispensation from further obligations to her bed and the liberty of exercising free choice among all the beautiful women that thronged Pele's court. It was there he made his abode until the time for his return to his own kauai. Chapter 38. Hiiaka and Lohiau, a reunion. Hiiaka's sense of outrage touched every fiber of her being and stirred such indignation against her sister that she could not again take her former place as a member of Pele's court. Hawaii was the largest island of the group, but it was not large enough to hold herself in Pele. Of all the islands, Kauai was the one most remote from the scene of her troubles. It was also the land which Lohiau had claimed as his own, and his was a name that called up only the most tender emotions. To Kauai would she go. The company of those who shared her feelings and whose personal attachment to her was sufficient to lead them with herself in a venture of new fortunes was not large. It included, of course, her 2 staunch attendants, Pauopala and Wahinamo, and strangely enough, a considerable quota of the sisters who shared with her the name Hiiaka, qualified though it was in each case by some additional distinguishing epithet. Towards Kauai, then, did they set their faces or, more literally, turn the prow of their canoe. Many unforeseen things, however, were to happen before the god of destiny would permit her to gain her destination. Other strands stood ready to be interwoven with the purposeful threads Hiiaka was braiding into her life. In the ancient regime of Hawaii, the halau, as the home and school of the hula, stood for very much and for many things. It served, after a fashion, as a social exchange or clearinghouse for the whole nation, the resort of every wandering minstrel, bohemian soul, or beau esprit whose estrus kept him in travel. The rallying point of souls dislocated from an old and not yet accommodated to a new environment. A place where the anxious and discouraged, despairing of a new outlook, or seeking balm for bruised hearts, might quaff healing nepenthe. It is not to be wondered at, then, that Hiiaka, not yet healed of her bruises, on reaching Oahu and finding herself in the peaceful haven of Ku, should turn her steps to the home of that hospitable siren and patroness of the hula pilula, as to a sanitarium or hospital whose resources would avail for the assuagement of her troubles. It was almost an article of Pilula's creed that in the pleasures and distractions of the hula was to be found a panacea for all the wounds of the spirit. And Pilula, as if taking her cue from the Lady of the Venusberg, offered her consolations generously to every comfort-needing soul that fared her way. Hiiaka stepped into the life at Pilula's court as if she had been absent from it for only a day. Madame Pilula, good sport that she was, bore no grudge against the woman who had outplayed her at every turn and would do it again. She received Hiiaka with open arms. As to entertainment, the play was the thing, and that, fortunately, was already appointed for the same evening. It was the same old performance, the hula kilu, with but slight change in the actors and with full opportunity for Hiiaka to display her marvelous skill in hurling the kilu. It was Hiiaka's play, and she, following the custom of the game, was caroling in sober strain a song of her own, when, to her astonishment, a voice from the crowd struck in and carried the song to completion in the very words that would have been hers. Hiiaka stood and listened. The voice had a familiar ring. The song was not yet in the possession of the public, being known only to a few of her own household, among whom was to be reckoned Lohiau. There was no avoiding the conclusion. It was Lohiau. It remains to tell the miracle of Lohiau's reappearance among men in living form, and at this time. While the body of Lohiau lay entombed in its stony shroud, his restless spirit fluttered away and sought consolation in the companionship of the songbirds that ranged the forests of Hawaii. When the magician Laa, who lived in Kahiki, contemplated the degraded condition of Lohiau, alienated from all the springs of human affection, living as a wild thing in the desert, he determined on his rescue and dispatched Kolea Plover, one of his ancestral kupuas, to fetch him. The mission of Kolea was not a success. The voice, the manner, the arguments of the bird made no appeal to Lohiau. They were, in fact, distasteful to him and rather increased his devotion to his other bird friends. "Well, Kolea, what sort of a place is Kahiki?" asked Lohiau. "A most charming place," he answered, nodding his head and uttering his call, "Kolea, Kolea." Lohiau was disgusted with his performances and would have nothing more to do with Kolea. When Kolea returned and reported his failure to Laa, that magician sent another bird on the same errand, one of more seductive ways, Ulali. There was something in the voice and manner of Ulali that touched the fancy and won the heart of Lohiau at once, and he began to follow him. Ulali skillfully lured him on, and at last brought him to Kahiki and delivered him over to his master. Laa ministered to the soul of Lohiau with such tenderness and skill that he became reconciled once more to human ways. But the soul of Lohiau still remained an unhoused ghost, and at times ranged afar in its restless excursions. Now it happened that at the very time when these events were taking place, Kainmailohai, an elder brother of Pele, was voyaging from Kahiki to Hawaii. His canoe was of that mystical pattern, the leho, carry in which Maui had sailed. While in the middle of the Iiawaho Channel, he caught sight of the distracted spirit of Lohiau fluttering like a mother carries chicken over the expanse of waters. The poor ghost, as if desirous of companionship, drew nigh and presently came so near that Kainmailohai captured it, and having ensconced it in his ipuhaloholona, he sailed on his way. Reaching Hawaii and coming to the desolate scene of Lohiau's tragedy, he recognized a charred heap as the former bodily residence of the shivering ghost in his keeping. He broke the stony form into many pieces, and then, by the magical power that was his, out of these fragments he reconstructed the body of Lohiau, imparting to it its original form and lineaments. Into this body Kainmailohai now introduced the soul, and Lohiau lived again. The tide of new life surging in the veins of Lohiau stirred in him emotions that found utterance in song. "I olano o I ko kina welua I amai ki ledo kahiki, ki lernana ice ki kai uli kai alil, kai melamel, kai papalohumia kane I kawarai pai ai ki kai kahinale kai mu kai lua. Halapu ki au I lohia o lohio I lono au kuzolai. Olala, ua ola Lohiau. Is o Lohiau hai e." Translation: I lived, but 'twas only my soul. Then came Kahiki's king and took me the king who sails this purple and blue, an ocean now black, now amber, the dark mottled sea of Cain, the sea that whelmed those monarchs of old, a sea that is ghostly, foreign, strange. Lohiau flowers anew in the sunlight. It is I, Lohiau. Do you hear it? New life has come to Lohiau. To Lohiau, I to Lohiau. Having come to himself, Lohiau sought his own. His chancing at Ku and his appearance at the halau in which Pilula was holding her kilu performance, and on the very evening of Hiiaka's arrival, was an arrangement of converging lines that reflected great credit on the god of destiny. Lohiau arrived at the kilu hall just in time to witness the opening of the game. Having seated himself quietly in the outskirts of the assembly, he begged a neighbor to permit him, as a favor, to conceal himself under the ample width of his kihei, exacting of him also the promise not to betray his retreat. Thus hidden, he could see without being seen. The sight of Hiiaka, the words of her song he had heard them a score of times before stirred within him 1,000 memories. Without conscious effort of will, the words of his response sprang from his heart almost with the spontaneity of an antiphonal echo. Let us bring together the two cotyledons of this song. O kawai mukiki arala lehiro kamanu, o kawa ili lena kayuko kaliu, o kamanu ahe kaulau opuna, erai kalau karwa opuna mapu whale mai ana no iukona loha, hulana mai ana aizu, emoe, emoe no, etc. And now comes the unexpected antiphone by Lohiau. O puna, lehu ulai kapapa, I ulai kapapa ka lehu opuna, ki kui I amailarina wahini o kalua mai kalua u I hilmaini, mai Kilauea, aloha Kilauea, ka aina aki aloha. Translation: Nectar for gods, honeyed lehua, food for the birds, bloom of lehua, pang of love, the yellow-barked awa, quaffed by the dryads in Puna's wilds, bitter the sweet of Puna's trioa. His love wafts hither to me from dreamland the cry of the soul for love's fond touch, and who would forbid the soul's demand? Antiphone: Puna's plain takes the color of scarlet red, as heart's blood the bloom of lehua. The nymphs of the pit string hearts in a wreath, oh, the pangs of the pit, Kilauea still turns my heart to Kilauea. We must leave to the imagination of the reader the scene that occurred when Lohiau, the man twice called back from the dead, leaves his hiding place and comes into Hiiaka's encircling arms lovingly extended to him. This was accomplished the reunion of Hiiaka and Lohiau, and thus it came to pass that these two human streams of characters so different, in defiance of powerful influences that had long held them apart, were, at length, turned into one channel, that of the man, not wholly earthly, but leavened with the possibility of vast spiritual attainment under the tonic discipline of affliction. That of the woman, self-reliant, resourceful, yet acutely in need of affection. Human and practical, yet feeling after the divine, conscious of daily commerce with the skies. And yet, in spite of all, in bondage to that universal law which gives to the smaller and weaker body the power to introduce a perturbation into the orbit of the greater, and to pull it away from its proper trajectory. The old order has passed away, the order in which the will of Pele has ruled almost supreme, regardless of the younger, the human race which is fast peopling the land that was hers in the making. Hitherto, surrounded by a cohort of willing servants ready at all times to sacrifice themselves to her caprice, behold, a new spirit has leavened the whole mass, a spirit of dissent from the supreme selfishness of the Vulcan goddess, and the foremost dissident of them all is the obedient little sister who was first in her devotion to Pele, the warm-hearted girl whom we still love to call Hiiaka ka polio Pele. The end. Notes: Hui, an elided form of huli, the L being dropped. Paua, one Hawaiian says this should be pahoa, palo hokiai. The paua mentioned in verse 8 was a divining rod used to determine the suitability of any spot for Pele's excavations. The land must be proof against the entrance of sea water. It also served as a spade in excavating for a volcanic crater. When a suitable place was finally discovered on Hawaii, the paua staff was planted in Paniwa and became a living tree, multiplying itself until it was a forest. The writer's informant says that it is a tree known to the present generation of men. I have seen sticks cut from it, said he, but not the living tree itself. Oahu. The particle o is not yet joined to its substantive, as in Oahu, the form we now have. Pola, the raised platform in the waist of the canoe, a place of honor. This lapahoho is to be distinguished from that in Hilo. Ua, rain. It is suggested this may refer sarcastically to the watery secretion in Pele's eyes, as found in old people. Ine here means consider. Loile, if a chief was not pleased or satisfied with a gift, Loila would express his state of mind. Alua oiwi, literally two shapes. Pele had many metamorphoses. The wavering of indecision. This Pohakau was the friend, previously mentioned, who had brought to Pele the faithful dog that lay fasting and mourning at Lohiau's grave. Pohakau remained at Pele's court, the dog Pele hid away in her own secret place. One critic says it should be Pa. Kopaku o ka hail o ka, a hidden reference to sexual intercourse. Molokai, dark and gloomy. Kamaina, a resident, one acquainted with the land. Elai, one Hawaiian says this rare word means blue-black, shiny black, JWP. Another says it means rich, choice, select, TJP. Ka, to remove, clean up entirely, as in bailing a canoe. He, destroyed, flattened out. Ni, an elided poetical form of kneel, meaning gone, blotted out. Pico, the navel, the belly or pico of a fish was the choicest part. I ka pico no o lihaliha, eat of the belly and you shall be satiated. Old saying. Hula, notice the accent to distinguish it from hula, to dig up, as a stone out of the ground. Kukui, the tree whose nuts furnish torches. Uli, an elder sister of Pele, a character much appealed to by sorcerers. Kahuna, in this case probably Hiiaka. Alohilani, literally, the brightness of heaven, a term applied to the residence or heavenly court of both Uli and Kapo. In verses 36 and 37, it is distinctly mentioned as the abode of Kapu'ulakino, Ihai, Ikomo Aiku Hail, O Kealohilani. Iliouli, literally, a dog of dark blue-black color. The primitive Aryans, according to Max Muller, poetically applied the term sheep to the fleecy white clouds that float in the sky. The Hawaiian poet, in the lack of a nobler animal, spoke of the clouds as ilio, dogs. With this homely term, however, he coupled by way of distinction some ennobling adjective. Ilioahu, literally, a white dog. Iliomi, literally, a dog cloud of a warm pinkish hue. Kukiawiki, awiki, small clouds that stand ranged about the horizon. Aupoko, a short cloud in contrast with Auloa J. H. Auloa, long cloud stratus, such as are seen along the horizon. Auhiwahula, a cloud pile having a pinkish or ruddy tint. Holii, the relatives of Hiiaka. Kowawa, a notched pali that formed part of the wall enclosing the caldera of Kilauea on its cow side. Kupana, echo, hero personified and endowed with the attributes of a superhuman being. Kuhalimo, one of the forms or characters of God Ku, representing him as a smoother and beautifier of the landscape. Haihailauahia, a goddess who had to do with the flame of fire. Her share in the care of a fire, or, perhaps, of Pele's peculiar fire, seems to have been confined to the base of the flame. Mauakialiahi, a being who had special charge of the flame tip. Kanaka Liloa o Kamana, this included Kupulupulu and his fellows. Kupulupulu, described as a hairy being, the chief god of canoe makers, who had his residence in the wildwoods. Kilipenui. This much-used term is the embodiment in a word of the wild, lumbering, progress of a lava flow or lava tongue. Translating the figure into words, my imagination pictures a huge, shapeless monster, hideous as Caliban drunk, wallowing, sprawling, stumbling along on swollen, disjointed knees, a picture of uncouth desolation. Kaikalana, the formulation in a word of the rending and crashing sounds rock smiting, rock made by a lava flow. Kahuna Aika, Puoko o Kiahi. The word kahuna is used here where the word akua or kupua would seem to have served the purpose of the meaning, which, as I take it, is the spirit or genius of flame. Himi, derived seemingly from ami, to seek. Lalama, derived seemingly from lala, a branch, or possibly from lama, a flambeau. Cain Hekali, thunder is always spoken of as under the control of god Cain. Kaulua, the name of one of the months in the cool season of the year. One cannot say positively which month is intended, for the reason that the nomenclature varied greatly in the different islands and varied even on the same island. Kumukahai, the name of a hill in Puna on the easternmost cape of Hawaii, also the name of a monolith once set up there. In this connection, the name of the female Kupua who acted as keeper of the sun's eastern gate. This name is almost always coupled with that of Haiha, of whom the same account can be given as above. Kapu'ulakinau, one of the family. The epithet ulakinau is used in allusion to the fact that her attire, red in color, is picked out with black spots. The name Kapo alone is the one by which she is usually known. The Awapapa had a small root, but it was of superior quality. Mohayunariki, literally, the sleep with a gentle snore, such sleep as follows the use of awa. The poet personifies this sleep. To such lengths does the Hawaiian poetic imagination go. Pahukapo akalio. One who ought to know tells me this means the ear, as if the ear were the drum on which the voice played. Ha'kiki kanawai, to enforce, to carry out the law. Hikua a kanawai. It was said of Pele that her back was hot like fire, and that a bundle of taro leaves laid thereon was cooked and turned into luau. It was an offense punishable by death for anyone to stand at her back or to approach her by that way. Hikai akia kanawai, literally, an ocean that separates. Exclusiveness, to live apart, was the rule of Pele's life. This principle is enforced with further illustration in the next line. Hiala muku no kane mi Kilauea. Even to the great god's cane, and Kilauea the path of approach to Pele was cut off by the edict, thus far shalt thou come and no further. Hikai haihai kanawai. The kai is said, to my surprise, to be the thong with which a door was made fast, haihai, in the olden times of Hawaii. I cannot but look upon this statement with some suspicion. Leo, the voice, articulate speech. Leo o kakanaka hokahi. This one supreme man was Kane. The poet evidently had in mind the myth which is embodied in a certain kumulipo, or song of creation. Kane, the supreme one, looking from heaven, saw chaos, or the god of chaos, kumulipo, spread out below, and he called to him to send his voice Leo to the east, to the west, to the north, and to the south. Kumulipo, thus roused from inaction, dispatched the bird Halulu, who flew and carried the message to the east, to the west, to the north, and to the south. Ka manu, the bird Halulu, above mentioned. Kainau, a cane. This expression is an allusion to god Kane's surf riding, which is often mentioned in Hawaiian mythology. Huli refers to the curling or bending over of the breaker's crest. No, to the blanket of white and yeasty water that follows as the wake of the tumbling wave. The Hawaiians who are best informed in these matters have only vague ideas on the whole subject. Amama, a word frequently used at the end of a prayer in connection with the word noa free, as in the expression amama, yua noa. The evident meaning is the taboo is lifted, it is free. I conjecture that the word amama is derived from, or related to, the word mama, light in the sense of levitation. Kuihanale, a region in Puna, not far from the caldera of Kilauea, said to be covered now with pahoihoi and aa. Paulina, a wind that blows in the region of the volcano. Kikakai, literally, the axe maker, the name of the guide and pathfinder to the company. Kameao, their trumpeter who carried a conch. Hinhini, a poetical name for a land shell, probably one of the genus Achatinella, which was popularly believed to give a shrill piping note. Mapu, one of the trumpeters. Ale ula, a cloud of steam and smoke, such as accompanied an eruption. Ale lani, the patches of blue sky between masses of clouds. Puka, a column of steam and smoke bursting up from a volcanic eruption. Oaka, a column of lapilli, accompanied by hot vapor and smoke, such as jet up from a volcanic crater or fissure. Lono, a message, to hear a message, i.e., to receive it. The expression ahua lono is at first a little puzzling. It means the visible bulk or sign of the message. Ohulaana. This is the term applied to such a break in a seaside trail as is above described. The word hula indicates the billowy toss of the ocean or of the swimmer's body while making the passage. The term, following Hawaiian usage, is employed either as a noun or as a verb. Makaku, a feardo, a spy. Mahaikai mahidi mohidi, to leap, to skip, to spring up suddenly. The maricomp, dict, etregier. Wailuku, water of destruction. Ma'opuna, a grandchild, nephew or niece. Kahulai hili. Kahulai, or its intensive, kahulai hili, primarily means to upset, to overturn. A secondary meaning, much employed in the argot of hula folk, is to hand over, to pass this way, as when one guest at table might say to a neighbor, "Hand me the salt, if you please." Nukuo kamanyu, literally, the beak of the bird, said to be a cape in the neighborhood of Hilo. Hala, the fruit of the hala was so often worn in the form of a wreath by Kapo that it came to be looked upon almost as her emblem. To ordinary mortals, this practice savored of bad luck. If a fisherman traveling on his way to the ocean were to meet a person wearing a lei of this description, he would feel compelled to turn back and give over his excursion for that day. In this instance, Kapo was on her way to visit a sick man, a bad omen for him. Kapu'ulakineu. This was the full name of Kapo, who was one of the goddesses of the kahunas who practiced anana, pa kahuna anana. Ulakinau is a term applied to a feather cloak or cape made of yellow feathers which had in them black spots. Maikani. The reference is to the halitus, spirit, or influence that was supposed to rest upon and take possession of one obsessed, even as the tongues of fire rested upon the multitude in Pentecostal times. Kapo herself had this power. Ua, literally, rain, is by a much employed figure of speech used to mean the guests or people of a house. Thus, if one sees a great number of guests arriving to share the hospitality of a house, he might say, Kua ua nui haikea I hilmaini. Pualehe, a polymocker of Waihia. Alo, an expert in the hula. Ailea, an imitative word meaning dog. The most acceptable bon bouch that could be offered to Pele or to Hiiaka by way of refreshment was the tender leaf of the taro plant. We of this day and generation eat it when cooked under the name of luau. In the old times, when the gods walked on the earth, it was acceptable in the raw state under the name of paha, but when cooked, it was called pau. The word luau seems to be modern. Pai yuhain, soul-catching, was one of the tricks of Hawaiian black art and sorcery. There seems to be a disagreement in the different versions as to who is the king with whom Hiiaka is now contending, whether Ol Pau or Kaulahi. For historical reasons, I deem it to be Ol Pau, unless, indeed, the two names represent the same person. Cow offered, literally put upon the altar. Lohiau. By some inadvertence, this word was wrongly written as kohiko, and I was cudgeling my wits in searching heaven and earth and all the dictionaries to learn the meaning of this artifact, this false thing. After having vainly inquired of more than a score of Hawaiians, one man, wiser than the rest, suggested that it should be lohilo, not kohiko, meaning underdone or half-baked dog. The word fit was perfect. The puzzle was solved. Kilauea, a name given to Kahoala, the island that faces East Maui, lying opposite to Lahaina and acts as a sort of buffer against the blasts of the south wind. Allusion to which is made, as I believe, in the word a in the same line. Ele, some critics claim that ka and ele properly form one word, kale, meaning overturned. The grammatical construction of the sentence forbids this claim and favors the interpretation I have given it. The figure is that of a canoe whose black body has turned turtle. Payama, this is a word that has presented some difficulties in the discovery of its meaning. The reference, I believe, is to breastbeating practiced by persons distracted with grief. Uma, the final part of the word, I take to be the shortened form of umama, the bosom. Pili, to meet, the point or line of meeting, the boundaries of a land, therefore, the whole land. Kamau Mau, the name given to the sandy plain between Kahului and Wailuku, Maui. Female deities of necromancy. Akua, literally, a god or godlike, i.e., in an awe-inspiring manner. Kioloua and Akua Ki, i.e., a god of whom an image was fashioned. Some form of cloud was recognized as his body, Kiaulua. One of his functions was rain-producing. Farmers prayed to him, "Send rain to my field, never mind the others." S. Percy Smith of New Zealand, in a letter to Professor W. D. Alexander, says that in Maori legend Te Oroqua, also called Paporoqua, was one of the male Apa, guardians and messengers of Io, the supreme god who presided over the eighth heaven. According to Hawaiian tradition, Kilauea was, as Fornander has it, the second son of Kamoa, a superior chief or king of Molokai, and succeeded his father in the kingship of that island. His brother, Kaupepenuiquela, it was who stole away Hina, the beautiful wife of Hakalani Leo of Hilo, and secreted her on the famous promontory of Hapu on Molokai. For the story of this interesting tradition, see Fornander's The Polynesian Race, Volume Roman 2, p. 31. After death, he became deified and was prayed to as a rain god. Kamiua, literally, the son of rain. Ulunui, meaning the crop giver. This was the name of a king or chief of Makauau, Maui, under whom agriculture greatly flourished. Mihaikana, the goddess of the breadfruit tree, said to be one with Papa. Kilhanua, an instance of a noun placed after its adjective. The meaning of Kilhanua, literally, the miry soil, a deep taro patch. Alokai, a high bluff that overlooks Pilkunu and Wailau, valleys on Molokai. Makapo, a headland at the eastern extremity of Oahu, on which a lighthouse of the first class has been established within 3 years. Li'o Kalau, the southwestern cape of Molokai, on which is a lighthouse of the first class. Makuol, literally, fatherless or parentless, seemingly a reference to the lonely, inhospitable character of the place. Ulumawao, a hill in the same region as Makapo Point. The name is said to mean a place having a very thin soil. Uapoihale, a rain that whisked about on all sides of a house. Mokali, little snake, compound of moko, archaic form of mao and li. Aimaka, a watchtower. This is a new word, not in the dictionary. Halawalawa, zigzag. Alaloi, out of line, out of order, irregular. See alalo in Andrew's Hawaiian dictionary. Keke, halawalawa, and alaloi have the same generic meaning. Manuokiiu, the name of a mythical hala tree that once grew in Puna. The seed was brought from Kahiki by Kamo Hoalii when he came from that land with Pele and others. They ate the drupe of it with salt and sugar cane, and then Kamo Hoalii planted the seed. The tree that grew up was, of course, a kupua. Halipua, flower bedecked, compound of halia covered, and pua, a flower. Pepa, a bat, a creature regarded as a kupua. Kaupu, some sort of a seagull. Luahai, the object of a person's wrath or indignation. Hikailani, facing heaven, looking up to heaven. This was the name given later to a beautiful princess on Oahu. Mayu, literally damp, the name of the wife of Makali, as here indicated. Makali, here used as the name of a deity, is also 1. The name of the Pleiades, 2. The name of the month in which that constellation rises at the time of sunset, 3. The name sometimes applied to the 6 summer months collectively. The visible sign of Makali, as a deity or kupua, was a rain cloud. Owa Aiku, Owa Ailani. A clear understanding of these words calls for a reference to the customs that had almost the dignity of a rite that were observed in the handling of Owa for purposes of worship or as an offering to the gods. This began with the very digging of the Owa root. He who did this had first to purify himself by a bath in the ocean, followed by an ablution in fresh water, and completing the lustration with an aspersion of water containing turmeric, administered by a priest. Then, having arrayed himself in a clean malo, he knelt with both knees upon the ground and tore the root from its bed. Now, rising to his feet, he lifted the Owa root to heaven, and by this act the Owa was dignified and was called Owa Aiku. The utterance, by the priest, of the kanini, or prayer of consecration and eulogy, still further enhanced this dignity and set it apart as a special sacrifice to some god, or to the gods of some class. Owa thus consecrated was known as Owa Ailani. Maliola, the god of health, also the name of a place. The same name was applied also to the breath of life and to the kahuna's power of healing. In the Maori tongue, the word mori means life, the seed of life. In Samoan, mali means heart. In Hawaiian, it means to faint. Sneeze, living heart, tih, mori ora, says the New Zealand mother to her infant when it utters a sneeze. The Hawaiian mother makes the same ejaculation. Kauluola. I can throw no light on this phrase further than is to be obtained in the above note. Kapu kapu kai, Owa was forbidden to women. Under certain circumstances, however, it was set before them. In such a case, the taboo was first removed by sprinkling the root with sea water, kapu kai. Hamia, the mother of Pele. Ai, in another version instead of Ai, I find Eli or Alili used. Mayu, the sister of Hamia, therefore aunt to Pele, also the wife of Makali. Luahain, said to be an incarnation, or more properly, perhaps, a spiritual form Kilauea of Hamia. Kukuana, the goddess, Omakua, who presided over the ceremony of preparing Owa for drinking, said to be an elder sister of Pele. Akua Malahini, an epithet applied to himself by Kahai, because, as previously stated, he had since his arrival from Kahiki been obliged to remain fixed in his station in the cliff, and had thus been denied acquaintance with the other islands, especially the big island of Hawaii. Kameme, a land in Puna. Puale, bird hunters often stripped off the lower branches from a selected lehua tree that was in full flower, and then limed it to ensnare the birds that were attracted to its rich clusters. Such a tree was termed puale. Apua, a place in Puna. Kukaleula, a place on the road that ascends from Puna to Kilauea. The same term was applied to the ruddy glow that appears on a mountain horizon just before sunrise. Paulina, said to be the name of a hill near Kilauea. It is now commonly employed as the name of a wind, as in the old saying, Ua hala kapolina, ea I hilo. Akua, that was Pele herself. Aina ki akua noho ai has passed into a saying. I have purposely weeded out from the narrative, as popularly told, several incidents that have but little interest and no seeming pertinence to the real purpose of the story. Mo the trade wind. There seems to lurk a play in this word hala. It stood not only for the pandanus tree, it also meant a fault, a sin. Palua, ordinary meaning to be nauseated, here it means to slope down. Moa, literally, a canoe dream. To dream of a canoe voyage was considered an omen of very bad luck. Uo, a seabird, a gull. Ninle, a place near Kaina Point, close to Pohaku Okawe. Ko, the tropic bird or bosun bird. Kai, the channel between Oahu and Kauai. Kapeku, the word kapeku at the beginning of verse 13, means I am told, querulous. Ha'ailo or Ho'ailo, the cool or rainy season of the year, covering 6 months according to the Hawaiians. There was no such month, mahina, as Ha'ailo or Ho'ailo. Kahulumanu. The kai o Kahulumanu is, as reported to me by a well-informed Hawaiian, a flood that submerged the land in mythological times, distinct from kaya kahinaaliai. Huihe to chase, to irritate, to tease. Leo Kalau, literally Cape of the Trees, the southwestern Cape of Molokai, on which the United States have established a first-class lighthouse. Ki, to sneeze, to spatter, to wet with spray. Wewalu, a cove. Oiwi, gullied. This is an instance of the adjective being placed before its noun. Huna I kawai. The people of the region concealed the holes where water dripped, as it was very scarce. Muliwai, literally a river, a poetical exaggeration. Wauwaya, simple-minded, unsophisticated. Green, the name of 2 youths mentioned in tradition, one of whom committed blunder after blunder from his soft-hearted stupidity. Pohaku Okae. The most audacious terrestrial undertaking of the demigod Maui was his attempt to rearrange the islands of the group and assemble them into one solid mass. Having chosen his station at Kina Point, the western extremity of Oahu, from which the island of Kauai is clearly visible on a bright day, he cast his wonderful hook, Manaia Kalani, far out into the ocean that it might engage itself in the foundations of Kauai. When he felt that it had taken a good hold, he gave a mighty tug at the line. A huge boulder, the Pohaku o Kauai, fell at his feet. The mystic hook, having freed itself from its entanglement, dropped into Palolo Valley and hollowed out the crater, that is its grave. This failure to move the whole mass of the island argues no engineering miscalculation on Maui's part. It was due to the underhand working of spiritual forces. Had Maui been more politic, more observant of spiritual etiquette, more diplomatic in his dealings with the heavenly powers, his ambitious plans would, no doubt, have met with better success. Q-O Kala, the back of the sun, a personification and deification of that orb. Kauiloilo, to sink into, to be submerged. Hapu, a famous hill on Kauai, visible from Oahu. When it was capped with a cloud, Hawaiians said, Ua kau mai kapuarai hapu, I ua ana. If that occurred in the rainy season, they said it was about to clear. Waha, the same as hau, i.e., a load for the back. In this case, it was a bank of mist or clouds. Kiolwa, a hill, smaller than Hapu, on the side towards Kipukai. The word also applied to the floating clouds about the mountain. Lawakua, a precious object bound to the back, applied, therefore, to a child, a dear friend, and the like. The local name applied to a wind at Kalala. Kayunukupukupu, a land in Puna. The intrinsic meaning of the phrase is an increasing, overmastering, passion kayunu, a passion, kupukupu, to grow up, to increase. Liula, twilight. Pohakau, a resting place where the burden carrier leaned back and relieved his shoulders of their burden for a time. Kalia, old form of koya, kauaya. It connotes the removing from the back the hau, preliminary to a long rest. Kilahana here means a comfort, a relief. Kahuanui, the elder sister of Lohiau. Kaunu, desire, passion. Y-O Kaunu lit, the water of love, the warm effects. Ulu o Wahinikapo. Wahinikapo was the name given to the plateau over which Kainoholiai presided, a very taboo place. As to the breadfruit tree ulu, I have been able to learn nothing. This is the first mention of it I have met with. Namaka o Kahai, an elder sister of Pele, with whom she had trouble over the question of tabus, rights, and privileges, involving the right to dominion over the volcanic fires. Pele was not only a stickler for her own rights and privileges, but ambitious for their extension. The result was she had to flee for her life. For the story of this trouble, see PV of the introduction. Ilili, kaumai, a solemn expression often found at the end of a prayer. Hawaiians are unable to give an exact account of its meaning. The phrase kaumai by itself means overshadow me, sit upon me, possess me. Hana kahai, an appellation applied to Hilo, derived from the name of an ancient king. Waiolama, the name applied to the eastern section of Hilo town, including the sand beach and the river there located. Ako ayakahale, the hands elevated and the fingers brought together in the form of an inverted V, were, I am informed, an accepted symbol that might be used in place of a heiau at a time when distress or emergency made impossible the erection of such a structure. David Malo narrates a similar incident as occurring in the mythical story of Wakea at a time when he was in peril and beset by his enemies. Kai ki akua, there is a division of opinion as to the meaning of this passage. Some, including JWP, think it may be the shortened poetical form of kai, heavy, referring to the timber used in building a temple for the deity. Others take the view that the word kai should be given its face value. I see in it a possible reference to pahoihoi, the plates of which, in their hot and nascent state, are capable of felling a forest as effectively as a kai. One expounder, Pelyoholani, finds in this word kai a reference to a symbolical lifting of the thumb of the left hand as a sign of prayer. The arguments on the one side and on the other are not quite convincing. Ku Pua Kanu. Pua Kanu is the name of a place in Puna, said to be the spot where Pele had her sexual encounter with Kamapua, the swine god. I look upon it as meaning the encounter itself. Kukuana Wahine, an elder sister of Pele. Someone says the firstborn of the Pele family. This assertion is not verified by other authorities. She had charge of the making and distribution of the leis and of the ceremonies connected with formal awa drinking. She was, in short, a sort of lady of the bedchamber to Pele. Lawali, literally, an entanglement. It refers to the lustful attack made by Kamapua on Pele, an attack to which she gave seeming acquiescence. Apapa, the name of a violent wind, here used adjectively. Luahain moe nana, Pele, who is depicted as an old woman huddled up on a lava plate. The snoring must refer to the sounds made by the lava while in action. Weakahe, an unrigged canoe, without Ziako or ama. Pepe mua, Pepe wina. This a detail in the development of the figure in which flowing lava is compared to a canoe. The pepe is a chalk such as is put under the canoe when it is at rest on land. Mua, wina and muamui mean respectively at the bow, amidships, and astern. Muamui, an elided form of yulimuli, the hindmost. Kihel aya ulu. Kihel, to bail out. Ulu, the belly of the canoe, its swell amidships, the place where the bilge would settle. The implication is that, if the water is not bilaid out, the encrusted salt will form a spot like the staring eye of Nihiu. Nihiu, a mythological hero who is always spoken of as callow, mischievous, because of his restlessness and stirring energy. His mother, Hina, had been abducted by a pirate chief who lived on the high bluff of Hapu, on Molokai. Nihiu and his brother Kana, whose body was a rope of immense length, went to their mother's rescue, in which they succeeded after many adventures. The eyes of Nihiu were a marked feature in his appearance, being described as large and searching. Hina, the goddess with whom Wakea consorted after he had divorced his wife Papa by spitting in her face. Hina became the mother of the island of Molokai. From such a distinguished parentage arose the proverbial saying, Molokai nuia Hina. Kanuohua, a hill on Molokai between Halawa Valley and Pukao, where is said to repose the body of Pele. Hapu, a hill on Molokai. Akiaka, said to be the flame body of Pele, or the small stones, iliali, that entered into the composition of her body. Nanai, an archaic form of Lanai. Kaulahi, a goddess with whom Wakea consorted after his divorce of Papa. The name also of a historic king of Lanai, as well as of a Kala prophet attached to the disreputable set of gods that infested Lanai at one time. Polihua, a sandy cape on Lanai famous for its sea turtles. Wailiu, full form Wailiule Mirage. Hupapa Pele Ilela. Pele had planted a spring at this place near Wailua, Kauai. Kama Pua, in company with two dragon goddesses, Kala Maino and Kilauea, who will find mention later in the story, took possession and moved the spring to another spot. When Pele came that way again, after a wordy contention with the two dragons, she slew them. Ulu, to guard, to farm, to protect. The kahu was the one who offered the sacrifices and prayers that were necessary to the maintenance of power and life in an artificial divinity, such as many of the Hawaiian deities were. Ma'okini, literally, the multitude, 40,000 of dragons, the name of a heiau in Puna. There is also a heiau in Kohala called by the same name. Kai, said to be a kupua, who had to do with carving and finishing the canoe. Pua seems to be epithet applied to the group of workmen who assisted him. Liliwi, a cape on the Puna side of Hilo Bay. Makalil, the name of a little land in Hilo, situated near the point, where the eruption of 1881-1882 came to a standstill. Lily, this word, accented on the final syllable, means to rush, to move with one fixed purpose in view. It is to be distinguished from lily, having the accent on the penult, and meaning to be angry, jealous, alienated. My authority is J. M. Popo. The word is not given by Andrews in his dictionary. Haleopua, the name of a deity. It means the piling up of cloud portents. Waikahalaloa, the Green Lake in Puna. This was, no doubt, much larger and of more importance in ancient times than it is now. Waa, the name of a kala, soothsayer, who observed the omens in the heavens and instructed the fishermen. He had his station on or near the hill Makananai in Puna. In one text this is Pualea, said to be a place in Puna. I have amended it to make better sense. Kaula, a family of kupua, superhuman creatures who had power over men's lives. They were, in truth, some kind of mudworms or glowworms. They came out from their subterranean retreats to see Pele. Aama, an edible black crab whose shell has a highly decorative pattern. It is said to have been used as a special or sacred food by certain priests. Pa, a contracted form from pe, to hide. In this case, the meaning seems to be to hang low in the heavens. Aihai, another form for yuhai, to cover or covered. The ahia or ahihia is a common plant that was cooked and eaten like luau. It was also used as a poultice after heating. Kaolahi, see note 22. Kaomilani, a god of rain. He indicated his presence by piling up volumes of white clouds. Hakahoka, disappointed, fooled, deceived, said of Pele in view of her painful experience with Kamapua. Nana, to shift about, as Pele had to do because her back was pierced to the bone by the sharp points of A on which she lay during her affair with Kamapua. The point of the irony is to be found in the fact that she was as a rule indifferent to the roughness of the bed on which she lay. Yet she was accustomed, so the story goes, to choose pahoihoi as a bed. Ai pau, literally to eat the whole, and for the first time. Pahoihoi. The mention of pahoihoi in this and in the following line has reference to a saying or belief which asserted that Pele was covered with an armor of pahoihoi. It is as if the poet sought to banter her on this popular notion. Pauhail, literally, the destruction of the house, meaning, of course, the deflowering of Pele. Kainula Pele, literally, the red man of Pele, meaning Kamohoalii, a brother of Pele. He is described as having a ruddy complexion and reddish hair. He presided over the council of the Pele gods. Kuaihamalani, one of the forms or attributes of god Ku, the trade wind. The word Malani by itself is often used in modern Hawaiian poetry to signify the same thing. NB, the occurrence of the preposition e in verse 147 illustrates the somewhat vague, and at times illogical, use of prepositions in Hawaiian poetry. If I read this passage correctly, Kainula Pele and Kuaihamalani are in apposition with Holiai, the subject of the verb noho. And that being the case, instead of the preposition e, we should have the particle o standing before Cain, as we find it before Ku. The explanation of this anomaly, it seems to me, is to be found in the demand of the Hawaiian ear for tone color, at any cost, even at the expense of grammar. Hinoho ana ai lau, a session of the gods in which they partook in common of some lau, medicine, or spiritual corrective, as a sign of mutual amity, even as the North American Indians smoked the peace pipe in token of friendly relation between the participants. This lau is said to have been none other than the tender buds of the alii, which was chewed by the members of the assembly and was deemed to be not merely a symbol, but an active agent in the production of amity and a good understanding. Papawalu, literally, eightfold. The Wahine are the Hiiaka sisters, 7 in number. The inclusion of Kukuana fills the number to 8. It should be noted that during the time of Peel's disqualification, or retirement, or disgrace, Hiiaka I Kapolio Peel would be the one to control the affairs of the Peel family. Kiop, to scatter, set of a fire, in order to extinguish it. Ku mau mau wa. The literal meaning is, stand in order, or, as I have put it, stand shoulder to shoulder. It corresponded to and served the purpose of a sailor's chanty, and was employed in the ancient times to Hawaiian history to give spirit and precision to the work of the men straining at the hauling line of a canoe log. The koa tree has been felled and rudely fashioned. A strong line is made fast to one end of it, and the men, having ranged themselves along rope in hand their chief, sometimes standing on the log itself, gives the signal for them to be ready for a start by uttering the inspiring cry, "Aiku mau mau wa." "Aiku mau wa," answer the men, and with a mighty pull the huge log starts on its way to its ocean home. Mali, contracted form of Maliola, the name of a Kupua, a deity who had to do with health after some ideal fashion, a sort of Hygia, also the name of that Kupua's mystical abode. The name Mali or Maliola was also given, as I learn, to the site of the present Kilauea volcano house. Huawai Maka, literally, an unripe water gourd. In this place it means a small collection of dew or rainwater, a water hole, a thing much sought after by men, even as the Aules remarks the poet in the next verse searches after it. Whether the poet is correct in his assertion about the owl is more than I can say. Puo I kau lau mi kumakainana. Kumakainana is undoubtedly Peel. The reference is to the practice spoken of in note 48. Hahawaikiakua, offer to the god. Ko aya era Peel. In the text the aya is shortened to e. The meaning seems to be that Peel is exonerated from blame. That would not, however, alter the facts and render back to Peel the sacredness that belonged to her uncontaminated body. Lapau na Peel. This seems to have a double meaning, referring at once to the dismissal of hard feelings against Peel and to her rising up from her customary attitude in repose, that with her head crouched forward and her legs drawn up towards the body. Kawaki, a hill in Hana, Maui, famous in history. Haali, to come together in a bunch set of fish. This is an unusual use of the word, though an old Hawaiian, JTP, tells me his mother used it in this way. It refers not to the swarming of fish, but their bunching together when driven. Pea, a species of crab that resembles the llama. The background color of the pea is black. This is strewn with spots and markings of dark red, producing a highly artistic effect. The specimen I examined was found in the Honolulu Fish Market and came from Kona, Hawaii. In spite of mutilation, it still retained a formidable claw. Manu pea. The Hawaiian fisherman often prepared his bait by chewing it fine, after which he blew it into the water to attract the fish. The poet finds a parallel between this action of the fisherman and the discharge of venomous words by an angered person. Nai, an elided form of kneel, to question. The sea turtle. Hanu, the land turtle. Kukuau, a hairy spotted crab, said to be poisonous. Hinalia, a name applied to fish of several different species, among which one that is rare is the Hinalia achillolo, Macropharingodon Jeffrey, koi, and gaymard. Another less rare, though beautiful, species is the Hinalia yui, Gomphosus tricolor, koi, and gaymard. Upuhiri. Hihaiwai, a bivalve shell that is found clinging to rocks or reeds in fresh or brackish water streams. Its dorsum is jetty black, its front white, shading into yellow. Lolipua, lolikoko, and lolika, different species of holothuriae or sea slugs, some of which are esteemed as food by the Hawaiians. They were, nevertheless, looked upon as kupua. Lelia, a marine creature that is said to be slimy and adheres to the rocks. Kahaikona, said to be a god of the fishermen. Leohakiki, an imperfect tone caused by a torn drumhead. Kua, the penalty of approaching Peel from behind, was death. She is said to have had a consuming back. Kaiakia, an engulfing abyss. Alamuku, the rainbow. For further comments on these difficult passages, see notes 11, 12, and 13 on page 114. Haonu o Kalani. This must be Pele. The word hoanu is used of a person striving to accomplish some physical task, as of a woman straining in labor. Kualu literally, eighth in order of succession. Ulupo, said to be the name of a heiau at Kilauea, Oahu. Ikuwa, the name of a month in the Hawaiian year, corresponding, according to one account, pretty closely to October. According to another nomenclature, it corresponds pretty nearly to our April. The name etymologically connoted thunder and reverberations. Ekamua, literally, the first blast of a storm, here used figuratively to mean the first sexual ecstasy. Hoka, as setting forth in figures, Hokaka. Anaku, the name of a cave situated somewhere in the caldera of Kilauea, a place of assembly for the gods. Its use here is evidently for a highly figurative purpose, and has, of course, to do with Pele and her affair with Kamapua. Haiamo, the name of the road to Anaku, Peliohalani. Pahu, it is doubtful whether this means a drum or a post. In either case, in the smash-up of the one or the overthrow of the other, the figure evidently is designed to set forth the confusion caused by the catastrophe Pele's debauchment. The other figures that follow have the same purpose. Halo alalo, literally, a long shed or canoe house, meaning a place of common assembly for people. The figure is applied to Pele and is intended to declare that, through her affair with Kamapua, she had degraded herself and robbed her body of its tabu, its sanctity. Kiko, a mark to indicate a tabu. 2 tea leaves placed crosswise and held in place by a pebble would constitute a kiko. Ma, literally, cooked, meaning that the tabu has expired, been abrogated. Papa, the hills of taro. Kale means the division or apportioning of them. Naini, the more scattered, smaller hills of taro, those that are nearer the bank. Pakikikiko, the scattered taro plants that grow in the watercourse. These Hanapu women, 2 in number, were Ma witches related to Kilauea, a famous witch ma of Hawaii, and their names were Kilioaikapua and Kalana. Kilihau, the name given to a local wind, accompanied by a fine rain. Kiliapu, a name descriptive of a wind and rain shafts that, plunging into the water, made as little splash as a skillful diver. Pa, this word is here used in an unusual sense to mean cold. Hain, the shrill, seemingly far-off wailing of a ghost, ghostly. Palolai, an archaic name applied to the land shell, now known as pupukanioi. This was supposed to utter a delicate trilling cry similar to that of the cricket. Limalawa, the god mirage. Wawinohu, the name given to a red cloud seen at sunset in the west from Mana, Kauai. Kahalo'ola, literally, the hall of health. The more commonly used appellation Maliola was both the name of a deity and of a mystical place. One may infer from their use that Halo'ola meant rather a sort of house of refuge, a place of security from the attack of an enemy, while Maliola had in view a mystical, beatific condition. The former is illustrated in the line describing Kamapua's escape from Pele's onslaught. Noho anakama, Pua kahalo'ola, Pua finds refuge in the Hall of Life. Halaaniani, a small lake of fresh water in a cave at Hina, in which the writer has bathed. Koamakiwa, idols with eyes of Mother O Pearl. To this class belonged Kukailimoku, the famous war god of Kamehameha. Halawa, the largest valley on Molokai, a stronghold of priestcraft and sorcery. Ua wo na pule o Molokai, the incantations of Molokai are ripe, became a proverbial expression. He, a stream near Hina. Hanoiakama Lama, a benevolent goddess who presided over the tabas that were the birthright of certain chiefs. The rules and observances that etiquette prescribed in the life and conduct of such a chief were intricate and burdensome to the last degree. It was, for instance, required that an infant who inherited this sort of a taboo must not be placed in such a position that the sun's rays could shine on its vertex. Maiao Ma'a, 2 goddesses of the wilderness, whose function it was to string or twine leis and wreaths for the decoration of the superior gods. All the gods here mentioned were sometimes grouped under the appellation Akua o Kawapo gods of the nighttime, the fact being, however, that they worked as much by day as by night. Nahinahiana, another name for the goddess Hinauluohia under, which appellation her function was to make the dyes used in coloring and printing the tapes. Kuhulu Ma. The particle affix ma indicates that this name, or cognomen rather, comprises a group, in this case a family group of deities. Under the family cognomen ku were ranged a large and important group of deities, to whom were given individual appellations appropriate to their functions. Thus, Kuhiluhulu and Kukaohialaka were deities worshipped by the canoe makers. Kuhulu and his set, Ma, exercised a function akin to that of the water carrier. They had charge of the fabled, life-giving water of Cain, Waya Cain, and served it out according to the needs of men. Hanawa Cain, offspring of Cain. This appellation is intended, apparently, to cover the whole list of names already mentioned, and perhaps some to be mentioned later in the meal. Wahini, who these women, goddesses, were, is brought out in what follows. Na wahini aikapeape, literally, the women who clapped or applauded, but more closely specified as Pe Kua, the goddess who slapped the back, as was done in the hula. Paialo, the goddess who slapped the chest, as was also done in the hula. Pai Kahil, she who knocked at the doors of the village, who roused the people generally. Aha, the charm of a pule, its ceremonial correctness, its power as an incantation. Lil whale, to get off the track, to go astray, to fail to hit the point. A pa-iau, with results disastrous to me and to you. Wahini Kapo, a bluff in the northwestern wall that surrounds the caldera of Kilauea, the taboo residence of god Kamohualii, a brother of Pele. Holy Hoa, companion and alii chief, a fellow chief. Kuwaya, a god who presided at the hauling of a canoe log. The shout raised on such an occasion, though it sounds almost like a repetition of this god's name, being Ku Mama Wa, had a different origin. Ku Haley Mo, one of the Ku gods, whose function it was to induce or preside over dreams at night. Nail o Hawaii, probably meaning the whole broad area of Hawaii. One view would make it refer specially to the swampy lands. Kui Kui, an archaic form of the word Kukui, here meaning both the candle made from the Kukui nut and the god who had the same under his special charge. Koli Koli, the god who presided over the snuffling of the Kukui nut candles. These were made by stringing the roasted nuts on a coconut leaf rib. Kahaula, the goddess who presided over erotic dreams. Lonomakua, a god one of whose functions was to act as guardian of fire. When Pele and Kamapua fought together and Kamapua had succeeded in extinguishing the fires of Kilauea, Pele, in dismay, appealed to Lonomakua, saying, "There is no fire left." Lonomakua calmly pointed to his armpit and said, "Here is the fire in these fire sticks, Anaki and Alama." The armpit was his place for carrying these sticks. When the Hawaiians first saw a white man with a lighted pipe in his mouth, smoke issuing therefrom, they said, "Surely, this is the great god Lonomakua, he breathes out fire." King Kapolai, god of flowers and shrubs. Laka, a god or demigod of various functions, such as fishing, agriculture, and house building. Malo mentions Kukaohialaka as a god invoked by canoe makers. Laka is evidently derived from the name Rata, which in Tahiti, Rarotonga, and New Zealand is the name of the ohia tree. Laka is to be distinguished from Laka, the goddess of the hula. Hainakolo, the same as Haiwahain, the name used in the Hawaiian text. Hainakolo is a name that spells tragedy. She was a princess of Hawaii who married a mythical being, Kiananiulo'okalani, and went with him to his home in the south. Being deserted by her husband, after the birth of her child, she started to swim home to Hawaii. Arriving in a famished condition in Kohala, she ate of some ule berries without first making an offering to the gods. For this offense she was afflicted with insanity, and being distraught, she wandered in the wilderness until her repentant husband sent for her and restored her by his returning love. Uli, the chief aumakua of sorcery, but at the same time having power as a healer if she would but exercise it. Alohilani, literally, the shining heavenly ones. The notions that prevail as to its precise meaning in this place are vague. Kupu, a benevolent deity who healed diseases and who caused vegetation to flourish. Uli, in this connection the word means black, Ilio is a cloud. Mi yellow, Ilio mi, a yellow cloud. Kukiawiki, a form of the god Ku, a small cloud hand-size that grew and grew until it became ominous and seemed to fill the heavens. Kilauea, a cloudomen grown to full size. Kilauea, said to be a cloud that quickly dissolved itself in rain. Kilauea, a sky full of small clouds, probably the same as our mackerel sky. All these different kinds of clouds are forms in which Ku showed himself. Kanaka o ka mana. This undoubtedly means Kupulupulu, a god of the canoe makers. He seems to have had much influence over the lawless Kini Akua. He it was who contracted for the building of a canoe for the hero Laka. Ululau, another form of ulu, a shady place. Hina, to sit or kneel for prayer. Amaka, a quiet, silent place in the wilderness suitable for prayer. Kana, another form of kina, enough. Why the Awakup? Ka Holiai, one of the gods who came with Pele from Kahiki. Piko, the operation of trimming the thatch over the door of a house, was a ceremonious operation and was termed Oki Ka Piko. No one would think of sitting in the doorway or of standing on the doorsill. It was sacred to Ka Holiai, mentioned in the 14th line. Uli, the arch-goddess of sorcery and Anana, praying to death. It seems to be implied that she has healing power as well as power to kill. Or, it may be, she is invoked, retained, to keep her from enlisting on the side of the opposition. Iliauli o ka lani, the slaty blue clouds, here appealed to as kupua, beings possessed of power for good or ill. Iliomi, a white cloud, cumulus. Ilioehu, a cloud having a ruddy tint from the light of the sun. Kukiauiki, clouds broken up into small fragments, like our mackerel sky. Kukiauloa, the long straightest clouds, here represented as an embodiment of Ku. Kukiaupoko, a small compact cloud standing detached from its fellows. Kukiauhiwahiula, a ruddy cloud, ragged at its border. Kanaka o ka mana, probably the Kini Akua, the host of elfins, kobolds, and brownies godlings that peopled the wilderness. Hoahil o ka ululau, an apposition clause that explains the previous appellations. Nakiolani, goddesses of healing. Makapule, a term applied to an ohia fruit, mountain apple, when so ripe that its seed rattled within the drupe. It was then in the finest condition for eating. Kuhalimo, the same god as Kuhalimoku, who bedecked the land with greenery, a god also worshipped by the canoe makers. Haihailauahia, said to be the same as Hanakolo. Wahini Ikapaku, the woman who stood in the outskirts of the assembly. Yuhau, to lay down or offer a prayer, as e.g., Yuhau Ikapule. The offering of the prayer is considered as a physical act, the same as laying down a pig or a fish on the altar of the god. Pia, a fishing rod, the act of fishing. Hiiaka is represented as fishing for a favor. Laka, a god or demigod of various functions, including fishing, agriculture, and a participation in house building. He was also one of the gods invoked by canoe builders. The name is evidently the same as Rata, the appellation in Tahiti, Rarotonga, and New Zealand of the Lehua, Metrosideros lutea. And this Laka is to be carefully distinguished from the female Laka, the goddess and patron of the hula as well as necromancy. Kaiaulu, a sea breeze that comforted Waiani. Kane Puniu, a form of god Kane, now an uncarved boulder, here used in a tropical sense to mean the head. The Hawaiians, impelled by the same vein of humor as ourselves, often spoke of the human head as a coconut, puniu. Kona, here used as a local name for the sea breeze. Kulawahain, a wind, stronger, but from the same direction as the Kona. The author begs to remark that sunstroke is unknown in all Hawaii. Lauea, a fragrant plant that grows in the woods of Kauai. Akua, the word Akua was used not alone to designate the gods, it was also applied to any superhuman or supernatural being. The reference here is to the little creatures that swarmed in the land. Oh, this last line is evidently addressed to her traveling companion, Wahainamo, whom she descried in the canoe in the offing. Huli ki alo, I kapea. To sleep with one's face turned to the wall was reckoned to indicate a high degree of confidence in one's safety. Ula, a tingling in the ears. Tinnitus aureum, a tingling in the ears, or any similar symptom in that organ was regarded as a sure sign that some person was making a communication from a distance. This superstition, or sentiment, in regard to tinnitus aureum was not peculiar to the Polynesian. In Der Trompeter von Sackingen, I find the following. Laut Dizor klingt, als ein Zeichen, das die Heimath sein Jedinkit. Pahel Hala literally, shaking the Hala pandanus tree. Hala also meant fault or sin. The figure is to be taken to mean a shaking of sins, in other words, a casting of them away, a disregarding of them. Wailua, an abyss in the water. The reference is, of course, to the shark gods. Lao, wooden. The reference is to the shark bodies of the two monsters, which became dead, wooden, when discarded by them on their coming out of the ocean and resuming ordinary human form. Lehua, the full name is Monanui Kalehua, a goddess mermaid, whose domain was in the abyss of the Iwina Channel. For further details, see remarks in the text. Aina, to furnish food. Lahui, wholly entirely. Huki, to fetch a wide course, to deviate from a direct course. Ilio, dog. It is explained that the meaning covered by this figure is a storm cloud, and that the stripping off of its garment, weh, I kona kappa, meant its break up into the fleecy white clouds of fair weather. It seems that if the head of this cloud dog pointed to the west, it meant rain, if to the east, fair weather. Hanai alualu, to fan with a gentle breeze. Alualu is another form for alualu. Mikikala and Puhamalo, names of places along the coast of Oahu in the region under observation. Kaiaulu, a wind felt on the leeward side of Oahu. Haina na aihu, hai, to break or be broken. The Hawaiian kiss was a flattening of nose against nose. The breaking of noses, as here therefore, means excessive kissing. Lualuale, the name of a plain in this region. Barber's Point. Kuemu, said to be the name of a wind, the blowing of which caused heavy rain in the woods back of Hilo. Hanakahai, an ancient king of Hilo, frequently mentioned in poetry, whose name is used to designate the district. Hail Lehua, an evident allusion to the goddess, or mermaid, Monanui Kalehua. She was a relative of Pele and had her habitation in the ocean caverns of Aiaiwina, the channel between Oahu and Kauai. Her story belongs to the time when the sun hero Maui was performing his wonderful exploits. See account given on P104. Pulilo, a word descriptive of the tremor of the flames that wrap the trees. Miwa, to fork or branch, said of the flames. Owalau, leaf-shaped lagoon, a highly appropriate epithet when applied to that system of locks, channels, and estuaries that form the famous Pearl Locks, as anyone acquainted with the place will admit. Pekha, the name applied to a portion of the plain west of Pouloa. Kauna, a parasitic plant, Cassitha filiformis, consisting of wiry stems that cling to other plants by means of small protuberances or suckers. Aculiculi, a low, vine-like plant said to have fleshy leaves and minute flowers. Willy Willy, Erythrina monosperma, a tree having light, corky wood, much used in making the outrigger floats for canoes. Its flowers of a ruddy flame color make a splendid decoration. Cane Hailai, a name applied to a part of the plain west of Pouloa. Notice the repetition of the word Hailai in the next verse. Hailai means astray or distressed. Hailai, to go astray, to lose one's way. Assonance by word repetition was a favorite device of Hawaiian poetry. The Hawaiian poet did not use rhyme. Moyua, literally a canoe dream. To dream of a canoe was an omen of ill luck. It was also unlucky to dream of having gained some valued possession and then wake to the disappointing reality. Wahila is said to have been the name of a favorite hula of Pilula, so called after a princess who, with her brother Kamanuai, excelled in the performance of this dance. Her name has been perpetuated in an old saying that has come down to us, Kaiua Wahila o Naiwanu. This is a gentle rain that extends only as far down Naiwanu Valley as to Willie or Judd Street. Po Puna, Puna, as the home center of volcanic action, knew what it was to be darkened by a volcanic eruption. Puna here stands for Hiiaka and her companion whose home it was. The night that overshadows Puna represents allegorically the intriguing designs of Pilula. Maka Lehua. The Lehua buds stand for the harmony, kindly affection, and love that up to this time had existed between Lohiau and the two women escorting him. Pilula is the smoke that blights the Lehua buds. Kihehai, frequentative form of kihe, to wear. Pau Haihe. The Pau Haihe was a fringe of vegetable ribbons strung together and worn about the loins. thus serving as the conventional shield of modesty among the people of the olden time. The modifying expression, o yuka, implies that the use of this particular form of pau was rather a sign of rusticity. Papa Lohiau o Maukil, glistening lava plates of Maukil. Maukil was a land in Puna. The implication is that these women, Pilula, Waikiki, and the rest of them are plotting to steal away the affections of Lohiau. Haika Papa, the lava plates rock. That is the plot is a shaky fabrication and will. Kahulai, topple over. Puna, there is a punning double entendre involved in the use of this word here. A punalua was one who shared with another the sexual favors of a third party. The implication is that Hiiaka and Wahainamo stood thus towards Lohiau. See also note A. Lau o kalima, leaves of the hand. The spasmodic working, of the fingers was deemed to be a sign of lustful passion. It is here attributed to Lohiau. Loha, to droop, to be fooled, here to be understood in the latter sense of Pilula. Wahini Kapo, one of the female deities of the Pele family who had her seat on an eminence at the brink of the caldera of Kilauea, which was reverenced as a taboo place. Mai Walui, as a place name calls for a preposition in Mai. Walui, however, contains within it a verb, alu, to be easy, comfortable, and as a verb alu decides the mai to be an adverb of prohibition. In this meaning, the caution is addressed to Lohiau. Ahilaka, a land in Puna. The double sense in which it is here used gives it a reference to the fires of passion. La'anono, literally quiet day. The kilu, which gave name to the sport, was an egg-shaped dish made by cutting a coconut or small gourd from end to end, and somewhat obliquely, so that one end was a little higher than the other. Ohuliana, when the road along a steep coast is cut off by a precipice with the ocean tossing at its base, the traveler will often prefer to swim rather than make a wide inland detour. Such a place or such an adventure is called an ohula or ohuliana. Laukai, literally splice sticks, a ladder or some contrivance of the sort to aid the traveler in climbing a pali. Lalo below to leeward, therefore to the west, meaning Lohiau, who came from the leeward island of Kauai. Manawa, the fontanelles, the heart and affections. Wailua, a river on Kauai. Lehiua, a land in Honolulu, here meaning Pilula herself. Moawakia, a hill in Puna, here used for its etymological signification literally, to sleep at noontime, which is brought out in the translation. The ami was a vigorous action of the body, often employed by dancers. Its chief feature was a rotation of the pelvis in circles of ellipses. Though sometimes used with amorous intent, it was not necessarily an attempt to portray sexual attitudes. The ami hanua, or ami ko pau, was an exaggerated action of the same description. Kalukalu, a place in Puna which supported extensive forests of Hala pandanus, a tree whose sword-shaped leaves were edged with fierce thorns. In contrast with the smart, they produce the poet adduces the delights of the wilds in his own island of Kauai, instancing the la'a, a fragrant vine that abounds in its mountains. Mohole, an unusual form for pohole, to be lacerated, but not quite so strong. Napali, the cliffs, a name given to the precipitous side of Kauai, where is the wild valley of Kalalo. Po o Moawa, the full form is Moawakia noonday sleep, the name of a hill in Puna. By omitting kia, the word awakia noon comes to mean bitter, thus imparting to the meaning a cutting irony. Cf. Note A, page 176. Hanalei, literally to make a wreath, a valley on Kauai. Hala, it was ill luck to wear a wreath of the hala droop. According to one version of this story, Hiiaka made free use of her powers of enchantment in withdrawing from the presence of Pilula. At the proper psychological moment, with the wreath of victory crowning her brow, while Pilula was vainly intent on an effort to turn the tide of her own defeat and gain the shadow of a recognition as mistress of the game of Kilu. Hiiaka, with a significant gesture to her companions, spat upon the ground, and, her example having been imitated by Wahainamo and Lohiau. Their physical bodies were at once transported to a distance, while their places continued to be occupied by unsubstantial forms that had all the semblance of reality. Makapa, an expression used of stones that burst when placed in the fire. Makani halaula. The allusion is to a cold wind that chills the naked legs of the fisherfolk. Paukua, a place name, meaning consumed in the baka, clear reference to the fact that the kahuna's black art very frequently made its fatal ravages by attacking first the back. Liliwi, the name of a cape that marked the coast of Puna. The word also has a meaning of its own, to express which seems to be the purpose of its use here. It connotes a graveyard, a scaffold, one perhaps, on which the body, literally the bones of a human sacrifice, are left exposed. Makahanaloa, the name of another cape, also on the Hilo Puna coast. Leohia, literally, Ohia Cape, meaning a forest growth that stretched out like a tongue. A pane, a species of lehua that has red flowers, much fed upon by the birds. In the original newspaper text, the word was pane, evidently a mistake. There are, regrettably, many such mistakes in the original text. Maniani, smooth, meadow-like, a name given in modern times to the Bermuda grass, fine grass said to have been imported by Vancouver, now extensively seen in Hawaiian lawns. Kiahilaka, literally the fire of Laka, the name of a land. Haiha, the eastern sun gate, applicable to Puna as the easternmost district of Hawaii and of the whole group. In claiming Puna as her zai, as her homeland, Hiiaka seems to have set up a claim to be the guardian of the sun's rising, and therefore, by implication, of Pele. Aihana Aiakai Huemihoni. Muliwai o Lena. There is a stream of this name in Waiani, it is said. Lena is also said to be the name of a place in Kahiki. The word Lena, yellow, strongly suggests the thought of sulfur. Mokupau a Cain, literally the fissured head of Cain, the first land formed by Cain. Cain Lauapua, the same as Cain Apua, one of the numerous avatars or characters of Cain. He appeared in Kahiki o Kahiki and gained a reputation as a benevolent deity, whose benign function shared by Cain Milohai was to pluck from the jaws of death those who lay at the last gasp, Malioa, or whose vital spark was at the last flicker, Puanen. He healed the palsied, the helpless and hopeless, those who were beyond the reach of human aid. On one occasion, he restored himself to perfect health and soundness by the exercise of his own will, hence his name, Kainapua. On another occasion, he illustrated his power by restoring to life some okuheku, which the fishermen had already scaled and laid upon the fire. The motive for this act seems to have been that this fish was a form in which he sometimes appeared. The story of his adventure with Hiiaka is worthy of mention. At one time, while standing on a headland that reached out into the ocean like the prow of a ship, his eye caught a gleam from something moving swiftly through the water. He saw it repeatedly passing and repassing and wondered what it was. It was the shadowy form of Hiiaka, but he knew it not. He scanned the surrounding mountains and cliffs, if perchance he might get sight of the body, bird, or spirit that produced this reflection. He discovered nothing. In pursuit of his quest, he started to go to Kukuluo Kahiki. On the way, he met his relative Cain Milohai out in mid-ocean. "Are you from Kilauea?" asked Cain Milohai. That meant, "Are you from Lanai?" Kilauea being the name formerly given to that little island. I am from Kilauea, and in pursuit of a strange shadowy thing that flits through the ocean and evades me. You don't seem to recognize that it is only a shadow, a reflection. The real body is in the heavens. What you are pursuing is but the other intangible body, which is represented by the body of Cain Mano. He is speeding to reach his home in Ohana, a cave in the deep sea in the Kaipapalohua Cain. "How then shall I overtake him?" asked Cain Pua. "You will never succeed this way. You are no better off than a kolia, plover that nods, moving its head up and down, kanu. Your only way is to return with me and start from the breadfruit tree of Leiwalo, ka ulu o Leiwalo. You must make your start with a flying leap from the topmost branch of that tree. In that way you can come up to him and catch him." The rest of the story, how he followed the advice given him by Cain Milohai and succeeded, is too long for insertion here. Nahiwa, to speak of a lava flow as a waya, a canoe, is a familiar trope in Hawaiian meal. CULFH, p. 194. The canoe in this case is the eruption of fire sent against Lohiau, the Hopio against whom it is launched, Lohiau and Hiiaka. Aimoku Wahine. An Aimoku is one who eats up the land, a conqueror, a literal description of Pele. Kinimaka o Kala. In the original text from which this is taken, the form is Kinimaka, offering the presumption that it is intended as a proper name. Kinimaka was a malevolent Kupua demigod against whom it is charged that she was given to scooping out and eating the eyes of men and her fellow gods. Her name was then called Waleweloku. Cain, it is said, took her in hand and weaned her from her bad practice, after which she was called Kinimaka, 40,000 eyes. The phrase O Kala affixed to her name discountenances the idea that she is the one here intended. It becomes evident that the whole expression means rather the many eyes of the sun, i.e., the many rays that dart from the sun, and this is the way I construe it. Pau o Kawahini? The question as to the kind of pau, skirt, worn by the women those of Peel's fire brigade, as I have termed them, is pertinent, from the fact that the answer will throw light on their mood and the character of their errand, whether peaceful, warlike, etc. The answer given in the text, line 20 of the translation, is their skirts were fern and leaf of the tea. A pau of fern was said to be hanohano, dignified. Uakapa aya kapale hipale aliai, o kaleai, uakapa aya himikala. The pau of fern was worn by chiefs. The pau of tea leaf was a sign of propitiation. A woman wore a tie leaf during her period of monthly infirmity. The whole subject will bear further investigation. Kihai o ka mahana, the horn of the moon. The manner of fastening the pau, knotting or tucking it in at each hip, gave it a crescent shape, with an angle at each hip. This seems to have suggested to the poet a comparison with the horns of the young moon. Akua lehoi, an undoubted reference to Pele, the sharp devouring edge lip of her lava flow. Akua lehama, this also must refer to Pele her gaping lips. Puke, this archaic form of pa, a hill of potatoes, yams, and the like. The Hawaiians had no such thing as bread. The Hawaiian word ai, in line 20 of the original, means vegetable food. The necessities of the case seem to justify the use of the word bread in the translation. The reader will pardon the anachronism. Awa, the full expression would probably be ua awa, bitter rain eye, bad weather. Halilo, rough, jagged like aa. The following quotation is given. Kukie ka halilo kapo I harkipai ka halo kalawili ilawili. Hilawili kamakani hikoula. Translation. How jagged stand the rocks of Kapo that once held the house of the shiftless. Ihailani, literally, the splendor of heaven, said to be a god of lightning, also the name of a hill. Ihewawa, said to be the name of a god of lightning, as well as the name of a hill. Huki, literally, to pull, to haul with a succession of jerks. The action here figured is eminently descriptive of the manner of advance of a lava flow. It is not with the uniform movement of a body of water. It shoots out a tongue of molten stuff here and there, and as this cools, or is for cause arrested, a similar process takes place at some other point. This movement bears a striking resemblance to the action of a body of skirmishers advancing under fire. Its progress is by fits and starts. Pua Kano. In spite of the fact that this is claimed by Hawaiians to be a place name, I must see in it an allusion to a swine devoted to sacrifice, connoting Lohiau himself. Oa, a poetical contraction for Lua, long. Hail, by a figure of speech metonymy, the word hail, meaning to travel, is used to signify a fellow traveler. The companion, of course, is Hiiaka herself. Kumana, a rain god of great local fame and power, now represented by a monolithic boulder about 30 feet high, partly overgrown with ferns and moss, situated in the lower edge of the forest belt, that lies to the south and Kau of Mauna Loa, deserves more than passing mention. The region in which this rock is situated is declared by volcanologists to have been one vast caldera and must have been the scene of tremendous disturbances. Up to the present time, the Hawaiians have continued to hold Kumana in great reverence mingled with fear. The following modern instance is not only a true story and interesting, but also furnishes an illustration of the attitude of mind of the Hawaiian people generally, or many of them, towards their old gods. During a period of severe drought in the district of Kau, Hawaii, a gentleman named S., while hunting in the neighborhood of the rock that bears the name Kumana, took occasion to go out of his way and visit the rock. Standing before the rocky mass and calling it by name, he used towards it insulting and taunting epithets, professing to hold it responsible for the drought that was distressing the land. He concluded his tirade by discharging his rifle point blank against the face of the rock, resulting in the detachment of a considerable fragment. The vaqueros in the employ of Mr. S., who were assisting in the hunt, horrified at the sacrilegious act, at once put spurs to their horses and made off, predicting the direst consequences from the rash act of Mr. S. Now for the denouement. Within about 10 days of this occurrence, the valley, on one side of which Mr. S. had his residence, was visited by a violent rainstorm such as would in popular speech be termed a cloudburst. There was a mighty freshet, the waters of which reached so high as to flood his garden and threaten the safety of his house, which he saved only by the most strenuous exertions. The land which had been his garden was almost entirely washed away, and in its place was deposited a pell-mell of stones. Needless to say that, by the natives, this incident was and is regarded to this day as conclusive evidence of the divine power of Kumana and of his wrath at the audacious person who insulted him. Special significance is attached to the fact that as part of Kumana's reprisal, the place that had been a garden was turned into a field of rocks. The only wonder is that Mr. S. got off with so light a punishment. Kaniahiku, a place name that of a village in the remote valley of Waimanuhir, used, apparently, for its meaning. To analyze its meaning, Kani equals a sound, a voice, probably a birdsong. Hiku, a celebrated kupua, the mother of the famous mythical hero Maui. It is said that when the wind, locally known as the kapi, but more commonly named the haluitha, same as our trade wind, blew gently from the ocean, the listening ears of Kaniahiku heard, in the distance, the sound of hula drums and other rude instruments mingling with the voices of men chanting the songs of the hula. This seems to be the Kani referred to. Wahine ai lehio peel, who else would it be? Yunu kupu kupu, also written, it is said, Hanu kupu kupu, a hummock or natural rock pile, such as would be selected by fishermen, with the addition, perhaps, of a few stones, as an altar on which to lay their offering and before which to utter their prayers. Kupu-kupu indicates the efficacy of such an altar as a luck-bringer. Polina, a wind felt at Kilauea that blew from Puna. The word lina, yellow, suggests the sulphurous fumes that must have added to it their taint at such time as the wind passed over the volcanic pit. Kuhalakai, a plentiful fall of rain. Kuhuluku, a chilling of the atmosphere. Pokuakahi, Pokualua, names applied to hills on one or the other side of the fire pit, whence seem to come those sonorous puffing or blowing sounds that accompany the surging of the fires. Kueloi, this is probably shortened from the full form Kueloil. The reference is to a law or custom which forbade anyone to approach Peel from behind or to stand behind her. He Kueloile ko Peel, the meaning of which is, Peel has a fastidious back. Kahoalea, literally, companion of kings. The shark god, a relation of Peel, who occupied a section of the plateau on the northwestern side of the caldera, a place so sacred that the smoke and flames of the volcano were not permitted to trespass there. Meopalolai, land shells found on trees, generally called pupukanioi. Kanaka Liloa, Kupulupulu, one of the gods of the canoe makers, here spoken of as a tall man in contradistinction, perhaps, to the dwarfish Kiniakua, who were his followers. Kilipenui, a deity, or an idealization of a lava flow. The feature that seems to be emphasized is the stumbling, crawling motion, which is seen in a flow, may be compared to the awkward, ataxic movement of one whose knees are dislocated and leg bones broken. Piiki, the god of the roaches, who is described as given to making certain tapping motions with his head, which, I believe, are practiced by the roach at the present time. Mahiau, an epithet applied to a dog that shows a patch of yellow hairs on each side of his face. It is somewhat the force of our expression, breathing out flames. Amawea, the commotion in Kilauea is here compared to the upsetting of the canoe's outrigger ama. When an outriggered canoe capsizes the outrigger, ama, as a rule, lifts out of the water. Wa, the reference seems to be to the masses of solid lava that, not infrequently, may be seen to break off from the wall of the fire pit and float away on the surface of the molten lake, even as an iceberg floats in the ocean. Nana said of an object that looks small from a distance. The use of the particle emphatic o, placed before this word, implies that it performs the office of a proper name, here a place name. Such a use of the particle emphatic before a noun not a proper name indicates that the word is used as an abstract term. Lama kau anianio. When two strings of kukui nuts are bound together to form one torch, the light given by it is said to be of varying colors. The word anianio alludes to this fact. Kukulu awa, said of those in the rear of the company that came against Lohiau. I cannot learn that this is a military term. Kayakahulumanyu, literally, the sea of the bird feathers. Some claim this as being the same as the Kayakahinali. Others, and I think rightly, claim that it was a distinct flood that occurred at a later period and that destroyed all birds and flying things. Opiopi. The waves of the sea in the season of Makali are compared to the wrinkles in a mat, the contrast with those of the Kayakahulumanyu and the Kai Akapohaku. Noho, a seat or to sit, here used for the people there living. Kua o ka makani, literally, at the back of the wind. Kulau, the windward side of an island, was its kua back. The whole line contains an ingenious reference to the manner of fire lighting. When the smoldering spark from the fire sticks has been received on a bunch of dry grass, it is waved to and fro to make it ignite. To the old-fashioned Hawaiian familiar with this manner of fire making, this figure is full of meaning. Ulu o kala, the figure of the sun as it touched the horizon, or its glare. Akua, literally, a god. This is a generic term and includes beings that we would call heroes, as well as devils and demons. Kawaihoa, the southern point of Niihau. Hokale, a hill on Niihau. Kio, the name of a wind. Makalea, Kalo, and Kaulua are cold months. Lohiau found them hot enough. Haahea, literally, hanging low. I am reminded of an old song uttered, it is said, by a hero from the top of Kawaki Hill in Hana, Maui, Aina Yua Lani Haha, land of rain, where the heavens hang ever low. Waiwelawela, a hot lake in Lower Puna. Kalau, a term applied generally to the windward side of an island, which was, of course, the stormy side. The expression o kalau, or kalau weather, is one of great significance. Iki mai o ayu, irolaraiki o akahuahua. Lawakua, an intimate companion, a friend. Ua kalipoa, a fine cold rain, a Scotch mist. Lala, to bask in the sunlight. Amolala, a place in Upper Ale, named from the bird amao. Aina ai ka hupua kane, a proverbial expression applied to Puna, signifying the affection in which Puna was held. Oaka, an ocean cave, definition not given in the dictionary. Nalkamaka o hina uluohia. By metonymy, a figure of speech for which the Hawaiian poets showed great fondness, the name of the goddess or superior being, hina uluohia, is here used instead of the fruit which seems to have been her emblem. This fruit, the ohia puakia, is a variety of the ohia ai, or mountain apple, as it is commonly called. The common variety is of a deep red color shading into purple, but this variety, departing from the usual rule, is of a pale lemon color. This pale variety shows a faint pink or reddish ring about the maka, or eye where the flower was implanted. The poet's fancy evidently makes a comparison between this delicate aureole and the dim glow, by which the volcanic fire made itself perceived in its periphery at Kahiki. Kehia, a pile of white cumulus clouds, or a single large cloud, which was regarded by weather prophets, soothsayers, and diviners as a significant portent. Kulani Hakai. The old Hawaiians imagined that somewhere in the heavens was an immense reservoir of water, and that a heavy downpour of rain was due to the breaking of its banks. When the clouds of storm and rain gathered thick and black, they saw in this phenomenon a confirmation of their belief, which gained double assurance when the clouds discharged their watery contents. Ilua, Ilio. When a Hawaiian house had a door at each end, the door at one end was named Aleua, that at the other end Lohiau. Kulamanu. A plain or tract of land that was flooded in wet weather and thus converted for a time into a resort for waterfowl, was termed a kulamanu or bird plain. Wahia ka lani. This passive form of the verb has here the force of entreaty almost equivalent to the imperative. The opening here spoken of was the parting and drawing aside of the dark clouds that shut in the heavens, an opening that would be equivalent to the restoration of peace and goodwill. Kulili Kaiua, the name applied to a grove of pandanus in Puna. Pohakuloa, the name of a rocky ledge or cliff in Puna. Lauahia. This was a deceitful voice, a vocal will-o'-the-wisp that was sometimes heard by travelers, and that enticed them into the wilderness or thicket there to be entrapped in some luamik or fathomless pit. Kukuina, a sister of Pele who, like Kahiliapua, was a physician and of a benevolent disposition. She was wont to act as the guide to travelers who had their way in the mazes of a wilderness. So soon, however, as the traveler had come clear into a clear place and was able to orient himself, she modestly disappeared. Kukihikihi, to stand cornerwise or edgewise. In the ebullition that stirs the mass of a lava lake at seemingly rhythmical intervals, the congealed crust that has formed on the surface is seen to break up, become tilted on edge, and then be sucked down into the depths by the vortex of the lava pit. The allusion here is to the tilting of the plate on edge in this wonderful phenomenon. Alo, this is explained and described as meaning a spectral appearance of human figures and of objects animate and inanimate moving about in the firmament. The description given of it almost leads one to think it a mirage or fata morgana. Kiuhiwihea, a term applied in Kau to a forest clump which a devastating lava flow has spared, after having laid waste the country on all sides of it. Hiiaka Kailai, Hiiaka of the bounding billow. The number of the sisters in whose names that of Hiiaka formed a part was considerable, as may be inferred from the fact that the names here mentioned do not include the whole list of them. Hiiaka Kapuenina, Hiiaka of the burning flower. Her emblem was the little bud-like pea blossom flame. This name is sometimes given as Hiiaka Kapuenain, a more delicate but less striking epithet. Hiiakanoholi, Hiiaka who dwells on the cape. She was recognized by a trickle of blood on the forehead. O Kalikoluna, O Kapahoihoikolalo, the sun overhead, the lava below. Eos o Kahainana aluna o Kapali. Ihomaya laloni, Ike Ikionuimikio Iki, Hialo a Hialo, Nana Ika Makemik. The exact meaning of Kio Iki and Kio Nui is not clear. Kihai, Inalo Kapue. I am informed that Hawaiians, in order to conceal their goings, would erase their footprints by blurring them with their feet. Anohi Ulai Kalani, a fragment of a rainbow. Lil Kapo Ikai, this may be put the old order has passed. Hul Akua, Hul Mana, to deny God, to deny supernatural power. It thus appears that the old Hawaiians were not unacquainted with those phases of skepticism that have flourished in all philosophic times. Ha'omalo, to treat one's religious duties or solemn things with scorn. Ha'omaloka, to be neglectful of one's religious duties or of solemn things. In old times, how often did the writer hear the term ha'omaloka applied as a stigma to those who persistently neglected and showed indifference to the services and ordinances of the church? Apapano, the underworld and its spiritual powers. Apapalani, the heavens and their spiritual powers. Mono Kalanipo. This distinguished name was borne by that one of Kauai's kings who preceded its last independent monarch, Kaumualii, by 14 generations, which would bring his reign in the first half of the 15th century. He has the honor, unique among Hawaiian kings, of having his name affixed as a sobriquet to the island that was his kingdom. Whether the use of his name in this connection, apparently as a god, is to be regarded as antedating its occurrence in the Ulu genealogy, given by Fornander. See the Polynesian Race, Volume I, p. 195, or whether, on the other hand, it is to be considered as an apotheosis of a name justly held in veneration, we cannot decide. Pahukapu Akalio. The best informed and most thoughtful among the Hawaiian authorities have poorly defined and contradictory notions as to the meaning of this term. Its literal meaning may be given as sacred or taboo pillar. Mr. Tregear, in his incomparable Maori Comparative Dictionary, gives one meaning of the word to be sanctuary. One thoughtful Hawaiian defines it as a pillar, such as Pele set up, due regard for which demanded silence. Another, equally well informed, defines it as an edict or canon. To the writer, it seems more logical and safer to adopt the material view regarding this phrase. Alahil, Alamuku, literally a short path or road. This Alahil's, Alamuku was probably the rainbow. It is said in Hawaiian story that when Hiiaka came down from the cave where she found the body of Lohiau, she used a rainbow as her way of descent. In an old meal occurs this line, O ki ananu ki ala o kahe. The rainbow was the path of kahe. Kai hai hai. Hawaiian authorities differ as to the meaning of this phrase. After much cogitation and search, I concluded that the word kai has the same root meaning as I, to utter. I find myself supported in such an interpretation by no less an authority than Edward Tregear, Maori Comparative Dictionary. Kai Akia, Hawaiian authorities are quite at sea as to the meaning of these words. I think it means that the ocean is a gulf that swallows up and destroys. A very stringent taboo, says one, that regulated the diet, cutting off bananas and the like. Kua A. Peel is said to have had a back that was so hot that any fabric laid upon it was reduced to ashes. It was also said to be taboo for anyone to approach Peel from behind. A calabash, often covered with a net, used by a fisherman to hold his spare hooks and lines, and, by the traveler, his belongings. End of project Gutenberg's Pele and Hiiaka by Nathaniel Bright Emerson.